Welcome to the GunChannels.com lobby chat. What's up, Chris?
Hey, how you doing, sir?
Yeah, not bad. A little tired, but
Hey, trust me, I know that feeling. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on here.
oh, is this your first time in a chat?
I tried it years ago, but yes, basically.
Okay, if there's anything you don't understand, just let me know. I'll try to help you out.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Yeah, there probably won't be too many people jumping in right now. They're all waiting on Stone Guys chat, and then Yankees having one after it. So
What time is Stone Guys chat? Do you know?
um, it's usually 9 Eastern, and Yankees is usually 10 Eastern. But let me double check Instagram because yeah, there probably won't be too many people jumping in. Yeah, Yankee posted 7 Pacific, so that should be 10 o'clock Eastern.
Okay, thanks. I hate to use your lobby as a crash test dummy, but I've wanted to try to do this a few times and didn't really want to do it into a chat that was, going full steam ahead.
Oh, that's no problem. That's what the lobby chat's for. It's for everybody to jump in, try it out, see how it is and everything. Do you have the text chat over to the right?
Actually, I do not. It says this feature is disabled.
Okay. If you move your cursor around the screen, there's should be two window or two like menus that pop up. One at the top, one at the left, and the very top one on the left side should be like a blue square that says chat. All you have to do is click on that, and it should bring up the text chat over on the right side.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, cool. Do you understand all the ones at the top menu?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. The ones just turn on and off your mic, or mute it.
Right.
The L for the camera. If you're starting to robot, or and everything else, the next one's to adjust your bandwidth. You can turn it down. You should be able to get a better connection. The settings, that's just, as long as we can hear you, you can hear us and everything. All your speakers and microphones should be set pretty good. And then, of course, the other one, the phone, that you click on that and you leave the chat. So,
Okay. I do appreciate your explaining it to me.
yeah, it's no problem.
Like I said, I thought this was the best. Well, maybe it's not the best time. I am technically supposed to be working, but a better time to try to figure it out than when there's a chat going.
Now, do you have headphones, or are you using the speakers on your laptop or something?
I am using laptop speakers right now, yes.
Okay.
Is that an issue?
No. Sometimes you might get feedback off of other people like when they're talking. Usually, as long as you mute in between the times that you talk, yeah, it won't come through.
Fair enough.
The headphones that I use has a little mute button, and I usually just click it on and off every time I want to talk. So that's how I do it.
Okay, thank you.
I know people like Nathan. His usually doesn't get feedback. Yankee can usually do pretty good without feedback. I think it's usually Heavy that gets a lot of feedback off of people doing that method.
All right. Well, once again, I thank you very much for all your help, but I think I'm going to get out of here and try to get some work done, and then hopefully be able to get done before the real chats get rolling so I can try to pay attention.
Yep, no problem. We're here to help.
Yeah, well, like I said, thanks again. Have a great evening.
Yep, you too. Hey Nathan, I didn't see you pop in.
You there, Pinks?
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm just putting the kids to bed now, so.
Oh, that's fine. I saw that you were helping with the
Spelling
homework.
test. Gotta love the old spelling test, huh? Well, you could have if you'd mentioned it. Sorry, talking to my wonton. Yeah, I called you a wonton. Cracker. I don't know where he gets his mouthiness from. Total mystery. So I made myself a 1911 with thumb brake pattern out of metal. So now I can cut those out and start producing them faster.
Cool. That works with both with and without rail, right?
Oh, yeah. Because it just depends on what you're going to stuff down in it.
Okay.
I stick my rail one in, it's got a rail shape to it. And I don't stick my rail one in, it's just got a standard shape to it. I kind of default, unless it's specific. I usually default to the rail, unless I know otherwise, because what's the downside? You don't have a rail, it still fits just fine.
Yep, exactly.
Had a guy send me an email, wants me to make him 3 holsters, but they're for FNs, and so I got to go and look and see the models he mentioned. If I can get the molds, not molds, the Blue Guns for them off, what's it called? Oh, you know, where you buy scopes, Optics Planet.
Yeah.
Free shipping.
I'm trying to think. The FNS 9, the FNS 40 are pretty much the same.
See, that's 2 of the models he mentioned. So, but
Yeah,
I'll
they're
look
pretty
at
much the same mold. The
Yeah,
FNS 9 compact will fit in an FNS 9 mold. It's just that the gun's going to be like an inch shorter at the
Yeah,
barrel.
I can take a longer gun and make it where it just sticks out the bottom for a compact version. So I default to the longer gun if they're the same shape and size. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Now, the only problem you're going to run into is if he has a long slide.
Or tack rail. Yeah.
Well, they all have tack rails, so.
Okay, never mind about that then. Making 1911 double mag carrier here, and I got to buy more metal to cut out a pattern for it, but I have the pattern in cardboard. So I will be able to transfer it over to the metal shape, and then I can just plop down the metal. And mag carriers are actually relatively easier to make than the actual holsters. So there's a couple less steps. You don't have a suede lining to the mag holder. You cut it out, fold it over, and then gluing's easier because it's a symmetrical item.
Right.
Whereas my other holsters, all my holsters require with a holster that you have the front larger than the back. And that's so when you create the pocket to put the gun in, it's not even on both sides. It needs to push the front out further than the back. So it's not a symmetrical pattern. It doesn't match. So
Right.
if you'll look, when I take these two together, and I put this one over here, you'll notice that there's 1 inch more on this side. And that's the front is 1 inch further across. And that gives you just enough room to create the pocket. I got Mika's holster done.
Oh, you got his all done?
Yeah, I had to make Mika a second one because the first one fit just fine. Well, here's what happened with the first one. I made it, and when I made it, see how it's got a double stitch there?
Right.
The first outer stitch I had, and it was too loose. So I went, crap, I'm going to have to start over. And then I went, you know what? I bet it wouldn't look too bad if I just put a second stitch a 1/2 inch over and see if it fits. So I did, and the gun fit just right. Well, whenever you take the holster and you put it in a belt and it bends it slightly back,
It tightened up.
it tightened up. So it turns out I should have just left it alone. When you put it on a belt, it would have tightened just right. The second holster I made him, I bent the things further over when it was wet to stretch the leather into what position they should be in. So it was a good learning lesson on how to bend the leather over further to make sure it fit right, you know. Oh no, it's Digital Profit.
Yo.
What's up, man? I'm kidding.
So I got
Yo.
3 questions. I got 3 questions. One
I never like the way this starts.
is there going to be a Black Friday coupon?
What, to buy a black?
No, what? You smoke Black and Milds?
No. I'm just trying to figure out what coupon you're talking about for Black Friday.
No, I'm saying is there going to be a coupon code for your holsters on Black Friday?
You know, you're the first person ever to bring that up. I got no idea.
See? So I need to know, 1, should I wait? 2, I need one for a Smith & Wesson 686 plus 2.5 inch.
A 686 revolver?
Yeah, plus. I don't know if that changes the cylinder size at all or anything.
See,
The
I don't have
seven-shot,
any revolver molds.
You're lunching. How you gonna be making leather holsters and not have a single mold? For, no,
Now
hey, you're
you
lunching.
complicated things. Now I got to start buying freaking revolvers.
You see, you're lunching. How you gonna have a leather holster business and not?
Because they're all for automatics.
But you're lunching. So Automatic Leather is your company name?
No. But anyway. Okay. I'm going to have to expand again. First it was thumb brakes, and now it's revolvers. Except the thumb brakes didn't cost me nothing. The
I know.
revolvers, I have to go and buy a whole bunch of. Got to get a couple revolvers
I
now.
ordered a different one. I ordered a different one because like honestly, like that was a different one, and it's for somebody else. So
Well,
if
here's the
anything,
thing. I can't emboss a revolver.
well, put it like this: like I need it for Christmas. So like if you don't get one by then straight. But I mean, if not, I have a choice B. So don't worry about it.
You know,
I'm not that pressed.
I can probably get a couple models of revolver, and they'll pretty much be halfway universal. Do you know what I'm saying?
Or whatever.
Well,
And
no,
I mean,
no.
like,
What I'm saying is a 38 snub nose is a 38 snub nose. There's not one model to the next isn't significantly different enough that it wouldn't fit.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying?
Like you know, like a special of some sort. Yeah, like a chief. Or
No,
a
I got
technical.
my blue gun.
That's true. How much are blue guns? Like $5?
You wish. Try 45.
What?
And if I want to get an aluminum gun, that's 50.
What do you gotta do? Get a well, you might as well get aluminum at that point. It's only $5 difference. You gotta do a. That'd be funny.
Well,
if they
hold on.
charged you for a
Okay. So
background check.
look. So okay, here's a blue gun. Here's an aluminum gun. I'm
Mhm.
not putting these in pressure molds like with a.
Okay. Well, like if you were, then
If
obviously.
it were, I would have to get all aluminum to take the
Yeah.
pressure. These I just put in by hand, and I indent them with a piece of wood by hand. Now, here's the deal: is these are 50 a piece, and I have to pay for shipping. These are sold by Optics Planet, and I can get them for about 42 to 45 a piece, and they waive the shipping charge. So the
Have you
blue
looked on, like,
guns
eBay or
are the better
Amazon?
deal.
You might catch a super deal on like Amazon or something.
I check Amazon too. Yeah, I got Amazon Prime for the month too. Now that you mention it, so
There you go. I just signed up for the student one for. I was thinking about Christmas. I was like, I might as well get it now. That's what's up. But yeah, so I need one. I was thinking about getting one for Christmas for somebody. It's their birthday's like December 23rd, so I was like, I'll just get them a nice gift.
now when you say getting someone one for Christmas, you mean giving it as a gift or a throwdown after you shoot them?
No, it's a gift, so therefore, hopefully, he leaves me all of his guns like in his will or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
You shoot him, you throw it on the ground.
I might actually need
Like
two.
suicide.
I might actually need two now that I think about it. You make belts too, don't you?
Yeah, but I only print never enough ammo spelled wrong on them.
You're a fucking idiot.
No, I just finished Never Enough second belt. The first one I sent to the skinny punk said didn't fit him, so I made him one that would fit me. And if that don't fit him, something's wrong.
You spell into it, or like what do you got, like dies or whatever?
No, I got an alphabet set.
Oh, really? Oh, so you don't have. Oh, so you don't have anything else?
Well, see, here's the deal, and that's just a custom one-off because I'm not planning on offering that to everyone because alphabeting is a pain to get it to match.
No, I was just curious to know, like if you had any like skulls or anything. You know what I'm saying?
No. I have Mulan Labi with the Spartan helmet above it, with the Leonidas helmet. I have Don't Tread on Me and a Rattlesnake. And I also have Every Second Matters, are my 3 stamps. And I'm thinking about doing Come and Take It, maybe. I don't know. I'm still kicking that one around in my head. Hey,
Cool. Hey, Yankee, let me know before you go live so I can repost your picture again.
Where's Stone Guy? He's supposed to be doing a chat at 6.
I was thinking about doing one at 10, but I think I might bump mine back to 11 now. I don't know. I was thinking about doing one. I don't know if this is one of your topics, but I was going to do one on the Instagram hashtag fiasco. I don't know if you saw or heard about that.
No.
Okay, good. So that means you're not doing it.
What hashtag fiasco?
So Instagram for like a couple of days had blocked like certain hashtags, like anything from guns to hashtag 2A to hashtag AR-15. You could see the most popular posts under the Explore tab, but if you actually search the hashtag itself, they had suspended it because people had reported it. Now, we don't know who the fuck reported it, but it took about, I don't know, 3 to 4 days, a couple of days before it, before you could actually see all the hashtags again.
Oh, so they finally lifted the ban.
I looked today and I was able to find it today, so like that's why I kind of felt kind of dumb doing the chat. And I sent a couple people a couple of DMs. I didn't get good responses from it, so I might have it. Depends if people start emailing me or not. We'll see if it goes down.
Now, was it the
Yeah.
people supported a hashtag, or reported a hashtag, or they reported a?
They reported multiple hashtags. It was like from what I knew, like it was at least 5 different hashtags, and they were really simply spelled, low amounts of letters. So like I don't know, like it was almost like a hack. You know what I'm saying? Like we literally got hacked for hashtags. And then Instagram lifted it. So, but like apparently, like if they get enough requests, they'll take it down, then investigate it, and then lift it, versus investigate it first. You know what I'm saying? So, and I haven't heard a single anti-gun group try to take credit for it. Like, yeah, like we should, like kind of like when we took over I'm Reloading or whatever, we all took credit for that shit. Like we were all proud of it, but they actually shut hashtags down and no one took credit for it, which is pretty. That's what I want to know is really who did it. Like what group did it?
They probably won't take credit for it because they probably didn't do it through an actual grassroots movement. They probably did it mechanically, electronically with spam
bot.
accounts.
Yeah,
So,
bot.
and if they take credit for it, they'll say, okay, let's see who did it, and they'll track all the spam accounts and close all those accounts.
Yeah, they'll close the ISP.
Yeah.
Or at least people track the ISP and block that ISP from posting.
Plus, with the almond loading thing, we just kind of took that over. We didn't really.
That's what I'm saying. So it was a dirtier, like that's why I really felt like attacked, because it was a much dirtier tactic. It wasn't like ha ha ha, like we'll beat you at your own game and look like we could take it over. It was like we're gonna shut you down, and it was very like what's that hacker group anonymous? It was done like very anonymously, and I still haven't heard anybody taking credit for it. So that's why I just think like it's super dirty the way it was done. And then hopefully, like now, Instagram will look at it and maybe investigate first, especially like if it's super related to a certain. I don't know. I guess that was a protection fallback for Instagram, just to protect themselves. Like, because if it was something dumb like kitty porn like that, or I don't want to say dumb, but something super aggressive like kitty porn, then it makes sense to do, to shut it down like that. But
Well, I mean, you know who Instagram's parent company is now, so.
that's true, and that's the other thing is that people, like people are aware of the fact that Facebook does shut down, pro-gun Facebook. So why wouldn't Instagram be next? Like why wouldn't it be okay for them to shut down? Oh, it's a gun hashtag. Yeah, we should shut this down first and investigate it later. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but Facebook really only shuts down pro-gun sites if they actively engage somewhere on the site of selling a firearm.
I wouldn't say only. I mean,
That's their justification for shutting them down. They're like, if you advertise like a sale, or because it's illegal for them to be, they don't want to take the legal responsibility of being involved in a firearm sale.
I mean, like that makes sense, but I mean, I don't know individual like sites that have been. I don't know if any one specifically like that has been shut down, so I can't say what reasons they have been shut down for, but I can definitely say Facebook is not the most pro to a social media website out there. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see. If I catch a couple of emails and I can get some people on there, I'll do it. I was gonna do it at 10 Eastern because I know later works best, but then Yankee put his shit out at 10, so I'll do it at 11. If it goes down.
Well, I want to know where Stone Guy is. Where's the 6 o'clock chat?
Hey, oh shit, Nathan left.
I don't see anything in my YouTube feeds for Stone Guy, so hell, Marco, just start it up real quick.
What, right now? It's 9 o'clock. No, because I don't got nobody in there. And I want to run the Yankees.
Okay.
Kind of short. What I need to do is figure out how to make like my own JPEGs, like kind of what Yankee did today, like just throw up text on some shit. I need to figure out how to do that. Hey Yankee, quick question: when you go to SHOT Show, do you carry a camera with you, like like a DSLR? Like how goofy are those people?
No, I didn't. I don't. Last shot show, I didn't carry a camera around at all. Anything you saw me film was on my phone.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. I think I could do everything from my phone. I just didn't know, like, if I look like a bigger goofball, being the guy taking all of his pictures with a DSLR and like bumping everybody's way, or being the guy who's like a hipster, like with his phone. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know.
It seems to be a mix of people there, and some of them go around. I mean, like these people that have like a YouTube channel that has like 3,000 subscribers, and they'll have like them and 2 other people, like a cameraman, a sound guy, and them. And I'm like, you got. But and then there's some people I think just do it so that they look like they're media, so they think they get more attention from the gun manufacturers if they actually look serious. I just kind of like to blend into the background so no one notices me. So
that's what I want to be like. Like, I don't want anybody to give me a spiel. I just want to walk into the gun and be like, look, I held this joint. It feels gross. Don't buy it. or I don't want to say don't buy it, but I'm just like, It don't feel heavy or whatever. You book your hotel yet?
No, I need to. I haven't done it yet.
I booked mine. This shit's ridiculously expensive this year.
Yeah, I saw that.
I looked last year and I was like, for what I was able to get like just like a motel for, I was able to get like a casino like room for last year.
I always stay at the same place, so
I'm right down the street from where you were staying. I'm like a block away.
I always stay at the Flamingo.
I'm right next to the Tuscany whatever hotel. I'm in like the Fortune joint, which is even like lower class, but it's right next to this other like motel casino.
Because all I do is, all I do is sit in the room, watch television, so I don't care.
You gotta show me good places to eat out there. I'm all about eating.
Yeah, I don't eat much when I'm there. I think last time I was there, I would leave SHOT Show, go to McDonald's, then go back to my room for the night.
No, but I still want to have like a good dinner. You know what I'm saying? Like holler at me for a good dinner. Like if you want to go out and have a good dinner, holler at me. I'm all about feast mode.
Because they were making fun of me last year. They're like, hey, everybody else is out hobnobbing and going to parties, and Yankee's in his hotel room watching The Walking Dead. And I'm like, yeah, so what?
Yeah, I'll be in there watching The Walking Dead after I have a fucking good steak fucking dinner though. I'll tell you that much.
Maybe Stone Guy's in Tack Daddy's chat tonight. Maybe that's why he's not doing his own.
Could be. He's a B-lister. So do you want to like leak your topics out now early, or do you want to hold on to your topics? I mean, like, you're only like an hour away.
I don't even know what are we talking about? We're talking about rebounding gun sales, the Knicks checks having a record month for October this month. Or last
Really?
month. Open carry versus concealed carry, straw purchaser that got probation, and then asking if anyone's got any new guns on the radar. And then if we got time, I'll talk about O'Malley's statement.
Oh, you gonna talk about my man O'Malley?
That's your homie.
That's my boy.
Homies.
I didn't know Knicks had a record month this October. That's good because it's not even Black Friday. It's not December. Remember, like the last like 2-3 years, it's been like either like November had a huge spike. Obviously, because it was like Black Friday, people were buying each other guns, which all Americans should do is buy someone else a gun. And fucking like December was really good too. Last like 2-3 years, if I remember correctly.
Okay, so I will predict that for the next year that these elections are going on, people are going to be
Guns have been
buying guns
rising.
like crazy, and the reason is the Democrats are talking about gun control in the debates. They're saying we want to do more gun control. So because they're saying it, they're giving fuel to the NRA and all the other things, and everyone's going to get scared and buy guns. Because my father-in-law, who didn't own a gun, went and bought a gun after Sandy Hook because he goes, I've never needed a gun before, but they don't have the right to tell me I can't have one. I'm an American. You know? So it turns people who've never bothered, it gets them up off their rear ends and makes them go purchase. And Yankee doesn't count because he's always buying guns.
I bought 16 Extendo magazines before the election.
Ooh, my RM380 gets here tomorrow.
Nice.
REM.
It's a band from the 80s you wouldn't understand.
Yeah. I actually know their music.
It's good music.
80s baby, bro. 80s baby. Come on.
I'm just kidding you, man.
What was I gonna say? Hey, so what color belts you got, bro?
Well,
Show me.
I have
Pour, please.
mahogany.
Ooh, good. I was looking for like that dark brown. You got like a
I have-
wine red?
Red looks like... Red kind of looks like this.
No.
Yeah, that's straight out red on leather.
That's not bad.
But mahogany looks better than the red, to be honest with
That's
you.
true.
Mahogany looks good. I have
You have charge for different colors?
no charge.
Okay.
This right here is an oil finish that just naturally darkens the leather. That's what I sent Yank there, and most of the other guys. That's Neat's foot oil that it softens the leather and makes it look good, kind of like an old baseball glove type look.
That only works if you're peach tone color.
I have brown. Of course, I have black, and I also, what's the other color I offer?
I like the mahogany though. That joint's tight.
Yeah, mahogany, medium brown.
Do you have a schmedium brown?
A what?
Do you have a schmedium brown?
No, this is medium brown. I could get dark brown, but when you get into dark brown, you might as well just go mahogany, to be honest with you. I have USMC black, and then I have the Neat's foot oil, just kind of naturally dark leather look, natural look. That's currently my current offerings, is those 4 colors. So, again, it's not a big deal. If somebody wanted something very special, like...
All right, so let me know if you get a revolver. All right, so look so if I want to put in an order, when do I have to let you know by for Christmas delivery?
Okay, so typically if I start a holster, it takes me 4 days to make it. And that's only because
What about a belt?
3 days if I fast track it, but typically 4 days to make the holster. Then United States Postal Service to get it to you. So you're looking at less than 2 week turnaround typically. What was the gun you said you had again?
It's either a 686 plus 2.5-inch barrel, or if you can't get that joint, I will get a Glock 22 full size. But you gotta let me know. I mean, like, don't get something just for me, but you know what I'm saying. So if I don't get that, I'll get the Glock 22.
Well, if I do some research, I may find a place that may have that revolver cheap, and then I can make other people that revolver model. The only catch is with revolver, if you want embossing, it can't be over where the cylinder is.
Okay, so that I don't care. Like embossing, like for what you have for embossing, which I'm not gonna ask you to get, obviously. Like you have nothing like you're interested in embossing, and that about have a clean look, so don't worry about it. Unless you could do like a Gun Channels logo.
Well, I mean, if you want Every Second Matters on it, I can just put it lower down on the holster.
Nah, at that point, like I'd rather have it looking clean than
just clean. You want clean, yeah. Lots of people want clean.
And I don't think more of embossing like on the
like, oh, free embossing, awesome. But everyone wants it just clean and nice.
If it was embossed, I would want it on the belt, and I would want it like a tramp stamp, like on the ass end. You know what I'm
saying? Okay.
And then say my bitch.
I may be able to arrange a tramp stamp, but you might not like it. What do they call snitches in prison?
Me?
Yeah, so definitely wouldn't want to put that on the back of the belt.
All right, so like does it take you longer to make a holster or longer to make a belt? I guess a holster because you have to mold it.
No, same time frame on holsters and belts.
Okay.
Holster may be 1 extra day, not a big difference. And the reason being is the thing that slows down making of the object is the fact that when I take, actually the belt is faster, you're right, because when I take the holster, I make the entire holster, and then I dip it in water, pull it out, and stick a gun in it and mold it and let it dry 24 hours. Then I color it and let it dry another 24 hours, and then I spray sealant on it. So you got a day to make the holster, at least. First day you make it. It takes 24 hours then to dry. Then you have to color it, 24 hours to dry again, then you have to seal it, and then you mail it out the next day. So you're talking 4 or 5 day turnaround typically. Now, a belt, you don't have to mold. That's the one step that's different. So a belt skips 1 day of drying because you never dip it in water and get it wet. So.
That's what's up. Sorry, I'm Instagramming right now.
You're going to have to get this T-shirt so you can wear out there.
What
The one
t-shirt?
for prison.
I got my Gun Channels t-shirts.
Yeah.
The ones that came out looking like shit. I'm glad we took the store down. I'm working on trying to find something else. The problem is I can't find the shirt that I like. I know I found a printer. I found someone that'll do it. The material shirts that I want, you'd be looking like $30 shirts. Hey, Pink, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I was just muting the other channel.
Hey, have you noticed that Gun Channels is going down in the number of posts that we have? We almost hit 10,000. I will make sure we'll never hit 10,000.
What do you mean going down?
So the highest that we reached was like 9,327. I want to say was the highest that we hit, and now we're down to 6,000, like low 6, like 6,100 or something like that. I'm deleting.
Oh, you mean followers?
No, not followers. We're at 36,000 followers, almost 37. I am deleting all of our previous posts because it's eating the shit out of my phone. It's like 15 gigs that my phone is being eaten alive of.
Yeah, I can believe that. I had to sit there and delete I don't know how much stuff off of my phone because it was maxing out my memory.
Exactly. So imagine if you just have Instagram on there and you have 10,000 posts. It's ridiculous. So I'm gonna try to get down to like 1,000. In the last 48 hours, we've deleted 3,000 pictures. Play this. The only exception to your picture not being deleted, and I think I've only fucked up twice because I was just in a rhythm and I was just doing it really fast and kind of glancing at it and just doing it. Is if you have anything Gun Channels related, either in every second. If you have a Gun Channels patch, sticker, or anything Gun Channels logo in the picture, it stayed up. That's my threshold. I'll keep those up.
Right.
So that's encouragement, especially to all y'all members, if y'all want to stay in the rotation long term. But even some that don't have it in there, like they stayed in there. Like you had this one really good FNX picture that I kept up there with you had like 6 FNs up there. Still can't figure out why you like those.
I need to take another one because I don't have the long slide in it.
You need to stop buying them because they don't make a 30 for it.
Hey, I wanted to mention something that I made a video about yesterday that really irks me. Are you there, Yankee?
He's chat prepping.
For the next minute or two.
Is somebody starting another chat?
No, I gotta go to the bathroom.
Oh, okay. So anyway, all I wanted to mention was the fact that I read an article yesterday, and it was about gun violence and gun laws, and I forgot the name of it, but it's like the Foundation for Gun Violence Prevention or something came out with a list of the top 50 states with the best gun laws, and then ranked them by per capita gun murder. Well, I looked at that, and you know, the number one state for the best gun laws is California. Big surprise, right? But in the number of per capita gun murders, they had them ranked at 42. And I'm like, California is the 8th less gun-killing state? And so what?
No, but I mean, I'm sorry, Nathan, like just cut you off. But if you look at that stat and you carry that much weight in that stat, the stat that I had to contradict you is the stat of Washington D.C. So you're taking a very large state. It's what, 3rd largest state in the United States as far as area wise, with a very big population. But you take a city like D.C. which only has 600,000 people in 60 square miles, and we smash the shit out of California when it comes to the number of murders per capita.
Hold on, let me finish my point. They put them at 42 on the per capita murder rate with guns. I went to the FBI crime statistic page and looked up 2013. California has more per capita gun murders than Texas. They're at a 4.6. Texas is a 4.3. So, and I checked other states that they claimed had high murder rates that totally didn't, and some totally did. So they're putting out a list, and they're lying. They're just flat out lying about the per capita murder rate. They're saying California is really low. They're saying New Jersey's low. They're saying New York is really low. And they're saying places like Wyoming are super high. Well, I looked at Wyoming. Wyoming's a 2.9. California's a 4.6. Texas is a 4.3. There's a bunch of states that are just rural states that are around 2 and 1 per 100,000 murdered by gun. And they're putting them, because their gun laws are loose, way up on the dangerous list. And I'm sitting there looking at it going, they're putting out a list that is totally and completely falsified to make it look, it's just propaganda, basically. And I'm sitting here going, how can an organization do that? How can they get away with that? How can they call themselves that and say, we've done our research, and you compare it to the FBI research, and it's total lies, total fabrications? Because, Obama said the other night, he goes, states that have stricter gun laws have less gun deaths. He said that. And this report shows that. But when you actually check the numbers, it's totally made up. I mean, is anyone else bothered by the fact that there's a propaganda machine like that? I mean, and I'm used to politicians lying. But the fact that they're just bold-faced lying and having an organization totally make up numbers, falsifying things, shouldn't there be a law against that or something?
No, well, I'm sorry, can you hear?
Yeah, I can hear you.
No, I'm saying Yankee here.
He's probably peeing.
But what I was gonna say to you was the thought just left my head.
Washington, D.C. is a 15. California's a 4.6. Washington, D.C. is a 15. Louisiana is a 10. And the funny thing is do you know what they say the most dangerous state is? Wyoming. Do you want to know how many people were killed in 2013 by handgun or by a gun in Wyoming? Just want to guess? Throw out a number.
8.
9.
Ah, I was close.
Yeah, 9 people. So Wyoming had a 2.9 per 100,000 death rate by gun. And when you look at California, they're at a 4.6, and I think they had over 1,200 people killed by guns in California that year. So it's just ridiculous. It's like, okay, you're saying Wyoming's the most dangerous state in the entire nation, and they have the loosest gun laws, and they're the most dangerous state. They're their number one dangerous state. So you're saying going to Wyoming is a death sentence?
Well, I think
9 people killed in Wyoming.
I think that state that state with your statistic just shows that the density of people is what makes you the most dangerous. The most densest places is what makes you the most dangerous. So, like what I was gonna say. So this was a thought that I had earlier that I totally forgot was, what's really funny? If you actually go on Google right now and try to find the CDC report of President Barack Obama after the Newtown murders, it is not the easiest document to find. And you figure something in gun control that was so in demand and such a hot topic, that CDC report should be what, top 5 search? Even if you word it correctly, like word it any which way you want, I guarantee you it's going to take you at least an hour just to find it. And at that, you won't even find it. You'll find other links that link you to it, like other news reports, pro-gun news reports that find it. So if whatever Barack Obama said, like how he said the states that have the best gun rights have the lowest amount of gun crime or gun murder or whatever the case may be, why wasn't that in the CDC report post Newtown?
Right. And what they are starting a myth. They are starting an urban legend. And the urban legend and the myth is this, that the states that have the most strict gun laws have very little gun violence. And the fact is,
the problem is that if we keep if we keep letting them say that,
yeah,
people are going to believe it's true. Yeah.
And that's the thing is the American people who I'm afraid just buy what they're shoveled are going to buy that. They're going to tell them that for years and years. You know, gun control works. Gun control works. And
if you really believe that, I dare you to come.
They have strict gun control. They have very little gun crime statistically. And guess what? You go and look it up. No, they don't. And is they're trying to make a link between gun laws and gun crime. So this would be the same if I said this. The states that have the strictest laws against illegal drugs have the lowest illegal drug use.
Exactly.
Well, you see who started you see who started that group, don't you? That Law Center to Prevent Gun Violence. It was started by lawyers out there in San Francisco when they had that, the Black Talon, shooting. The guy went into the law firm, shot everybody up.
Yeah. So basically, it's a bunch of lawyers who you think would know better than to falsify statistics and information, but they know that they can just argue it in court and it'll never go anywhere.
No, because if you're a lawyer, you seriously falsify everything outside of court, and in the court you only have to tell the truth. So you see what I'm saying? So like, this is not court. This is not court. This is public opinion. That's the point. Put this so. Right. Like that's why they fight dirty. You see what I'm saying? Like, we're coming in here with actual facts and the truth, and we're losing in the court of public, or I don't want to say we're losing, but you know what I'm saying?
They're not in the court of public opinion. We're telling the truth, and they're selling the crap better than we are.
Exactly. I don't want to give them that much credit. I refuse to give them that much credit.
They are selling it to the American people pretty well. If you run down
your average person, they're selling it well, but so are we. So say who's winning or not. But I mean, like, the only reason why they have a voice is because they're doing public opinion, not actual fact. I would say that. I'm not gonna say that they're winning. I refuse to say that they're winning. I refuse to say that they're winning. I would say that they have a voice because of that.
Hold on. They're running a propaganda campaign, and in their propaganda campaign, they're trying to convince the American public. The reason they're doing that is they're trying to get enough of the American public on their side so that they can force Congress people to pass the laws they want. And do you know why the reason that the Congress people are not passing anti-gun legislation? Do you want to know why?
I'm sorry, because they can't get it done.
No. Here's the reason why. When Bill Clinton passed the crime bill and did the assault weapons ban,
he lost the Senate.
Yeah, so he passed that through the House and the Senate. About a year later,
yeah, he became a lame duck in the second term because he lost everything.
No, a year later, a third of Congress came up for re-election. Every 2 years, there's a congressional election. Okay, they serve 6-year terms. Okay, so a third of the congressmen came up for re-election less than a year later after the crime bill was signed into effect. And in the history of the United States, never have so many Congress people been sent home and replaced. And nobody tells you that in the news. But if you look it up, it's hard to find. But we literally sent home like 100 Congress people.
They lost and they lost bad.
Yeah, they not only went from a democratically controlled Congress and Senate to a Republican almost supermajority in one election cycle.
Exactly. Yeah, like he was super.
They are scared to death. They are scared to death that if they pass anti-gun laws, that the people in the NRA will rise up and swing all the elections again on them.
But that's why they're going to the state. But that's why they're going to the state level.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, if you look at it, and they say the NRA and the gun people, they're like terrorists and blah, blah, blah. No, you know what? Our country was designed so that if you vote a certain way and your constituents send you home and replace you with someone else, then you shouldn't vote that way. That's what America's about. And so the fact that they try to demonize the fact that Congress won't pass a bill because they're afraid of losing their jobs, that's exactly what Congress should be afraid of.
But also, like, if you look at Congress, specifically, like, I would say, like, in the last, I don't know, 50 to 100 years, specifically, like, 50 to 80 years, let's say,
Okay.
it always swings. Like, so right now we have both the House and the Senate. Technically, the way it should work is if we do get a Democratic president, we should retain the House and the Senate. If we end up with a Republican president, we should expect to have at least one of the two houses of Congress to flip based on the election.
Hold on. I will agree with you on the fact
Yes, just facts.
that whenever the Oval Office, the House and the Senate are all the same party, it is really bad. And the reason I say that is because whether the Republicans have full control or the Democrats have full control, they start passing the hell out of laws for 2 years until there's another swing. Because after 2 years
That's
of
what I'm saying,
passing
yeah.
a bunch of laws, people switch one of the houses on them. So, again, having one party be in full control of all of both houses and the presidency is really bad for America.
Exactly, yeah.
And too much power to pass whatever they feel like. And the truth is that if there's not a devil's advocate, there's not contention and somebody having to fight for something, then they pass way too many laws. And the fact is, every law they pass is not to protect us. Every law that they pass is to control us.
Just to restrict this.
Yeah, the Constitution is written saying the government does not have rights to do this, 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 and this. And every law that they pass is a law that says the government has the power to do something to you, the American people. So we don't want them to do that. There are a few times that they actually pass good laws, but the vast majority of it's bullcrap. Complete and utter bullcrap. It's just restricting more of our rights and taking more money from us, typically, or spending more money of our money that we don't have. And you know what? We get along just fine on our own. I mean, we've had gridlock for 6 years now. 5 years? 5 years of gridlock?
Yeah.
Things are getting better.
Yeah.
They can't pass anything, and things are getting better.
I wouldn't say they're getting better.
The economy is better.
Why? It's stagnant as shit. What are you talking about? It's stagnant as shit.
It's better.
It's not growing.
Yeah.
It's recuperating, but it's not growing. I mean, like, we're not where we were.
So here's my question, Digital Prophet. If
If you take a
election,
20% decrease and then grow 1% every year, even though that is a 1% growth every year, it's technically not growing. It's like you're crawling back to where you were. So we're not technically improving. We're just trying to get right back to where we were like 10 years ago.
Well, where we were before the crash was crazy. I mean, it was unrealistic. It was not going.
We were good.
Yeah.
We were
chugging
falsely good. We were falsely good, but technically, like, we are right back to where we were in like '94.
That's not that bad.
That's not that bad, but it's 20 years has passed, so we should be ahead of that. So the fact is, we are 20 years behind. That's the point.
You're just
we're
talking
20 years behind. We're 20 years behind where we should be. So we're not good.
I will. Okay, let me put it this way. I will say this: that there is higher unemployment right now than before the crash, but it's improved. There's not as much unemployment as there was a few years ago. That's a good sign.
I don't believe in the unemployment numbers simply because
I don't believe in it either. But
yeah, exactly, because like the way they collect unemployment is bullshit. Because, like, honestly, there are a lot more people with jobs and not that many people with and a lot less people like with careers, and that's what hurts America more than anything.
Well,
from a GDP standpoint and from a global perspective, we are still 20. I get right back to my argument. We are still 20 years behind.
Okay.
We should be.
All I'm
we're
saying
good now, but we're still 20 years behind.
All I'm trying to say is there aren't near as many people walking in my office saying that they're unemployed and can't find a job. Now, are they underemployed? Are they having part-time work? Does it suck? Yes. But things have continuously been getting better over the past couple of years as far as the job market's concerned from what I've seen from people coming into my office. Now, on the flip side of that, is it good? No. But
Let
it's
me ask you this.
it's
You
better.
have, all right, so let me ask you this. If you're working in your same office and the same number of people were walking into your office as they were now 20 years ago, technically the population has grown, what, in 20 years, maybe 10%? So you should see a 10% increase in people walking through your office. You're probably right back to that you were in 94. So once again, we're at that 94 number, and I just throw that number because it's a year, but
It doesn't technically work that way in my office, but anyway, I get what you're saying.
you-
But
Well, plus, you got all the big corporates are downsizing, trying to streamline their workforce.
are they downsizing, or their companies are downsizing, they're upsizing?
companies are doing austerity, which means it's a fancy word for saying they're cutting costs and employees, but they're trying to increase profits at the same time. And they're too stupid to realize that when things are going good, you increase employees and production to take advantage of it. And companies are very slow to catch on to that. And they get into downsizing and they can't shift gears. They can't go, wait, things are better now. Let's hire a whole bunch of people and take advantage of the situation.
Yeah, because I mean that's the way it is where I work. They've got us cut down to about half the size of crew that we were 10, 15 years ago, but our sales and everything else has quadrupled over the past 15 years. So, we're doing 4 times the work as we did 10, 15 years ago.
Well, and again, there's probably other factors involved, like you're able to do the work more efficiently through machinery and techniques and stuff like that, because you just can't say that you work 4 times harder and 4 times longer.
Well, not 4 times long. Well, I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know what you do, but I'm just saying it's
Stock.
could partially be some technological advancements.
Yeah, I work in a grocery store, so.
Okay. Well, and again, so then, and here's the deal: is America has had different shifts in our workforce and population. So there was a point when women said they wanted equal rights and wanted to be in the workforce and not stay at home and raise kids. Guess what happened? Companies loved it. They said, yeah, ladies, come and work. Yeah, come get jobs. And now all of a sudden, instead of Dad, who went to work at the GM factory and was a blue-collar worker and made enough money for Mom to stay at home, now Mom and Dad both have to freaking work. They cut their salaries almost in half because the increase in workforce availability. And it's a natural cause and effect in business that if you have a lot of people looking for jobs, you reduce the costs, the amount you pay in salary. So again, that was a shift in the 70s-ish. Now we're at the point where, because of this economic crash that happened, now, and the fact that they installed this universal health care, that everyone wants to hire part-time workers, period, because they don't have to pay the health care costs.
Exactly.
I would definitely say like we're on the part-time swing before that. I mean, I don't believe in Obamacare because I know there's other evils, but I'm not going to say that Obamacare brought on the part-time work shit because we were on that swing already.
You know what? You're right. Digital Prophet, you're absolutely right. Companies were already on the slant of hiring part-time workers and multiple part-time workers under the guise of...
I'm not going to say companies either because I'm just going to say like there wasn't the jobs. I'm going to say that, you know what I'm saying? It's not about companies. It's about the jobs. The jobs that we have are all service-based. So we need to get away from service-based and more from create and more, you know what I'm saying? So like we don't create, we just service those.
Yeah. No. What I was trying to say was, though, is large corporations look at the bottom line. And if you give them the choice and you say, hey, DuPont, or let's say it's barge glue. Barge glue, you have 10,000 workers, right? And you have to pay all these workers, you have to pay for their insurance. And Barge Glue's like, do we have any other options? And they went, well, no, as long as you have full-time workers, you got to pay for their insurance. But if you hire 20-hour workers, you don't have to pay for their insurance. And Barge Glue goes, so instead of 10,000 workers, we could just have 20,000 workers and only have them come in 20 hours a week. And there's enough people looking for jobs that they can do it. Well, then Barge Glue's going to do it because the bottom line puts more money in their pocket. And so all I'm trying to say is I am not against the idea of universal health care. I am against how it was set up and done, though. It was very poorly accomplished.
I'm upset that now we have health insurance companies that are too big to fail.
Well, and here's the other thing is my wife's a school teacher. She's a school teacher, right? And my kids were on her plan last year and had a kid go in the hospital. And I go to her and go, okay, well, copay and everything. She goes, no, we got to pay all this out of pocket. And I went, what? She goes, well, my deductible's $6,000.
Well, listen, hey, Nathan, you know what's the problem with that? If your wife was a school teacher in the state of Maryland, you couldn't bring shit of your guns, but your wife would make like 90 grand and be in the top 1 percentile when it comes to healthcare. How about, hey, move here, bro? Hey, we can switch houses.
Hey, that's good.
Hey, we could trade, bro.
But all I'm saying is I didn't realize that the fact that teachers in Texas had terrible insurance. I mean, of all the people I've talked to about bad insurance, they're on the upper end of it. These
the teachers in Texas have the worst union, and technically Texas, I think, is like in the bottom 10 out of 50 when it comes to states. Well, no, just put it this, like if you look at Texas as far as education, when it comes to outside of secondary education, just just public education, for example, they're not that great, bro. I guarantee you, like they're in the bottom 15.
No, yeah, I'm not claiming Texas education is like first in the nation or anything.
Well, I mean, like if Texas education is bad, then so is their teacher plans.
Yeah,
and teacher plan is only as good as like your rating is. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're not gonna have the #1 health teacher insurance if your fucking state is like 15th worst in the nation.
So let me tell you what her insurance is. $6,000 deductible before they start paying anything.
Mm-hmm.
When you pay $6,000 out of your pocket, they'll pay 80%, you pay 20%, or whatever the bills are. Okay, that's her insurance plan in a nutshell.
All right, so
let me tell you.
What does it cost? What does it cost though? What does that cost for a woman and 2 or 3 children?
She paid $600 a month for that plan.
What?
$600 a month for her and the 2 kids. Okay, so let me tell you about my plan that I shipped the whole family to when I found this out because I didn't know. My plan, when you visit the doctor, you pay them $25. Also, if you get a blood test done every year, they give you $500 on a card to help pay for all this crap. Then, if your spouse gets a blood test done, they give you another $500 to pay for all that crap.
Yeah,
as long as both of you are not smokers. Hold on, I'm not done yet. So it's $25 to visit the doctor. Now, you have a major hospital incursion where you go in the hospital, your deductible is $1,000 on the family plan, and then they pay 80% and you pay 20%, up until the point you reach $5,000 out of your pocket, and they just pay for everything at that point. Everything. Period. Oh, and by the way, it's not $600 a month for me and the whole family. It's $230. And it's because my company cares about its employees. They pay for the traditional insurance for every employee. And get this,
all right, so
they pay it for the part-timers too.
So this is an interesting part. You just admitted that you're lucky. You're lucky.
Oh yeah. I'm what every company should do. I'm lucky to be in a traditional insurance plan.
But to see that you're all right. So, but that's the problem. Is the fact that you're lucky doesn't make your insurance plan traditional. You see what I'm saying?
It's called.
traditional in the sense, like yes, like it's traditional in the sense, but the fact that the traditionality of it is lost because not the traditionality of the population has it. You know what I'm saying? Or has access to it.
I kind of see what you're saying there, but what I'm saying is that the plan I'm on is the same plan that the CEO of my company is on, and my part-time 20-hour teller is on the same plan. They offer it to every single person in the company, not just the executives. They offer it to every person.
That benefit is only based upon your personal employment.
Yeah,
Not the average American's employment.
It's not the average American. The average American has horrible insurance.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's not right. It's not right that your average American
you should make average American belt holsters.
Hold on, it's not right that your average American has to pay almost what a person would pay in rent a month to insure their family.
No, well, yes, and see, like that's what you look at it as. I look at it as like more like a car payment, but
okay, car payment. Yeah.
To me, what's not fair is the fact that you break your leg and you need to go get a cast, and okay, like if you break your leg, you're obviously going to get probably more than 90% of the time you get wheeled into emergency care or like the ER. That should not cost you $2,700.
No, it shouldn't.
Exactly. So it's not that the insurance is out of cost. It's medical itself is I mean, like a doctor should make a good living. I'm going to say a good living, but hospitals should be charging $5,000 or $3,000 or $2,000. It's a couple grand if you break your leg.
Oh yeah, no. Trust me, my son got diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, and I think it was around 10 or 12 grand for just him 3 days in the hospital, sitting in a bed, being fed. I mean, they gave him a couple IVs, but I mean, really, 3 days in the hospital, 12 grand.
That's actually cheap.
It is pretty cheap. It wasn't a bad deal, but I'm just saying, if you think
is that the bill that you collected at the end?
If you think about what they gave my son for 12 grand, they gave him a hotel room, they gave him a couple IVs, they gave him some
24-hour care. They gave him 24-hour care.
Yeah, they gave him 24-hour care. They had nurses there and everything.
So
what they provided my son,
an hour?
In effect, what they provided my son when you paid for the room, the nurses, and the drugs and everything did not equal 12 grand. It was probably maybe 1 or 2 grand tops, because they didn't give him anything special. They didn't operate on him. They didn't do anything to him. Just everyone got a chunk of being paid because he was there. Now, don't get me wrong. We were delighted with everything there, but the fact that those charges were applied and then the insurance just pays them and they take 20-30% off the top, it's like a giant money maker.
I know someone who spent 6 days in the hospital and it cost 42 grand. Now the fucker has to pay. He had to pay 8 grand. He had to pay like over 9 grand back. One bill was like 7 grand, and like he paid all the small ones back, and he held off the small one until the big one until as long as he could. And he got on a payment plan for $25 a month. $25 a month at 0 interest. He's paying that shit. I calculated for him. It was like $8,500 at $25 a month. It came out to like 26 years.
Well, okay.
To pay $25 a month, and that's crazy.
Here's another thing: is hospitals mail your insurance a bill, and they mail you the same bill, and they hope that they'll get double paid, and then they may refund you after the fact. But the fact that they are mailing a bill, my wife's like, oh, they mailed me a bill for like $2,600, and I'm
All
like,
you gotta do is, as soon as you get that bill, you call your insurance company, like, oh, I got this bill. What I get this
call
bill?
the insurance company.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, we received that. We paid that already.
Yep. And then you gotta wait like 8 more weeks to get the other bill. But no, so like on another fact, I got my cousin a ghost town custom knife, and this guy he's going through cancer for like the fourth time, and every time he gets an IV bag of chemo, that IV bag is valued at like $250,000. This man has had like over like $7 million worth of insurance payments. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, no. A chemo treatment, a chemo IV bag. How much?
The one that he got is
Yeah.
is valued at $250,000.
$250,000.
Yeah, and he had 7 of them in his last treatment. So the chemo before that, I don't think it was that pricey of a bag, but the last 7 treatments he got, $250,000, and he's about to go through it again.
Nuclear missiles are cheaper to make.
Exactly.
I mean, that is outrageous.
Exactly.
250,000 bags for an IV worth of radioactive chemo material
To help somebody.
that's low grade.
This isn't like like
They stuck an IV bag full of plutonium into him. It might be worth $250,000, but
it's not an IV bag that goes into a 9mm that makes 9mm better than 40. This is just to help a human being.
$250,000 would buy you a chunk of uranium the size of an IV bag to make a nuclear bomb out of. That's not what's in the IV bag. The IV bag is mostly salt and water.
Exactly.
It
Well, I mean, it's not. I'm not saying like
material in it.
it's not an IV bag per se, but it's
I know
a
what you're
treatment
saying.
bag.
I know what you're saying. Okay, let me put it this way. If you went to a silo and scraped off a chunk of uranium that it was equal in radiation to what is in the bag for the chemo treatment, would be like a speck. You know, it'd be like a couple pieces of glitter tops, because you know what? Anything more than that would kill you.
Hey Nathan, what was I gonna tell you? If you give me a JPEG in square format, 4x3, of I don't know, like of your website and like whatever like you put out, or just like a little picture in JPEG, I'll put it on Instagram. You just gotta get it to me. You just gotta do it.
Would you like to see my website?
I don't want to see your website. Whoa, here. Give me your website.
Okay, what you're telling me to do and what I can figure out is two different things.
I need a meme. I need a meme of your website with like a belt in the background or like a host in the background. Why did it just mute? Sheepdog leather? Sheepdog leather. Hold on, why is my shit all quiet? I can't hear you. My shit just, oh my god, my shit just.
No, I muted myself, sorry. I said, damn right, sheepdog leather.
Sheepdog leather. Holla at me.
So I needed to get my camera out and take a picture of the full rig I built for Mika, because it's all mahogany, it's sweet to look at.
Mm-hmm. What's the full rig? Are we talking waistband rig? Are we talking shoulder rig? Like when you say rig, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Belt, double mag pouch, and holster for Glock 17.
Belt, double mag. But is like SAS style or like competition style? I mean, like what style?
Just it's a standard belt, double thick. He wants it for IDPA, so standard belt, basically. Here, hold on, I can show it to you. Let me put it all together.
Hey, dude, you wear your belt that high, dude?
Dude, this is for demonstration purposes only.
Come on, let's say, what the fuck? Like you're wearing like up to your tits.
So, check this thing about brand new leather. It's not
All right, time out. First off, is the buckle 100% brass or brass plated?
What?
Is the buckle 100% brass or brass plated?
Brass plated probably because there's only $2.
Okay, yeah.
But I mean, he'll buy himself his own nice buckle when he gets it. But yeah,
No.
so double mag pouch, belt double thick for guns,
Yeah.
and then
You wear your gun that high, bro?
no, I'm wearing a pair of shorts and a Yoda T-shirt.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. Well, it's why. So your gun should hang just as low, bro.
Okay,
Don't act like you don't sag your fucking shorts, bro. I know you sag. I know
okay.
you sag.
Here's the deal. This is on my hips now. It's locked in. My gut's hanging over. This is Dunlap. This is proper wear. You just can't see my whole body, dude. My entire gut's hanging over the top of the belt, okay? It's in the right position. Thank you. But if
got
I
the
known
Yoda
I
roll?
was going to be modeling this, I would have called in my Victoria's Secret model to wear it, but it was short notice. I apologize.
You mean the Asian labor you have laying around your house?
Yeah, she kicked my ass. Better to get. I know, better
Talk
chance to get-
softly. Talk softly before. Yeah. You just mention. Don't mention her. If not, she's gonna come here and yell at you. Talk softly.
Yeah. Anywho, but
Okay. So my question to you is, can I pay you more for a better buckle? I'm not a fan of that buckle.
yeah.
Okay.
No. They're well. What I was gonna say is, I'm actually thinking
If that's a $2 buckle, I want like a $10 buckle.
instead of $1.20 buckle, I'm thinking about doing $5 buckles because I really don't like this buckle either, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I was about to tell you like if that's like a $1.50 buckle, I want like a $10 buckle.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna send this to Mika, and I think I'm gonna replace that buckle before I send it to him because it's going all the way to freaking Norway.
And the funny thing is that my friend is Mexican, like the one that I want to get it for Christmas. So you can get like a real raunchy one for probably for like less than $1.50.
I could get you a belt buckle that's the trophy style shape, but with leather on it, where I could write things on it, and I could put, "I'm a Mexican, not a Mexicant." What do you think about that?
No, I just want like a real like wetback one. You know what I'm saying? Like a real like one that screams super illegal immigrant.
Yeah, they do actually at the leather store have some that I would call Ranchero Fuego. I mean, just really.
Yeah. Like I'm doing like some real
Really
raunchy.
flash.
Yeah. I don't want it to be like real flashy, but more illegal immigrant style. You know what I'm saying? Like more like just the flag itself. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me go. I'm going to Tandy right now. I'm going to go look at their not holsters. Their.
And we could put a Gun Channels logo on it too, just to piss them off. Hey, but listen, I think Yankees about to go live though.
Oh, did he give us a link? Or hold on, let me go. I just asked him for a link. Did you ask him for a link?
No, I'm not gonna go in there. No, because it likes to keep it low. All right, so if Stone Guy's not in there, you would probably replace Stone Guy, but Yankee keeps it 4 or less. That's his thing.
Oh, really?
It's,
Okay.
Yeah, it's a very short panel. It's not a broad. It's a broad topic channel, but like he likes to keep it 4 or less.
He's live now.
Oh, he is. All right, so I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna see if I collect any more emails. I might do the Instagram one later. We'll see what happens.
Okay, I'll reach out to you on the belt and the holster, but I got the model gun you want to give
All right,
me.
here. I'm gonna give you my here. Hit me up here because I'm so much better on text because with Instagram and everything, it's a lot more difficult. So
Yeah.
like via text is a lot better. So take that, and it's a lot quicker for me. My only thing is just all right. So you kind of know like what I have like a broad idea of. It just has to be to me before Christmas because his birthday's right before Christmas.
Dude, that's not a problem. So we're looking for a 686 holster, 2.5
The
inch barrel.
686 plus. I don't know if that changes anything in the holster size.
I will look at it and figure it out.
If not, a Glock 22, which I know you could do.
So this is a gift, right? It's not for you.
No,
Okay, I'll make sure it's good.
it's for a Mexican,
Okay.
and I'm not a Mexican.
Well,
Well, it's so funny how he goes, well.
no, I didn't say wow. I just said I know that.
No, I'm saying well. You just said well.
All right, don't change the subject on me.
All right. I'm laughing at you.
Oh, dude, hold on. They got a roller buckle that's nickel plated. I gotta get that one. Okay.
No,
Sorry.
but all right. So my whole thing, like that just looks like a regular like $10 belt that has, you know what I'm saying, like that has a belt buckle. I mean, I don't know. Whatever. Just let me know. I'll pay a little bit more for a belt
No,
buckle. I
no,
don't care.
the roller buckles, even if they're cheap, the roller buckles are far better than the standard buckles because the roller buckles just work much better for a heavy-duty belt. And I'm looking here, and according to this, I can get roller buckles.
Yeah, but if you could add me one with like with a little Mexican flair.
They're silver is the only catch, but they're only $1.50, so that's not bad.
I'm not talking about just a plain buckle. I'm talking about like a fancy buckle. You know what I'm saying? Like I'll pay $20, $30 for a buckle.
No. If you want what's called a trophy buckle,
Maybe.
go to here's what you do. Go to Tandy Leather, tandyleather.com. Go to belt buckles and click on trophy buckles. They got a hemp trophy buckle. They got
Oh shit! Pink. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Hold on. I'm gonna link you the trophy buckle page real quick.
No, because honestly, like I don't want like a
No, wait. Click on that.
yeah, but I mean like you know what I'm saying, like like if it's too raunchy, then turn it into like a good gift, like a gad gift.
No. Click on that link.
Yeah, I saw the hemp one.
Now look at the Southwest Oval trophy buckle with the turquoise center. Look at that.
All right, hold on. Let me open it up in this particular fashion so I can see it. Oh no, open them the wrong fashion. Right fashion. All right, so I see like the watch one is cool.
No.
Maybe the one with the eagle is cool.
The one to the right of the eagle.
No.
Dude, that is totally New Mexico. That is totally.
I'm not talking about New Mexico. He's not from New Mexico. He's from
He's from Mexico.
So I mean, the thing, the watch one, the marijuana one, or the eagle one. I have a. So the second product that I was asking you to order from, I'm thinking maybe like. So remember how I asked you about skulls? If you can give me that $20 one, like that's cool.
Hey, whatever you want, dude.
The skull.
The skull, yeah. I mean, if he's like if he's a hard ass, which of course Randy probably.
He's a drummer in a heavy metal band.
Yeah. Okay. So the skull would work well.
Yeah. So maybe I'll get him a belt. And then,
okay. We can. Let me worry about getting the blue gun, and then I'll get back to you and we'll work it out. Because
If you don't get that, just give me a cutoff time so I can switch it to so I can switch it to a 22 Glock, because that will work. Like honestly, because it's leather, I'd rather get it for his revolver that he has that I know he wouldn't carry, versus his, Glock 22, which I know he would carry.
I'm confused. Wait, which one does he carry, the revolver or the Glock?
He doesn't carry either. Like, we live in Maryland, so he doesn't carry either.
Okay.
So if he were to carry, he would carry his Glock 22 because that's the one that has night sights on it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Well, crap, dude. Then let me make you one for a Glock 22 because guess what?
well, just give him the cutoff. I mean, like, if you happen to get a couple more, like that's what I said. Like, don't get the revolver because of me. Don't get it because of me. If you happen to get a couple more revolver requests in between now, here, and there, and it happens to work, then great. But give me a cutoff point.
Okay. Well, and again, the cool thing is I already have the semi-automatics in stock. It's just
That's what I said. Like,
the revolvers, the revolvers are a different animal, and I'm good at building the semi-automatics. So if you want a Glock 22, boy, I can crank that out in no time.
Yeah,
Problem.
like I said, I'm not worried about it.
I can get you the color you want. I can get you a matching belt. It's going to be suede lined with suede pig leather inside it, so it doesn't mess up his finish.
Let me
It's
ask you
awesome.
this: when you do stitching on your black leather belts, is it what's your stitching like on your, like? Is it black stitching on black leather, or is it?
Yes.
Okay.
I pretty much all my holsters I stitch in black thread
Okay.
with that
Yeah, I don't want two-tone
giant
stitching anything on
steel
black.
beam behind me. Now I've seen people who do the white thread stuff. I really don't care for it.
I see people do the tan stitch on black leather, and that annoys me because
Well,
that just
so
just
there's
screams
a
like,
couple different types. There's the beige
yeah.
thread. There's the white thread, which is very popular with a lot of classic type of what do you call it, six-shooter people. And then I do black thread. And the reason I do black thread is the fact that not only do I do black thread, but when I do the edge work, I put black edge coat on the edges of all the holsters to seal them. And so black and black, and then black and tan looks good, black and maroon looks good, black and brown looks good. But when you do white, white just stands out. It's just so bright, and I don't really care for it on a holster.
Well, for me, like, it's like,
Or belt. It's my own personal opinion, but it's kind of, how do I say, flashy, haughty.
well, like, put it for me, like, I mean, like, especially, like, when you just see it, like, on somebody's, like, waistline or whatever, like, when you see a black belt with off-color stitching, or I don't mean, like, off, like, looking bad, but just not black on black, to me, it just screams, like, made in China, or, like, you know what I'm saying?
So hold on. You can see on this holster where the stitch marks are.
I don't care if I see what the stitch marks are, but just, just the contrast of color.
But what I'm saying is, as you look at the belt, the stitch marks don't jump out at you. You can see them if you look hard.
Exactly. Yeah.
But they blend in with the maroon. They're not offsetting. Whereas when you do white thread just jumps out to the eyes.
I smell you. Well, I'm gonna go watch Yankees chat. I'll see if I get any more emails. But yeah, hey, bro, you should start an Instagram page, bro.
Famous last words. Said it and ran.
We got 4 people in there.
Yeah, they got DB to replace Stone.
I'm not listening to them. Good God. Whenever, never enough, and Yankee getting a chat together. As long as they talk about guns, it's fine. But any other subject, they just go at each other like a bunch of old ladies in menopause on the periods. Which I know that doesn't make sense, but anyway, whatever. Just fighting cats and stuff. Whatever. Got some work I got to do anyway. Not that I actually have to do it, but I'm going to do it anyway. But so I developed my pattern for 1911s with thumb brake. With thumb brake.
It's gonna be a buckle snap.
Yeah, a little snap that goes in there. And the only reason I developed it is my friend was talking to me about he's got buddies who carry Kimbers for the Hearst Police Department and also the Colleyville Police Department. And they're complaining because they can't find any good leather holsters. They can find plastic ones, but they can't find any good leather ones that look good, and they're detectives, so of course they're not covering up the holsters. They're open carrying them as detectives, and they want to look good, you know. Which can't blame
But
them.
they've got to have retention.
But they got to have a thumb brake for retention. That's the requirement. So I said, you know what? I didn't want to do thumb brakes, but you have an excellent point. That is a job requirement, and so I should offer that. So, nevertheless, I am going to. There we go. I have developed a 1911 holster with a thumb brake. Which, again, if you think about it, what are the main guns that have thumb brakes on?
1911s.
Yeah. And that's because they are.
Well, either that or Glocks. I mean,
Now,
a
the
lot of
1911s,
detectives.
hold on, the 1911s had the hammers back. The hammers are always cocked, so they want thumb brakes between the hammer and the rest of it. And it's not necessary, but again, just because it's not actually functional doesn't make it change the fact that people and officers feel better about it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I know some like law enforcements, they actually require their holsters to have like some sort of level of
Retention.
retention, right?
Yeah. No, I get that. There are department requirements, but on the flip side of that coin, 1911s notoriously on holsters, because the hammers are fully cocked and the populace sees that, they want thumb brakes on them because it's the. I'm about to cut myself here. Because it makes them look safer. Do you see what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, the Glock doesn't have a hammer, so thumb brakes or no thumb brakes, they just see a Glock in a holster. When you see a 1911 in a holster cocked, it looks like a cowboy gun ready to go off. Although there's a safety mechanism, but people who don't carry guns have no clue that it's perfectly safe to carry in level 1. See what I'm saying?
Oh, I know.
Perception, not reality.
Yeah, because I've got what would you call it? Like a level 2 retention holster in my ammo box in there.
For what gun?
Actually, it's actually for a Glock 22. Yeah, you have to push down a button, and then that lets you push forward a bar that sits over the gun.
So I got a question for you. You ever see that video where the guy shot himself in the leg with a 45?
Yep. Tex.
Yeah, Tex Grubner, who's a friend of mine. He likes me a lot. But I watched him on Tosh.0 where he described what happened. Do you want to know why he shot himself in the leg with that 45?
Yeah, it's because of the what was it, a Serpa, where you had to push a button to it was released a level of retention, and he was using that before he switched to the holster with the, what was it, a Kimber they shot himself with?
Yep. So what happened was he had a Glock, which had when you grab the handle, you had a thumb push down release. Thumb push down.
Right.
And you push down with your thumb and pull it out. When he switched to the 1911, he reached down and shoved his thumb down. No release, but he whacked the safety off. And he did a holster dance for 2 pulls and then went, oh yeah, it's my finger. And he pushed his finger in and pulled hard up, and it went off as soon as his finger went into the trigger guard and whacked the trigger.
Right.
So he was training with, he did the wrong combination of training, but his muscle memory is what shot him.
Right.
And again, a valuable lesson that when you're training with certain devices that have things, you have to well, what if I did it this way? What if I learned this muscle memory trick this way, but it turned out that it wasn't going to work? You know, I mean, again, it's a rarity. People shoot themselves in the leg with holsters, but again, he created himself the perfect storm with that experience.
Right.
And he does have a bad habit of also stating exactly what he thinks and posting things that maybe he should not. So have you ever seen that one where he shoots the deer with his bow and arrow?
No, I haven't seen that. I did see some videos where he was shooting his bow, because it was a big recurve, wasn't it, that he was using?
Yeah, he loves heavy duty recurves. So here's what happens. He catches a deer and it runs down the hill, and he follows it, and he has his camera on, and the deer happened to run into one of the big metal barns on his land. Okay, it ran into a barn, and then he shoots at it, trying to aim for center mass, and misses and hits it right in the freaking eye. And the deer is a baby deer. It's a fawn, maybe a couple months old. And so he shows this video, and people are going, you had a baby deer trapped in your barn that you shot in the eye with a bow and arrow? Do you see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, I know.
It looks like he had a deer trapped in there and just shot it in the eye with an arrow. A baby deer on top of everything else, a Bambi. So anyway, it's I love him to death, but it's like, come on, dude, you have to think before you post about what people are going to think about it. I mean, it's part of our duty as gun aficionados is to set a good example, in my opinion.
Right.
We're going to go open carry here in Texas, and one of the things I want to do is make sure that I make holsters that are very nice for people. Because if you walk into a place with a really nice holster and you're wearing it with fairly decent clothing, and people see you, they're going to look at you and just go, must be a cop or a detective or something. Even though they don't see a badge. But they don't sit there and think, oh, this guy obviously is here to rob the Wendy's I'm eating my lunch at. I mean, Hold on, give me 1 second. I gotta sharpen this.
Okay.
Don't you hate it when your leather cutting knife gets dull?
You didn't sharpen it after the last time you cut leather.
Yeah, I guess I didn't. Sometimes I drop the ball. I'm also cutting away from my person right now, by the way. Learned that lesson the hard way. Come on. Boy, leather's hard stuff to cut.
Now, is there different thicknesses of leather that like leather holster companies will use on their holsters?
Yes, absolutely. So, every piece of leather off a cow is distinguished by the thickness of the leather and where it came from. So, belly leather has what you would call stretch marks on it. So you don't want to really use that for nice looking things. Shoulder leather on a cow is what I use. I use the shoulders. And the reason is that the shoulders are the parts of the cow that are the toughest because they have to withstand fighting between the cows. You understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
If they fight each other or run into things or go through brush, the shoulders take the most abuse. So the shoulder leather is the toughest of all the leather. And that is what holsters are traditionally made out of, is the shoulder leather, so that it has a lot of rigidity and it's stiff. It's a very stiff form of the leather. Now, I can tell when I look at some holster makers that they go on the lower grade leather, the cheaper stuff, but I use the shoulders because after using all the other different materials, I find that it's easier to make the holsters out of, to be honest with you.
Right.
It being tough makes it easier to carve and shape. Soft leather is more difficult. And then the other thing I find, of course, is that you use big chunks of metal that you cut out to cut out the patterns you want. And then again, there's also different quality types of leather. They're the what do you call it? The C and B grade leather will have what do you call it? Barbed wire marks on parts of it, where they've scraped up against the barbed wire, and they might have stretch marks, more stretch marks than normal. I mean, all
So
of it.
it'll be the imperfection.
Yeah, there'll be more imperfections. So I kind of try to watch my two sources to find leather and catch them when they're having sales on the different shoulders that are the higher grade ends. They don't have to be A grade necessarily, but B grade is the lowest I'll go. And dude, I need a new knife blade. This one's getting so thin. I've been constantly taking this, basically it's kind of like the X-Acto knife blade, and I've been sharpening it, and it's not near as thick as it was when I began, so it's starting to bend so much that I don't trust it. Whew. All right, hold on, I'll be right back.
Okay.
I would say the one thing I've learned through trial and error is how to get these little blades sharp, though, with my sharpening machine.
Now that knife of yours, does it have replacement blades or is it an
Yeah.
actual knife?
No, it's replacement blades like an X-Acto knife, but unlike X-Acto blades, which have the straight edge, this one has a curved edge, a hook.
Okay.
So it makes it where it can dig into the leather a whole lot better. I use the X-Acto knives periodically, but this one works a whole lot better because the hook. The hook helps it curve around corners better too, which a lot of what I do is cutting around edges. It is a skill. That's the main reason I use the metal patterns is just to be able to cut and not have to worry about slipping and screwing up the leather underneath. So I use sheets of metal, 26 gauge metal, to set on top of the leather so I can't go inside the lines. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Now, see what I'm doing right now, and I shouldn't be talking about it because I'm going to curse myself, is I've taken the piece of metal off and I'm freehanding it through the lines I've already made, which I could quite easily slip and F this entire piece up. But, screw it. I've kind of reached that point that I've been doing this enough that I'm halfway decent at it, and I should not say that because I'm going to totally screw up now. Woohoo! I did it.
Cool. Is that the one with the strap?
Yeah. That is the 1911 with thumb brake.
Well, I mean, if it was the, do you have the strap on the outside piece?
Yeah, on the front.
Okay. So that was the outside piece that you were cutting.
No, actually, the piece I was just cutting was the inside piece, but here are the here are the two pieces. So the outside piece locks on, and it bends over and snaps in. That way,
Right.
you can just push against the main part of the piece when you reach for it that protects you from the beaver tail. Push that away, and it unsnaps.
Yeah.
Which is the preferable method for that. You don't want to do the pull up, snap. You know what I'm saying? The one where it's on the outside of the holster. Yeah, I never cared for that. Pretty sure the cops wouldn't either. Yeah, I sent him a thing on Gun Channel, asked him to send me a link, and he's ignoring me, so.
Yeah, DB's in there. He took Stone Guy's spot.
And like you said, he only wants about 4 peeps in there, which, whatever.
Yeah.
But again, on the flip side of that, I am working on holsters so they can talk about the crap they want to talk about. You know, Thursdays are always a write-off for me anyway. Because typically, Stone Guy's always followed, what's his name, Tack Daddy in the chat. So by the time he gets his chat up and running, it's like, dude, ship has sailed, it's late. So the other day I shot a
Well,
Go ahead.
ever since Stone Guy's been doing his at 9 o'clock, he's been in competition with Tack.
Oh, okay, so their love affair has hit the rocks, huh? Like Blake and Miranda. So sad. Anyway,
Yeah.
but I was going to say that Monday I shot a wild pig or two out at my lease. And so this pig, he was only about maybe 30 pounds. Little pig. Little like a potbelly pig would be the best way to compare him to anything. And so I hung him up on the fence and I proceeded to skin and clean him as if he were a big rabbit. Pig skin's pretty hard to take off. I mean, it's harder than most other animals.
I was gonna say, especially with the wild pigs, isn't their skin a little bit tougher than domesticated pigs?
Very tough. But on the flip side of that, this was a baby, so it wasn't like a giant male boar that had really tough skin. So
Right.
just and everything. So anyway, cleaned him up. I was like, man, I need to put him in a cooler and blah blah blah. And then it suddenly hit me. I got garbage bags in the back of the car. If I take a garbage bag and just throw an entire bag of ice on top of him inside it, that'll keep him cool for 2 hours. So that's what I did. So I drove down to the store, the Allsup gas station, bought a bag of ice, and basically, he was already cleaned and already taken apart, and he's inside a bag, so I just dumped the ice right on top of him inside the cavity and wrapped him up and stuck him right there, and so he was covered in ice. When I got home, I stuck him in a cooler for a couple hours, letting him chill, and then proceeded to stuff him with garlic and onions and put Morton curing salt on the outside of him, and he will be cooked up in a fire at some point. He's wrapped in aluminum. So should be some good pulled pork, I would think. He wasn't very fat, is the only downside. Being so young, he wasn't an obese piggy.
Yeah, but I was gonna say he should be pretty tender then.
Tender. Yeah, tender's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, 'cause that's one thing about the deer up here. I mean, everybody's wanting that huge rack, but it's always nice to get button bucks.
Or, a young doe. Either way.
Yeah.
I did have I was kicking myself because, get this, when the pigs were in the pen, there were some behind the pen and some in the pen, and if I had remembered to hook up my rope, my cord, I could have pulled the door shut and caught 8 of them. I don't know what the hell I'd have done with them, but I could have caught 8 of them if I'd had that rope out, hooked on like I normally do. So I'm thinking that now that bow season's over, I'm going to go out and I got some 69 grain Sierra Boattail hollow points, which are the one level below the 77 grain stuff the Special Forces use. And
What caliber?
223.
Okay.
So 69 grain Boattail hollow point Sierras, Match Kings, versus the 77 grain the Special Forces use. I'm gonna load those up in some rounds, take them out and test them this Sunday, make sure they feed through the rifle well, and take my suppressed AR out there. And I figure I'd like a deer down. I mean, it's not as good as my 30-06, but I have a weapon that I have that if I catch 7 pigs in a pen, I can blow them all to hell with a suppressor and a 30-round mag. And if a deer walks out, I can just pop him with it and it'll take him down too. So, I don't know. I don't see a downside to it. I think it's about right because they're only about 120-pound deer on average. They're not that big. So I don't think shooting with 223 is that awful.
No, that's average sized deer down there.
Yeah. They're not real big where I'm at. They're not as small as, say,
Florida.
well, no, I was going to say the deer down in the Austin area in the hill country. Those deer are like 70-pound deer. They're pretty sad.
Yeah.
And the deer where I'm at aren't as big as, say, the Minnesota big old deer. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, so anyway, the deer are, they're average size. They're a little on the bigger side. But see, at my deer release, I've only killed 1 deer in 5 years because they go totally nocturnal. And there was one time I was going to pop a spike, and I'd done a trigger job on my gun, and the cold weather effed it up. Damn gun wouldn't fire. So that was a interesting life lesson, you know what I mean?
Which the AR?
No, I had a Remington 700 that I put a 2-pound trigger on,
Oh, okay.
and I modified when I put the 2-pound trigger on. I had to adjust the travel and follow through, right? So in my house, the thing worked. I could take it and hit it on the floor and it wouldn't go off, and I could pull the trigger and it would click, and everything was set just right and perfect for the perfect bench rest shooting.
Mm-hmm.
And when I went out there, instead of being my 72 degrees house, it was like 32 degrees. It was near freezing. And so when I went to pull the trigger, it wouldn't pull because the metal had shrunk somewhat, and it caused the over travel screw to push up against the back of the trigger.
Oh, damn.
Luckily, it was a spike. If it was like a trophy buck, I'd have been really upset. But, you know, it's like, okay, lesson learned. You have to have a little bit of slop in your trigger to accommodate changes in temperature.
Let's see, I never thought that temperature change would affect the trigger that much.
But it's a fine-tuned trigger. I mean, we're talking about a trigger that is, actually, my trigger's not 2 pounds. It's a 1-pound trigger. I mean, this is a high-end trigger that was modified by hand with different screws to make it just exactly perfect. And I did this in my kitchen, perfected this trigger mechanism after hours of work and made it just where it would just go off. And so when the temperature changed, it shrunk something in it. You know, it changed its size, and so it was just, that's why factory triggers have a little bit higher weight and have more slop than competition triggers. And again, it's a good lesson to learn. I mean, it's something that you have to realize, okay, never take an unproven rifle into the field. Never take one that you haven't shot many, many times and not done anything to. If you modify it in any way, don't take it in the field. Test it at the range 2 or 3 times and make sure it works.
Right.
So that was an important lesson.
Now, what do you think of that 300 blackout?
I built a
Have you
300.
tried?
I built a 300 blackout, and I ended up selling it to my cousin-in-law because I could not get my hand loads to work with it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. The hand loads I was producing would not feed. And also the other problem was it was really hard to find what do you call it, powder. The powder was the hardest thing to find for it.
So it's got a different powder than like 223, 556.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So guess what? 223 556 ammo, powder. Sorry, not ammo. Powder. Sometimes translates over to 30-06 and 308. To be honest with you. Okay, so the same stuff you load in your 223 works in your 308 sometimes.
Okay.
Now, the powder that functions in a 300 blackout is the same powder that works in your 454 Casull or your 500 Smith & Wesson.
Now, is it a faster burning powder? Is that why, or is it
Not exactly. It's not
just
that it's,
puts different pressures?
it's just you're taking a limited amount of case and putting a lot of weight that has to be pushed. Okay, so do you see what I'm saying?
Right.
You're having to fuel a bus load. Which, by the way, if you wanted to fuel a bus that had a 300 Win Mag case behind it, you wouldn't need anything special, right? Because you got a lot of case for the powder to ignite and a lot of powder. So what you're doing is you need a powder that can push a heavy bullet with a very small volume of powder that burns slow.
Okay.
So small volume, lots of power, but burns slow. Not many powders are designed that way. Very few are. And they're only used in high-end pistol magnums. I mean, not even 44 magnums. They're used in the other stuff, the higher-end crap. So they're not mass-produced as much as the stuff that goes in the 223, the 30-06, the 308, the 7 mag, the 300 Win Mag. You know, they're just not common because they're, and again, it's small volume, extra high power, and slow burning combination.
That might have been the problem with the that Desert Eagle that I had back in '92. They were, I mean, there was only like one or two manufacturers that was producing the ammo, and
Yeah.
I think they had just come out with it, so they didn't have it perfected yet.
What was the ammo it was shooting?
50 AE.
Yeah, okay. So 50 AE is a relatively small case, but very heavy bullet weight.
Right.
And
It was
shooting out of-
325, I believe, 325 grain.
Yeah, and it's shooting out of a very short barrel too. So the 50 AE in equivalent is similar to the 50 AE and the 454 Casull. You're talking about something that needs to shove a very heavy object, but has limited powder capability. Because think about that. I mean,
Yeah.
what was the weight of the bullet?
I think it was 325 grain.
Okay, 325 grain. What's your standard 308 round weigh?
what, 180?
168, 180. Yeah. So in the 170 range. Okay.
Right.
So that bullet shot out of a 308 has 26 inches to travel down the barrel, weighs half, and thus requires a powder that has a case that is much larger than the 50 AE case.
Right. Yeah, I'd say about 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, you get, well, twice. You get twice the volume to put the powder in. It has 26 inches to travel, and it's pushing something half the weight. So a
Right.
slow burning powder works. On the flip side, you have something that has 6 to 7 inches to travel, weighs twice as much, has half the case size. You got to put a lot more power behind it
Right.
to get it up and going. But you can't have the PSI so high that it blows the damn gun in half. So this is always the balance that people with powders have to figure out, is you have all these powders that take up different volume metrics, different power levels and burn rates, and different PSI per bullet. So it's very confusing. And the 300 AE, no, I'm sorry, not the 300 Blackout. The 300 Blackout case probably holds the same amount of powder as, or even less powder than your pistol case did with the 50 AE. The 300 AAC Blackout typically only took 30 grains of powder, and my 223 rounds took, I think, about, well, okay, so I'm sorry, weight doesn't matter. The case capacity was cut down to 2/3 of what the 223 fired.
Right. Because you get they were trimmed down cases.
You trim down the case, and then you shove a bullet deeper into it that's bigger around. So
Right.
the amount of case volume is reduced by 2/3 for the 300 Blackout, but you're increasing the weight of the bullet by 3 times.
Yeah.
You know, you're going from a 55 grain to a 150.
Well, some of the ones I was shooting was
240.
200. Yeah, 240.
220 are the subsonics. But
Right.
you're turning a rifle bullet into a pistol, a high-end pistol cartridge, is what you're doing. So there's no wrong or right to it. It's just the matter that the people who produce powders have been doing it for 50 plus years, and now they got this new demand for the 300 Blackout high-end pistol powders, and they're slow to produce, and the
Right.
demand is high. So they are revamping, but it takes time. Should I make a caramel tan holster or a maroon holster for display purposes?
The caramel tan, you're going to be able to see it,
Much
see
better.
the line. Yeah, see the lines, see the curves.
I agree. I just want a reinforcement.
Yeah, because that one you made for Yankee, I mean, you could see the gun. I mean, the shape of the gun, everything in it, real nice.
I don't want to toot my own horn, but I'm getting halfway decent at making these things, I think. They look nice.
Yep, they do look nice.
And they are made with mud. Hold on. I gotta get me some glue. You ever mess with glue?
Yep, all the time.
Oh, what do you use glue for?
Actually, the biggest use of glue that I do is super glue, and I'm always gluing my fingers.
Well, why do you have to glue your fingers all the time? What's up with that?
Because I work, I'm always working with cardboard and stuff, and cardboard will suck the oils out of your fingers, and yeah, they'll end up getting dry and cracked and everything else. So I sit there and use super glue and put it on the finger to seal the crack and close the cracks and everything in my fingers. I mean, hospitals use super glue in surgeries and stuff to seal up where they've cut
Oh
on
no,
you. So
I'm sorry. I just messed up with my glue. No, I know the uses of super glue. I use super glue and new skin to plug up cuts in my hands.
now, see, when I was, I used to bowl quite a bit, and I would
Yep.
use new skin, and if you put that on a cut, it would burn.
Yeah, it does.
But super glue never burnt me.
Well, okay, I agree with that fact, but the problem I have with super glue over new skin is the fact that it makes a much harder seal, and it's rough on top like sandpaper, and it just annoys me. And
Right.
really, I have a very high tolerance for pain, so
Well, yeah, so do
I
I.
just put the, I feel the burn. It's like, that burn. It's cool.
Well, see, new skin would always come off. Whenever I was bowling, it would always.
It does. It does. It's not as strong.
Right.
You're right. Yeah, see, I talk all about glue and completely cover myself in it, doing that one part. Crap. Leather somewhat is, you can screw it up, but there are ways to recover. So I got glue on the top of it.
Oh, on the outside of the leather.
Yeah, on the flesh, not the flesh side, sorry, the skin side of it. Ah, crap. The thing about this particular glue called barge glue is it's heat sensitive, and it's kind of like rubber cement. So I can sit here and rub on it and heat it up and get it to come off, typically. Come on, you punk. Come on here, dude.
Now, after you get all that glued together, then stitched and everything else, do you have like a buffer wheel that you run the edges on?
Yep.
Okay.
All right, we'll see how that turns out. Looks better. Yeah, what I do is I glue it to a lining, and then I go around it and sew the top of the lining to it and the bottom, and then I glue the two pieces together. One side at first, sew it, then the other side, and I curve it over and hook that part together. So it all works out well in the end. Got to stretch the lining that's being glued to this piece. That's good. I'm not really happy with this piece because the stretch marks are quite pronounced in it, but oh well, what can you do? Got a fat cow.
Now, will the color kind of hide some of the stretch marks, or will
Oh.
it make it more pronounced?
No. When I oil it and give it that oil color, it will look fabulous.
Okay.
I mean, it'll blend in the stretch marks. There's going to be a few more things I do to it where I get it wet and shape it, and that'll reduce the stretch marks. And then when I color it, it'll blend them in, and just it'll look really nice in the end. But this part where I just accidentally got the glue on, it's annoying the piss out of me. Problem with the glue in the on the leather is when I hit it with the oil, it'll bead up and not soak in there. So it's nice to give definition and differences in the quality of the leather, but not just have it be one color, not another. You know what I mean? It's not a natural way.
Freedom.
Is Yankee done?
Indeed.
Okay.
What?
Yankee's done.
Okay.
Appreciate you hosting the lobby, Pinks.
Yep, no problem.
Well, now I gotta
Nathan,
check.
Nathan, are you growing a goatee?
Just for another day or two. Once it gets long, it looks like crap. See, this is what I call the 5 o'clock shadow goatee. And then when it reaches a certain point, it looks like the sad Mexican grandma goatee.
I was going to say, if you wanted to dress up like a meth dealer, Halloween was last week.
Yeah, you know. I know my limits. I do, when I go elk hunting, intentionally grow facial hair to keep warm, and it works out well. It's not fashionable, but it's functional. But I do look halfway good with the old stubbly goatee look. As soon as it tries to turn into a real goatee, it just looks sad. I can't pull it off.
Okay, yeah, I can respect that. I like growing a beard myself, especially during winter. When I was working at Walmart, I had a huge, like, mountain man beard. And then it got too warm for the beard, so instead of getting rid of the beard, I got rid of all the hair on my head. Just trimmed it all down, buzzed it all really short. And then someone asked me if I was in the motorcycle gang. So I had to get rid of the beard.
Why?
Because I don't want anyone to know.
Well, that's fair enough. Yeah, okay, I get that. So, what's it like going to Twin Peaks and shooting at people?
No. I was one of those that got shot at.
Okay. That's what
I'm
cracked.
just kidding, guys. I can't even ride a bicycle, much less a motorcycle.
Well, it just cracks me up that I read about that thing at Twin Peaks, and I'm just sitting there going, man, for what they say went on in there, those motorcycle riders are a bunch of pussies. I mean, I'm sorry to say it, but come on, you have that many human beings armed with guns who get into a brawl, who get to shooting, and the cops take out the most of them. Everyone tosses their guns in flour bags and tries to pretend like they weren't part of it. I mean, they're just a bunch of posers, if you ask me. Of course, that's the way human beings are. They, especially, I have to say this. So, do you know what the 4 responses are to being attacked? I'll give you 2 of them: fight or flight. What are the other 2?
I'm pretty sure one of them's freeze. Because a lot of people do that.
Well, there's fright, which is freeze, and there's flight, which is run. But there's 2 other ones.
So hang on. You said there's fight and flight and fright? That's 3.
I'm sorry. Fight and flight, so attack or run, and then there's 2 others that aren't well known.
That aren't well known. Well, then I guess I don't know them.
There's posturing. Okay, so a response to being attacked is posturing. That's puffing up and being like, well, I'm a badass, and you stick that gun in my face, I'm going to take it away and beat your ass. So there's posturing, which is where when an attack is imminent, that you stand up to it. You don't run away, you don't fight, you just try to tell the other person you're tougher than them. So there's flight, fright, and posturing. And then there's one more.
Okay, I know the 4 different kinds of torture, but I don't know the 4 different kinds of response.
Okay, so what's the opposite? What do you think the opposite would be of
Cowering.
cowering? Yes, that's it. Surrender, cowering and surrender. So if you look at different types of animals, people, and other things, all included, that cowering is, and it's described this way. If it is interspecies, there's 4 responses. If it's not interspecies, there's only 2 responses. So a wolf attacks you, you are either going to do fight or flight. But if a wolf attacks another wolf, there are 4 responses. If a human attacks another human, there are 4 responses. So it's an interesting concept of when it's interspecies, we have more options to respond to the other person to protect ourselves. So all I'm saying is there's a bunch of damn posers that ride motorcycles.
That is not my area of expertise. My area of expertise is pretending that I never conceal carry.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just all I'm trying to say is most of those people that went down to that restaurant went down there to drink beer and talk shit with their friends. Period.
Did you call it a restaurant?
It's a restaurant.
That is awesome.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it was.
Twin Peaks, Hooters, Bone Daddies, they're all restaurants. Anything that has a girl in a halter top that's almost as much as a stripper shows is a breastraunt.
Yeah, sex appeal, I guess.
Yeah, the food usually ain't that good. Anyway,
That's why they had the beer, so they don't have to worry about the taste of the food.
so these guys weren't rolling down there to brawl. They were rolling down there to look at chicks, drink beer, and eat hot wings and BS with other motorcycle riders. But
Well, I thought it was a meeting between
What?
two gangs. It was a meeting between two gangs, and a third gang rolled up.
No. It was a invitation to all motorcycle riders and motorcycle clubs to come. It was a motorcycle club gathering rally.
Okay.
It wasn't specific to any certain participants or anyone else. Anyone was welcome to come. And the cops saw that there's a potential for this one motorcycle gang, which are a bunch of gang member douche nozzles, that they'd come down there and be violent. So there was a cop presence on the premises. And as soon as the first argument and fight broke out, of course, gunfire occurred. I think the cops took down a bunch of people, and a couple other people got taken down, but it was mainly the cops taking out the gang members. But they found so many of those people were freaking armed and tossed their pistols. So it's just kind of funny because and you know what? I see it from their point of view. I've been in positions in my life when I was in college where my friends went and picked a fight because they were drunk, picked a fight that shouldn't have. And I'm sitting there looking back at it like going, you're an idiot. You just walked up to 3 people and picked a fight, and you asked me afterwards why I didn't have your back?
I like watching concealed carry stories on YouTube just because there are people who hang around people that are dumber than the people I hang around with, and it makes me feel fortunate for that. But this guy said that one of his friends went and picked a fight with someone because he knew that the guy telling the story had a gun and could solve the problem for him if it got out of hand.
Oh,
And
yeah.
the man ended the video.
That is my CHL buddy. That's
Yeah, no. The man ended the video by saying, I am not friends with this person anymore. And that made me feel fortunate for the people I do hang around with. Because they're carrying too, and they're smarter than that.
Hey, you know what? If I'm your buddy and you want to go pick a fight with someone and I'm concealed carrier, I'll back you up, but you have to promise to pay all the 10 grand in legal bills that I'll incur for a righteous shoot. See what I'm saying? People don't understand who don't conceal carry how expensive it is just to defend yourself.
Yep. So, you work at a bank, right, Nathan?
I do.
Great. I got a job at a bank this week.
Oh, that's awesome.
Congrats.
Thank you. I've been looking for meaningful employment for a while, and this happens to be 5.7 miles from home. Someone could ride a bike that distance. I couldn't, but yeah, I'm pretty happy about that.
What's your, just curious, what's your position?
I'll be an interactive teller. To my knowledge, an interactive teller machine kind of blends an ATM and a drive-through banking together.
It does. No, that's cool.
So this is ground floor technology here in Tennessee. No banks in Tennessee offer this at all. And this bank's the first one to do it, and I want to be on the ground floor of it.
Can you put in the side chat which company you're representing so it's not just out there? But I'm just curious. In the side chat.
I'm fairly certain this bank only
Good
banks in. Okay, I was almost certain they only bank in Tennessee.
No, they have other states.
Okay, cool.
They're not huge, but they have other states.
Then maybe it's the corporate office that's up in Dunlap. I'm not sure.
I know
Maybe
they
it's
have.
something.
I know they have banks in Texas. I'll tell you that right now.
Cool.
But anyway,
But,
any bank that has the technology to do remote banking like that is going to be multi-state.
that's a good rule of thumb. So the way I got the job, I think, is pretty interesting. One of my good friends was working there as a loan officer, and I saw on Facebook that he accepted some religious studies position in a different state. So I called the bank the same day, and I said, "Hey, I heard Dusty was leaving. Isn't that sad? Do you guys have any job openings?" So I got in for an interview, and they found out that I spent a lot of time on Skype with my long-distance girlfriend, and they said, "Well, let's see your webcam presence." And I did that, and they said, "We'll call you." They did, and offered me $11 an hour for it, so I'm pretty happy for that, being on a webcam.
Well, that's nice. So, you want to hear something funny about at my bank?
Is it right across the street from your local gun shop? Because I'm feeling happy about that, too. Sorry, go ahead.
But my bank isn't too far from my FFL. But anyway, so I was always the guy back in the day that they worried about. Okay? I was a sales guy, but I was kind of the loose cannon, right? So
He's a loose cannon who doesn't care anymore. He's Nathan.
yeah, I'm Nathan, the guy who you got to watch him because you don't know whatever he's going to be up to type guy.
And there's a dramatic shot of a woman saying, "What are you going to do, Nathan?" And you say, "My job."
Yeah, I was that bank cop type guy. I was that special bank cop detective that broke the rules. Anyway,
I work alone.
I don't have partners. My partners die.
I'm sorry, I keep interrupting you. Go ahead. I'm having too much fun.
No, I'm having fun too. So anyway, the part that cracks me up now is I've been at this particular branch now 8 years. Everyone's been replaced time and time again. I'm like the one stone in the river. And now they have it where they're like, well, we want to go on vacation and do things. We need backup. So I'm the manager. She's the assistant manager. We're going to request that you get control levels almost equal to ours. So that if we have to not be here, you can just run the thing. I'm like, okay.
Right on.
Yeah.
That's
So
awesome.
It just cracks
Did it come
me
with
up because
Did it come with a pay raise?
no, there's no pay raise. It's just I have.
So more
Like-
responsibility.
You can make these huge financial choices now, and I'm sitting here going, I really don't want to, but okay. You just gave me a whole bunch more responsibility that I can get screwed over for. But okay, I guess I'm the only guy standing. So
Well, it could be good for future promotions.
okay, so okay, here's my best example. Do you remember watching Black Hawk Down when he stuck the two saw gunners on the corner and said, "You guys are dependable, and you need to hold this corner till we get back"?
And one of them was
They
dead.
all left to play.
That's me. That is me in a nutshell.
So yeah, that went up. It's there forever. The whole
Yeah.
everybody left. They didn't know it.
I'm that guy. I'm the guy in the corner with the saw gun going,
That was like the one
why
comedic.
the hell have I been put in this position?
That was like the only comedy relief in that movie. It was funny though.
I did enjoy the fact that in Black Hawk Down they did have, I forget his name, but he was an 80s actor. He played the Special Forces guy who was the Delta guy?
He's the guy who played in Saving Private Ryan
No,
with the Humvee commander.
no,
No.
not
There's
that
no
guy.
Humvees in Saving Private Ryan. They're stud.
There were no Humvees in Saving Private Ryan.
Yeah,
But
Eric Bana.
it was the guy who his friend drew the picture for the book, and he sat there and said, "You're not supposed to scare the crap out of the children." Speaking of which, what's up, buddy? Why are you up out of bed?
He's talking to you, Caleb.
Huh? Oh yeah. What were you saying when you first came in, Chris? What guy? What about the guy who?
There's no Humvees in Saving Private
I
Ryan. There.
know, God. He played in Saving Private Ryan, and then in the movie Black Hawk Down, he was the Humvee unit commander or whatever.
10th Mountain. Read a book.
Yeah, that was the name of the movie, I guess. But yeah, him. Okay, but that's not the guy he's talking about.
Richard Martin Tyson.
No, it's fucking. Oh, it's. I didn't say the F word because his kid's in the room. It's he's known for being
Coates.
kind of a drunk.
Ken Coates.
No.
I'm on IMFDB right now, just trying to figure it out.
No, I can get it. He's a sergeant in Saving Private Ryan, and he's the commander.
Tom
in
Tom Sizemore
Sizemore.
beat you to it. Suck it.
Yeah, he's in Heat also.
Yeah.
He's the dude with the Galil that gets smoked by De Niro.
Can't wait. That's how I do it again. When I want to shoot this pistol match, but it's 2 hours away.
Why are you mad at me, Pink?
And can't see that ring.
Because you're showing me all these guns I want to buy. So.
Whatever, dude. I'm just showing you another option on a 98.
Oh, I know.
If that guy though, his shit sells fast as fuck.
I know it does.
Damn, I didn't. I hope Nathan's kid isn't in the room. Sorry, I'm not used to
Nah.
having kids. The only kid I'm used to having in here is Caleb, so
I didn't know Nathan had a kid.
He's got 3.
he's got a whole. He's got like a fire team.
Oh God.
Yeah, I've seen some of those Mosins go up on his actual website, and as soon as he puts them up there, they're gone. I mean,
Because
it's
he's got good prices, and you can see exactly what you're getting, and he does
Yeah, he
really
gets-
good descriptions.
yeah. Plus, he gets he gets all high quality stuff too.
Yeah, it's like people are kind of sick. And me and Warthog have been talking about this for the last couple days of it. You're really rolling the dice if you go with some online stores that you're buying a rifle out of a lot. It's like buy a Mosin, and then you hand pick the best for $20 extra, and you're still rolling the dice. You don't know what you're gonna
Right.
get. And that's why I think people gravitate towards his website, because even though he's a one-man operation and he doesn't have stuff up there, maybe once a month,
Right.
you still get to see what you're getting your hands on before you buy it.
Man, I spent all morning watching Hickok 45 videos on Krags, and
He's got one on the 98 Swedish Mauser.
I know he does.
He's
Just I watched it.
He's the one that got me interested in that video. Is what got me put Swedish Mausers specifically on my radar.
So I don't know.
Are you saying he turned you Swedish?
Well, I mean, it could be worse. That could be Dutch.
Hey, my girlfriend's Dutch. The only thing bad about her is her farts are nuclear.
Okay.
TMI, man.
Okay, so hold on. Is she hot, thin, and blonde?
What are you freaking channeling the ghost of Stone Guy?
No, but he's got a Dutch girlfriend.
No, but my wife's asleep right now, so she can't hear me ask this question.
I'm just saying, he said he has a Dutch girlfriend who has really stinky toots. So I'm wondering what makes up for that. She's Dutch. Is she hot and blonde?
She's hot, thick, and brunette.
Thick. Brunette. Okay.
So,
Switzerland.
I don't
Yes,
have a punchline for that.
It's the guy at the end. You can always punch the guy at the end of the channel. You know, the guy with the hat, the earmuffs, and the red shirt.
the guy that's also got a gun pointed out, aiming with the finger on the trigger.
Yeah, but that's all simulated.
Yeah, that's just like wrestling. All that's fake.
Munitions, right? Who else? That's just munitions. They're just paint rounds.
That's just
Monday Night 3-Gun.
that's glamour shots for gun people.
Mm-hmm.
I even can see the filter they're using on you to kind of
I put that filter on there.
to draw off the arm hair. You know?
Yeah, it almost looks like it was what do they call that? A courtroom painting. Yeah, that's what it kind of looks like.
Yeah, I don't know. I just like the filter because the background wasn't really anything interesting. It was just the dirt bank. So I was like, I was trying to get like that kind of like virtual kind of look.
Dirt bank or plywood? It looks like plywood to me.
No, that was the dirt. That's the berm. There's a target back there. I was shooting in that direction. Like, I'm like I'm parallel to like where everybody else is standing.
You just said you were inverted to where everyone was standing, so you're making it all up.
I didn't finish the sentence.
Yeah, and I bet you were. I bet you were an
Correct.
artillery. I bet you were an artillery sniper in the military too.
Artillery sniper. So
I may have been watching the Hickok 45 and Son gun culture radio shows.
anyways, so the other day I was talking about how my brother-in-law is looking to get a gun, and actually he was gonna get one for his birthday, and my sister was gonna buy him one, and I was telling her to just get a Glock 19 because it's, it'll do everything that he wants to, have something that's big enough he can take out and shoot and enjoy to shoot, but also it's kind of lends itself to carry. But she's like, I don't want to spend that much. I was like, okay, well then don't get him a gun because there's no point in buying him something that sucks and doesn't work. But then one of the gun stores here posted today had a used SIG 2022 in 9mm with 4 magazines for $325. I thought that was a pretty good deal. I told her about that, so I don't know. I think they're going to go together because she already told him that she was going to get him one, but she said that they would look at it and see. But I don't know. What do you guys think about that?
I think honestly they will pick the worst gun imaginable. They'll come out with a Car 9.
Oh God.
Because
Oh,
they're so cheap and cute.
Huh?
Or something with a pink handle.
Well, it's for him. It's not for her, really. So.
Or he'll be like, well, in our price budget of $300, I was able to get this. Not Browning high power. The other one's the big clunker guns.
High point.
Yeah.
High point.
This is my 45 high point.
Oh God! If they get a high point, I'm gonna be like, if they get a high point, I'm like, oh, let me see that. I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna like chunk it in the trash can. I'm standing right there. Like, no, you're not gonna buy that.
I cannot tell you how many people who I've given advice on guns who've totally thrown it out the window and bought pieces of crap.
Yeah, if they buy something like that, I'm gonna be like, I'll tell them. Like, I'll be like, look, I'll honestly tell you should not trust your life to that, and I completely, I do not want you trusting your life to that because I don't want you guys to get hurt. I won't carry that. But anyways, the SIG I thought was a pretty, they're usually pretty decent arms and they run, and it was in their price range, so I thought that was pretty good.
So does he get this for carry or just to have?
Well, he'll probably carry it once he gets he doesn't have his permit yet, but I was talking to him earlier this last weekend, and he's like, I just want something that's kind of like, mid-size. I don't want something that's like super small. He wants something that he can get a grip on, but something that he can take out and shoot. Yeah, it's like Glock 19.
Well, you know what month it is.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
It's in November.
I was trying to talk them into it. I even called all 3 gun stores in the area and got prices on Glock 19s for my sister. And she's like, that's too much. I'm like, no, not really. Like $500 isn't a lot of money.
It's effing November.
Well, it's all perception too, and the thing
She
is,
makes it like at least 3 times what I do, and I don't know. She's a tightwad. That's just her way she is.
that's what I hate is people who make lots of money. I had this guy I work with who he works on the merchant service side. He makes a lot more money than I do.
Mhm.
He goes, yeah, I'm thinking about buying my first handgun. I've been looking at these Diamondbacks.
Oh my God.
And I wanted to slap him. I went, you gotta be kidding.
Yeah.
Seriously, you gotta be kidding me. I was like,
I
I
mean, like,
would never tell you, for a man of means like yourself, to go and buy a Diamondback.
for my sister and her brother-in-law, she's only 2 years older than me, so she just turned 22 or 23. Yeah. Anyways, her and her husband
Wow.
together, they make around 100,000 a year, and I mean they've only been married. Like that's pretty good for a couple starting out. So they make decent money, and they got
More than me.
houses. I mean they don't have like a lot of crazy bills. He did just get a newer truck, but I mean
You got a sister?
you're funny. She's married too.
Wait. So
Happily?
Yeah.
So wait, it's your brother married her, right?
No, it's my sister married to my brother-in-law. I have 2 sisters.
You have any sisters that are younger than that? Because I'm a really old guy.
What? Stone guy?
Did the inner stone guy come out there? I'm sorry.
Does your sister have daddy issues?
Oh gosh. Anyways, I didn't mean for the chat to take this route conversation, but yeah. So I thought that the SIG 2022 would be a good choice because I mean, it's like she was looking to spend like around 300 or a little over. Obviously, I mean she's kind of flexible, but I told her about that. I was like, yeah, that'd probably be your best bet for that price and something that I don't feel bad telling you to get that because SIGs are usually they're decent guns, so get that. And so hopefully they'll get it. I don't know. We'll see. But the 2022 is it's almost like a full size. It's like the poor man's 226, pretty much.
Caleb, just so I can give you proper advice, how flexible is your little sister?
Let's see. You saw what I posted in the side there, didn't you?
Yeah, about your FNS.
Yeah.
I don't know if they want to spend that much. It's probably too much. I mean, I don't think that's a lot, but
they're coming down in price too. I know the FNS 9s. I think they're dropping lower.
the FNS 9C, that's like what that guy was shooting at the match, right? That you saw.
Right.
That other guy?
Yeah, that's the compact.
Yeah. See, I don't know if he would want something that small or not. He might. I don't know. He, he'll have to go shop around and see. But yeah.
I was going to say that Bud's Gun Shop has some cop trade-ins that are very affordable.
Yeah. Yep, they do.
Yeah, you're talking your Glocks, your Smith & Wessons, these things that cops normally carry. They have night lights included in their trade-ins.
Yeah, but you get a lot of. I just don't want to have to go through the hassle of buying online, but that's just an option. Like, we'll see. If they don't get anything, I'll tell them about that. And
You know how many times I bought online? I bought online, gets shipped to a guy near where I work. I go over, I hang out and bullshit with him, pay him $25, and I have the gun. It's no more hassle than driving to Academy and buying it. It's on the same level.
speaking of Academy, we're getting an Academy here soon. It's already been built. They're just finishing it up, and it should be opening soon. pretty excited about it. I'm thinking about getting a job there just to get the 20% off discount.
That's a good idea. No, I'm just trying to say that I walk into Academy, I walk up, I wait in line at the counter, I go, I want to buy that gun there. And they go, okay, let me call over the manager. Fill out the 4473 now that the manager's here. Let me call a guy to walk you out the front door. You know, and I mean, by the time I'm all said and done, it's just as easy to go see Bill and have it.
That's like the video. That's like the video Matt made the other day. Oh, he got real mad. Was it at Academy or no? It was at Dick's Sporting Goods.
Yeah, Dick's.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember a lot of gun store.
I'm just saying, you say the complications of ordering online. The complications are nothing. I can order a freaking. I can order a bottle of glue online and have it shipped to my house. The only difference is it goes to an FFL, which is the same as going to a store and picking something up. You have to go through the same procedure, and if it's a local neighborhood guy or it's at an actual gun shop, what's the difference? You're just placing the order to have it shipped. You save sales tax.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, that's the only thing that they'd have to pay sales tax and shipping, but
You save sales tax, and you have to pay them $25 for the typical fee for having it processed.
Yeah.
So if you look at a $500 item, and you're thinking about what, like, it's 8.25 here in Texas, you save yourself $10-20.
right. I don't know. He probably before they order online, he'll probably want to shop around and just see what's out there because he's not very. He's like a deer hunter. He's shot rifles and he doesn't really know much about handguns. But then whenever I talked to my sister, I was like, well, "Why don't you get him the Glock?" And she said, "Well, I talked to him after she came to the conclusion that they weren't going to pay that much for it or whatever." And he's like, he said he didn't want a Glock. I'm like, that's not what he told me. Like, he freaking told me literally last weekend. He's like, he shot like 3 or 4 pistols with some of his friends the other day, and he said, "Yeah, I like the Glock the best. It was a bit like most comfortable or whatever." I forget what he said, and I was like, "Yeah, that's a pretty good choice." He shot the 19, but he shot it in 40 caliber. He shot the 23. He's like, "Yeah, I liked it, except it was in 40." I'm like, "Yeah, you just need to get that in 9mm." Like,
I'm just curious, did he ever shoot a 1911?
I don't know if he has or not.
I'm going to say this from my own personal experience. When I was a little kid, I shot a Ruger GP 100 357 Magnum with 38s in it. I loved the way that gun felt with the grip in my hand when I was 12 years old. And then a couple years later, my cousin let me shoot a Glock 19. So when I got old enough, I bought a Glock 19 because I loved the way it felt, everything. And then there was one time we went to a gun range, and my roommate rented like a loose ass, like a prostitute Rock Island 1911. I mean, just it was the offset gun of the rental place, and I shot that and I hated it. And so I was a Glock man. Well, one of my friends then got a Kimber 3.5-inch barrel pistol at a gun show, and he let me shoot it a few rounds out of it, and it was instant love. It's so freaky the way you go from a loose, slutty 1911 to a Kimber, and you're like, oh my god.
I love how you're using the word slutty to describe a gun.
that loose, slutty 1911, she had camel toe and lipstick.
Oh my god.
Oh, come on.
You're really channeling the Stone Guy tonight.
I'm just saying, it was horrible. And you shoot that smooth Kimber, and I was a Kimber man after that. I don't even have a Glock in my inventory now. I got 2 Kimbers and no Glocks. I'm falling to SIGs though. I really like SIGs.
I would really like SIGs if the bores were just a little bit lower axis. That's the only thing I don't like about them.
They are hot.
But other than
But
that, I like them.
the Ruger, the semi-automatic Rugers like the P89 Decker my brother had, that thing had freaking. It was like, oh, this is great. This is a 9mm pistol that has a treehouse built on top of it.
You can climb on top of it and get a better view.
And I want to say something, but I shouldn't say anything.
Yeah, I know what you're gonna say too.
You still have a filter?
Oh, no. It's. I mean, I try not to. You never know when somebody's kid's gonna pop up in the background. I try to be. You know, I don't want to swear. Your kid came in earlier, and I caught myself swearing. I was like, "Fuck." Oh, I mean, fuck. Oh shit. You know. Mute.
Don't worry about that.
No.
Don't
I
worry.
don't want to be. I don't want to be. I don't want to be the person that like gets you in trouble with your wife because I'm like your kid's like fuck and your wife's like where'd you hear that? Uh-oh. Somebody pushed my link.
That's me. I'm listening to it. I didn't think it'd come through the mic. I turned it like all the way down. But it's still...
So my 5-year-old was in the bathtub with my 10-year-old yesterday, and my wife is screaming at me while I'm talking to y'all on the thing going, you gotta get in here. I'm like, what? I go in there. They're yelling in there. I go in there. I'm like, what's happening? He grabbed my pecker, the 10-year-old. The 10-year-old's like, he grabbed my pecker. I'm like, okay, don't do that. Don't do that. And the wife's like, well, they're yelling and he's laughing. I said, why the hell are you laughing? He goes, well, it tickles. And I went, that is so wrong. It's like, but I'm sitting here in my head going, what do I tell the kid? Your 5-year-old little brother grabbed your pecker in the bathtub and you're 10, and it tickles and you laughed. What do I fucking tell this kid?
No, you fucking record that shit when he's like 15 and make a shithead. You bust out the recording. Like, remember this? Like blackmail him every time he starts.
cool.
Like, I'll put this on your Facebook, kid.
Facebook won't even be around then.
Whatever. I'll download this on your ARM microchip.
Hold on.
No, you just make them take a bath separate now.
Well, yeah.
Oh, of course he's not there anymore. I got the cash from my lower.
Then buy the fucking thing. Stop talking about it.
I'm about to, but
About to. You said you're about to yesterday.
I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna put it on a card and pay half of it up front and pay the other half later.
Good lord.
I don't want to drain my bank account at one time.
I thought you was going to that match.
Huh?
I thought you was wanting to go to that match.
Oh yeah, that's not expensive, but I haven't decided if I'm going or not yet. I gotta decide tonight or by tomorrow morning before registration closes. It's really the main thing keeping me from going is the rain. It's been a lot of rain moving in and out around here, and it'll probably it's a good chance it'll get canceled. I don't know, but I will be home by myself this weekend, so I'll have absolutely nothing to do. Well, I have two choices: either stay home and do homework, or go shoot the match. You know, so.
Have you been practicing with that STI yet?
Not live fire, hardly any. I shot like 180 rounds through it. That's about it. And most of that was like I shot like I probably shot 30 or 40 rounds, just adjusting it, getting it to hit where I wanted to, and just shooting it, group shooting it and stuff. I really only did like drill stuff with it, like just 100, a little over 100 rounds. But I've done a lot of dry fire with it. I wouldn't be worried about taking it to a match now, though. I mean, I'm good with taking it to a match, so. I'm really tempted to register for this match.
Now with that one, the safety has to be on, while it's in the holster, right?
Yeah,
So you pull it out, then you have to disengage the safety, and then you can start shooting, right?
yeah. It's like simultaneous. Like as soon as my hand touches the gun, I'm pushing the safety down. Like the safety's off before even the muzzle breaks like the 90-degree, before I bring it up in front of me. So that doesn't slow me down at all, actually.
I think that's.
Huh?
Yeah. Well, I see what you're saying. Just gotta be careful not to.
Don't text Grabner yourself.
Yeah.
Well, my finger doesn't go into the trigger guard until the gun's out in front of me, so. But you do have a good point.
Yeah, very good point. Your legs are too fucking skinny. You'll blow your fucking leg off.
Oh, 40? Oh, yeah, definitely. Whole leg on.
Well, I was just thinking about the.
When your legs are like fucking like breadsticks, yeah.
Here, I'll
Like
put it on the
like an
side.
ostrich with a pistol on his hip.
Huh?
Nothing.
I said I'll put it in the side. I don't want to say it out loud.
Don't say his name 3 times.
No, I was talking to Chris. He said I was something with a pistol on my hip. He's making
An
fun of me.
ostrich.
No. I'm emu. They're meaner.
Ostriches are badass. Probably the most badass non-flying bird.
What about penguins?
Fuck penguins. Fucking think they're all that fucking cool ass shit in their little tuxedos. Fucking aristocratic birds.
Alright, let's take a poll right now. Who's all in the chat? It's just you and Scott. That's it.
Wayne's in here.
Alright.
I don't know why there's Pink and Scott in here, but
Well,
or Pink
Well,
and
the
I'd like to know. Or,
one's a
I opened up the chat under Komodo Dragon browser, and it won't let me screen share.
Weird.
And I wanted to screen share that T-shirt for Marco, so I jumped on this account.
Let's see.
Alright, let's take a vote. Who thinks that I should either shoot the match or not shoot the match? Yes or no?
How much money is it gonna cost you?
$18 for the entry fee and probably like $10 to drive up there.
I don't know.
Oh hell, I'd do it then.
And 8 hours my time. But
8 hours? Good
close
lord.
to it, like 6 or 7. Good.
Can't you just
Yeah.
drive up there and like do a drive-by and then leave?
Yeah, just drive by, drive back. First place. Woo!
I mean, the only way you're gonna get proficient with that gun and see if you're gonna like it is if you actually go to a match.
Oh yeah, I'm
how
really
it
gonna
runs.
go. It's just like the main. I say the rain's the main thing. That and then my schoolwork is really keeping me like up. I have 2 tests next week, a term paper due, and a project to present.
Don't overexert yourself.
Yeah, school comes first.
And the match, there'll be other matches.
I know. If I was still shooting my Glock, then I probably wouldn't even think twice about going. I'd be like, nah, I'm not going. Because I don't shoot this match at all during the fall, like unless I just have like a really free week where I'm not have a lot going on. I can take off the weekend. I mean, my Saturdays are always free, but usually I only shoot twice a month during school.
Do you see what I put in the side there?
Yeah, why don't you want to say that out loud? What guy are you talking about? I didn't see that.
He shot the leg of the one target. Don't you remember that?
Oh yeah, now I remember.
He shot the ground and it ricocheted and hit the leg of the target.
Did it ricochet? I don't remember. I didn't
Yeah. I saw it hit the ground.
Oh, I wasn't watching him shoot. Like I didn't see it happen. But I remember the hit seeing the hole in the target, saying like, "Wait, at the bottom."
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty close.
Yeah, because I was like, oh shit.
I'm about to see some blood at your first USPSA match. That's how we do it.
Yeah, then you're gonna be on fucking Huffington Post with some fucking headline.
Hey, maybe I'll be on the side of the picture with the Gun Channels logo on my Air Pro. Photo up in the news picture. Chris, did you see my match photos
Hmm.
from Georgia State?
Yeah, you were weren't you showing them off the other night?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Well, I post them on the main page.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
see, it's like that. In that one, you can see the Gun Channels logo. It's on my Air Pro. I look so freaking awkward in those shorts.
Yeah, it's the shorts' fault.
Yeah, it is. Well, they're way too big for me.
You wore shorts.
The Georgia State match.
Were they Daisy Dukes? Because that's what you wear in Georgia.
That's why I what? That's why I wore what?
Daisy Dukes are what you wear in Georgia. I mean,
Yeah.
everyone knows that.
Duh. No, I didn't wear them. That's probably why I didn't do that great at that match.
You'd have gotten a lot more points from the judges if you did.
Especially if one of them was Stone Guy.
Good lord.
We gotta give him a hard time when he's not here. That's his fault for not being here.
Oh my God. Did you see the ass on that last shoot?
Sounds just like him.
I mean, the way he held that pistol, the firmness, the way the recoil reverberated down those Daisy Dukes. Ooh. 10.0 in my book.
Nathan, you do that a little too well.
I can summon the Stone Guy if I have to.
Whatever, all it takes is a Ouija board and a penthouse.
Have you guys tried these new Cheez-Its? They're freaking amazing.
I don't eat
Extra
that
toasty?
garbage.
Garbage, man. It's 100% real cheese.
Bullshit. Oh, yeah.
And like 90% salt. It's delicious.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 100% real cheese. I'm sure that's what cheeses are made out of.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what it says.
no, that's what cheese is made out of.
And Fruit Loops are made out of fruit.
It says 100% real cheese on the front. I believe it. No. So, no, it has flour, some vitamins and stuff, some vegetable oil. Some cheese is made with skim milk and whey protein and cheese cultures and salt and enzymes
You mean
Yeah.
rye protein.
and natto extract for color. Contains 2% or less of salt, dextrose, paprika. Well, I don't know why that's in there. Yeast, paprika, oleresin.
Color.
That's how you say it.
Coloring.
Yeah, for color. And then it says soy. I can never pronounce that word. But lecithin, however you say it.
Sounds healthy.
Yeah.
You should
mean-
just live with- that's all you should eat from now on.
Okay, so one serving size is 27 crackers. So, in 27 crackers, you get 8 grams of fat, and you get 230 milligrams of salt, 17 grams of carbs, 3 grams of protein.
Sounds healthy.
And it's got 6% iron. Getting that strong grip from my shooting.
That's just the metal shavings from the processing machinery.
Yeah, exactly.
That iron wasn't added. It's just the stuff that pulled in.
Wasn't intentional.
Yeah, and try to cross-reference how much cricket legs have for value in certain things.
Well, that's why these are the extra toasty. It gives that extra crunch.
Sure,
That's why this makes them so freaking good.
it's cricket legs.
Well, as long as they're organic crickets, it's alright.
Freshly scraped off the windshields.
Oh, so I guess that's a no for everybody. Thinks what's the vote for the match? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Schoolwork.
No.
Do your homework, kid.
Why do you have to be so responsible? I'm thinking about it. I don't know. Well, you know what? Here's what I was thinking about doing.
I'm thinking about your future. That's what it is. Do you want to graduate with a 2.0 grade point average? Could you?
Oh, that'd be fantastic. Just kidding.
Oh,
No.
that'd be an improvement.
That'd be an improvement. I'll be doing great. Look, Ma, straight C's. No, but I was thinking about registering and then depending on how things are looking Friday night, deciding whether or not I'm going to go. The only thing is, I do kind of feel bad about registering for it because this match you can't self-withdraw from it. Like you have to like request to withdraw, so then like you gotta send them a message like, hey, I can't shoot the match, and then they just drop you from it. Which I mean, they don't care, I guess, but it's like the second time I'd be doing that, or third time.
For that same place?
Huh?
For that same place?
Yeah. Yeah. They're the only ones who use this registration website. But even if I did, I mean, it's better than registering and not showing up, because then they have to like remove you from the score sheet before the match starts, and it takes up time. That happened last time we were freaking there. Literally, it was supposed to start at 10:30. We didn't start shooting till like 11 o'clock because we were waiting for them to get the tablets. Like all the people who weren't there deleted off of it. It was insane. Really, if I knew the weather was going to be nice, I would go no matter what. Oh, I'm so tempted to register. I can't decide.
DB brought up a good point in the chat.
I just saw that when you get 40% lead. That's right. So it gives me that extra recoil management on that weight. Core 3 guns talking about getting hit with ricochet. That's nothing, man. I was bleeding down my leg one time when I was shooting still. That's what 40 will do. I was shooting some poppers and like the last couple too.
That's what wearing Daisy Dukes will do.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why you wear pants.
I got those tactical pants, man. Tactical Kydex armor. Not Kydex, tactical Kevlar armor, is what I meant to say. But, yeah, I was shooting the last one or two, and then I felt something hit my leg, and I was like, what was that? I was thinking, what was that? Like, this is my last, first finish. I'm like, I don't know what that was. Anyways, so I was focused on, like, clearing the gun and holstering it or whatever. Then I walked through the whole stage and what they would call my targets, and I started walking back to the back of the shooting area to reload my magazines, and I was like, what was that I felt on my leg? I forgot about that. I looked down, there's blood running down my leg. I'm like, oh, great, got hit with ricochet. It wasn't bad, just a little cut. I've seen some pretty bad ones, though. I've seen some that where the case separated, like an open gun, so like a case failure, and it like, a piece of the case hit him like right in the crease of his nose, like in between his cheek and his nose, and it made him bleed down his face. Then the other guy I shoot with, he was I think he was at his friend's gun store or something the other day, or it was a range or a gun store, and he had some rounds he was testing in his open gun, and they had a 55-gallon drum like full like ballistic gel or whatever or something like that. I don't know if it's water or something, but it was something that was just like a test, like a test barrel to shoot into. And he was sitting there shooting it, and he looked away, talked to somebody to say something, and he was shooting, and it got close to the edge of the barrel, and he shot the edge of the 55-gallon drum. So I mean, he was standing like right in front of it, and two pieces of jacket went into his face. He had to pull one out with tweezers, and like it went in and then up, so like he had to dig it out. He said it was pretty bad.
You saw pictures of that M44 I posted, didn't you?
No.
The one that exploded at the range?
44. Oh, the Mosin?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they were like the stock split in half.
Oh, everything was split in half.
Yeah, I remember that now. Pretty bad.
Yeah, it cut them up pretty good.
All right, screw it, YOLO. I'm registering for this match.
Yeah, you can always retake the classes next semester, can't you?
Yeah, exactly. That's okay. I'll have all day Sunday. I mean,
So if we see you on gun channels, we can kick you out.
yeah, exactly.
Go do your homework, kid.
Is it already 12 o'clock? Thank gummit. I don't know. I hope my car makes it up there. That's one thing too I'm kind of concerned about is since no one's home right now except for me for the weekend. Then my if something happens, I won't have anybody to come pick me up or anything. I mean, I drive like I drive a 2000 year model Honda, so actually I changed the transmission fluid today because I don't know. I think the transmission's gonna need to be replaced soon. Because every time it shifts gears, like when it gets into high RPM, it usually does it like in the lower gears, because the lower gears, the RPMs are a little bit higher when it shifts. It'll like make this like this vibrating noise, like kind of like a crackling, vibrating noise.
From riding the clutch.
I guess I don't know. It's automatic,
Oh.
so I mean I don't know what it's doing, but yeah, it'll make like this weird like not grinding noise. Like I said, it's like a vibration type crackle noise, and then it shifts gears fine. If you ride it real easy, you barely even hear it. Like in the higher gears, you can do it. But I'm gonna see. I'll put transmission fluid in tonight, changed it out, and I drove it up the road for a few minutes, and it's still doing it. Doesn't seem that bad. So maybe tomorrow it'll be completely different. Hopefully it'll be fixed. The oil will get down into the transmission real good. I don't know. We'll see. It's been doing it for a while. It may just be I don't know. It may just be something. It may be something that's just loose on the car, and when it gets revved up, it rattles. But whenever the car's sitting still, it doesn't do it. Like after I changed the fluid in tonight, and I got back to the house, I parked it in the driveway and revved it up past 3,000 RPMs where it had been making that noise at, and it didn't do it. And it was just sitting there. So it tells me that it's not the engine most likely, and it's happening whenever it's changing gears. It's got to be something with the transmission. It's a good chance of it. So that's another reason I don't
How
want to
many
buy
miles is on it?
my 315.
Nice.
Yeah. That's another reason I don't want to buy my AR lower right out, because I might have to pay for a transmission soon. Who knows? I don't know. I'm about to click the match to register for the. I'm about to click the button to register for the match. Are you gonna stop me?
How many miles away is it?
Oh, I don't even remember. Let me check.
You said, well, how many hours away?
It's 2, but that's because it's really not that bad of a drive. It's like 30 minutes of that drive is me. It's like me getting to the interstate. So once I get to the expressway, it's like a straight shot up there. It's not bad at all. It's a really good match. Like if it wasn't a really good match, I would never shoot it. But it's a really fun match. I always have good stages. Oh, I got my computer. Let's see. Spartanburg weekly weather. That's where it's at. It's in Spartanburg. Oh wow, precipitation is 0%. Oh my gosh. Oh wait,
So nobody's registered for it?
freaking A. No, it's got some. I think the max is like 80 slots. It doesn't show you it doesn't show you the registration list on this website. It doesn't show you the list until you register. But it says only 44 spots left. So that tells me there's probably about 30 something, 30 to 40 people in there now. Which isn't too bad for a winter match, A lot of people don't shoot during the winter as much. So I mean, during the summer they'll get like 80 people to shoot that match. Oh man, there's an 80% chance of precipitation Saturday up there. Scattered thunderstorms. That's why I really don't want to. I don't know. I mean, they'll let us know. They'll cancel it before I leave. You know, they'll take early land. Of course, if I do go shoot, that means I gotta load ammo for the match too. Which I mean, that won't take long. It'll take 30 minutes, but.
I wish you could block websites from coming up in your Google searches.
Yeah, you got to cut the. You have to go in and delete the history and the cookies because every time you type in an M, you get Mandic, right?
Say what?
Huh?
I knew that was coming. Okay. I was about to say something like that, but I was like, forget it.
Every time I type in Hotmail, it's HOTMALE. What?
I was looking at this German movie about World War II and a fucking I'm looking through Google.
Every time I type in hot German action, it always pops up the wrong thing. I'm looking for World War II.
Never mind.
Oh. I don't know. Here's some good information. The rain for Saturday, it's like real low until like 4 p.m. So like in the morning from 1 a.m. till 1 p.m. it's like in the 20 to 10% range. Then at like 1:30, 2 o'clock, it shoots up to 73%.
Yeah, the heat of the day.
We're at 79% humidity.
So, wow, you figured out in the middle of the night it's not going to rain there, but during your competition it will?
No, we start shooting at 10:30, so from 10:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. it'll be a rain, and it ends we get done around 2. I mean, it depends on how many people are there and everything, but 2 to 3, so we might catch a little bit of it. Who knows?
That's good. No, I do the same thing when I go hunting. I look at the rain stats and when it's going to pour or not, and figure out if it's just going to be like a blow-through squall that I can ride out, or if I shouldn't go there at all. You know.
Yeah, I'm gonna check the radar too. I always like checking the radar. Oh my God! Dadgummit. Let me put a screen share on. So this is the radar. All of that. That's probably why it's calling for rain.
Yeah, that was here in Texas, but it's not moving real fast.
That can be a good thing or a bad thing.
Let's see what direction it's moving into.
Let's see how to play this. There we go.
It's going west to east, and it's moving slow, so it may or may not hit you.
It's kind of going north a little bit, so it might just the tail end might just kind of sweep up.
But say with us, it kept pushing north with the hurricane winds from beneath.
Caleb's gonna have to wear his rain shorts to the match.
Maybe this is the rain they're talking about. No, that won't make it anywhere near. So Spartanburg's like right around in here. Let's see. In Greenville. Let's look at Greenville. That's what we need to look at.
That match is Saturday?
Yeah.
I don't see that big system being the problem.
Oh, what is?
Well, I'm just saying, I don't.
Oh, yeah, you think it'd be gone by then?
Well, that system is heading northeast.
Right, that's what I was saying. It's going. It might, the tail of it might just barely
I
dip
don't even
down.
think it'll hit you.
Yeah. Well then, we've just been having like it's just been like overcast here. We've been having like just persistent like light rain. So I don't know if that's what they're calling for up there. They said scattered thunderstorms though, so I don't know. I mean, it might be actual rain.
But the only way it's going to hit you is if there's a high pressure in the Midwest that's going to be pushing down, and it pushes that storm system back down at you.
Look at all this though. It's just sitting there.
Those are echoes.
Huh?
That's echoes.
What do you mean?
You always end up with I mean, if that's where the radar is, you'll get like actual echoes from the radar.
I don't know what that means, but I guess I can understand. It doesn't really matter. This is probably the same exact stuff we've been having. It's like just really light rain that just doesn't move anywhere. That's what we've been having like all this week. It's been so annoying. Literally, the sun has not been out in like 4 days. Well, I mean, you haven't been able to see the sun in like 4 days. So,
Yeah, I don't think you're going to have a problem.
okay, awesome. Yeah, I'll probably go then. I think my car doesn't break down. I'll just call if something happens to my car. I'll just call the gun channel's response. AC 130 or the payload helicopter come pick me up. Come pick me up and carry my car back home. Where's that at, Scott? That on the radar, that little red dot.
That's me.
Oh, that's way up there. Oh yeah, I'm about to say, like that looks a little real close to where I'm gonna be. And it's like, oh wait, that's not same place.
Yeah, it's going northeast.
All right, I'm gonna register. Woo! Just did. All right, pick a squad. Oh, let's see. I wonder if Nick is shooting this. Not if he is, I'm gonna try to shoot him. Nobody I know is shooting it. Oh no, I know him. Hey, production shooter.
So, with that STI, that's going to put you in a different class then, right?
No, same thing as when I was shooting with my Glock. See you, Chris. I already left.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm shooting with same class, limited.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was shooting with my Glock. Yep. Let's see.
Just instead of shooting Glock, you'll be shooting 1911 style.
You got it. I mean, something limited's pretty open-ended to what you can shoot in it. You can shoot a Glock 19 with, I mean, you can shoot a Glock 26 or whatever with like 17 round mags, whatever, you know. It doesn't really matter. There's no like weight limit or size limit. You just can't have
You
a
just
dog
wouldn't
fight.
wouldn't make power factor.
Oh yeah, you just shoot really hot ammo to make power factor.
Because it'd be like that guy with the.
The FNS, yeah, just too short of a barrel.
Yep.
But a lot of people shoot local matches with stuff that's not legal, anyways. I know they do, because freaking one of the guys last week had a squib, a 9mm round, and he reloads. So I don't know, maybe he just had a leaky case. I don't know what happened, but I was like, really? Come on. Probably what happened was the case didn't get any powder in it. He probably messed up when he was reloading.
So do they check power factor even at local matches like that?
No, it's not worth the trouble.
Okay.
And really, I mean, why does it like what's the point? So big deal. You cheated on a match that has no prize or anything that you paid $20 to shoot. Why do we, who cares?
So there's no prize at that match?
No, none of local matches have like any kind of reward. Or I will say the only thing you get like this match and another match I shoot here, they both give you like a free
Points.
match if you
Oh.
win. Yeah, if you win your division, there has to be so many people in your division for them to do it. But there's like 6 or 7 people or something like that. They'll give you a free match there. And then if you get like second or third place, you get you get your entry fee knocked down.
How does it, like those local matches, does that go towards your point system?
Oh, you mean the classification?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. They'll have one stage. It's a classifier stage that you shoot, and that's what counts for it.
Okay.
And those stages aren't designed by the people by the clubs. They're designed by USPSA. So there's actually like
Okay.
a book of them. They'll just pick one. They set it up, and then you shoot it. They send the scores off to USPSA, and they average them out. They rerun scores and give you a new percentage. And if your percentage, if you move up a class, then they'll send you a new membership card with a new class on it. So like when I move to B class, they'll mail me a card it'll have my name and my membership info on it, and by my division limited, it'll say B. Alright, I'm tired of sitting at my desk. I gotta move to my bed. He'll get out to shoot a match. I guess you'll have to wait till it gets a little bit warmer.
Yeah, they've pretty much stopped around here.
Yeah. Freaking pansies. Who cares? It's only like a foot or 2 of snow.
Yeah, I'm sure you'd be out there doing that.
Nah, I'm just kidding.
You guys have a state of emergency if there's a dusting on the road.
Touche. Have you guys already started getting snow? Any like around?
I think around the lakes.
Yeah. It'd be freaking amazing here if it wasn't for all this nasty like rain last night we were having. All this overcast rain we've been having. Because the temperature's nice now. It's only like in the, I don't know. Let me check. I'll tell you exactly how. 62 degrees right now. So I mean, it's like in the 50s and 60s all day. But it's rainy and chilly because of the rain. Everything's damp.
Hell, it's 64 here right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so all I want to do is make bad jokes. Do we have a topic to discuss here? Because all I want to talk is about how damp it is down in Caleb's place with his mom.
Oh my gosh.
I'm sorry. That was Stone Guy. Stone Guy said that. He's over here.
Let me get back behind the curtain over there.
Yeah.
Out
Is
for
that
10 minutes.
But do we actually have a freaking topic?
No, that's
Come on.
a lot of chat.
Come up with one.
How about this? How about you tell me, okay, I'm doing this we talked about this the other day. Remember my project I'm doing for the incarceration? If it's the answer to the crime problem, whatever. So,
Okay. So yeah, you have the paper on incarceration.
well,
You are pro-
it's a debate. It's a debate. Remember, it's a debate, and it's
Debate.
we're making a PowerPoint. But all I have right now is just research stuff, compiled everything. I've got to make the PowerPoint sometime this weekend and early next
Yeah.
week. But where is it? No, that's not what I wanted to open. Wrong document. There it is. So I have to do. So each person in the group, there's 3 of us. Each of us is contributing to the background and like supporting evidence of our side, and then
Yeah.
I'm doing violent, nonviolent crime definitions and their rates, because we're gonna put that kind of fact stuff in the slide, and then I gotta talk about the crime rate and the history of the crime rate and how crimes have changed. That's the
Okay.
part that I gotta get the research on. So I'm trying to figure out how to talk about like how crimes have changed, like, and twist it, and make it sound like that incarceration is a good thing.
Okay, so one thing you can state about crimes that over the past 20 years, violent crimes has been reduced. They have gone down consistently every year.
Hmm.
But with the advent of technology, people have been able to rob people electronically and via writing, printing checks.
Right.
That muggings have been replaced by cyber criminals, by illegal check cashers. So when you look at the fact that the violent rate of crime has dropped through stealing, but you look at the actual amount of robbery that's going on through stealing electronically, it's increased tenfold. So
So how do I?
the criminal that holds a 38 to someone and goes, "Give me your wallet," when they can just steal their credit card and rob them for far much more.
So how do I turn that around and help make it into a point of why incarceration is the answer to the crime problem?
So what we have here is we have people who are robbing people blind.
Hmm.
They are stealing from them, but they are not coming up and having to physically
Right.
beat them down. But they're stealing from them on much higher levels.
That's the reason we should go after them, and what you're saying, and they should be incarcerated.
They should.
So we shouldn't have this false sense of like, oh, everything's getting better and this this violent crime is going down, but at the same time.
So, Caleb, do you feel that crime is on the decline? Do you feel that you're safer now from what you see in the news? Because-
the news, or I don't watch the news, but
I mean, if you look at the statistics, you are safer than you've ever been in your entire life.
oh yes, that's true. Yes, I do believe.
You are very safe.
From the
Crime is down low.
Yeah.
Violent crime is on the
Yeah,
low.
I know that.
Guess what?
Right.
Because the criminals don't have to rob you face to face. So my only point is that you can make the judgment that crime is declining, violent crime is declining, but it is only declining because of our technological basis.
Mm-hmm. But then that also, I won't be able to use the other point of
Okay, tell me your
how
point.
violent crime's gone down because of incarceration. So I have to get rid of. I mean, that's one of the points I was going to use. Like,
Okay,
oh, well,
tell me
look at
what
violent crime, how it's gone down. That's 'cause-
Incarceration.
Huh?
Incarceration, what do you mean by incarceration?
imprisoned, in jail.
More people are in prison, therefore crime is down.
Right.
That's not how it works. Just because we lock more people up doesn't eliminate.
I didn't say I believe that, but I was going to use that as a point to the debate.
I
No,
was going to say, with more people in prison than ever before, wouldn't crime be up? Because people would have to commit crimes to go to prison.
Yeah, true. Or it could be that we've changed. Another one of our topics that another group member is doing is like the war on drugs. So you could say that a lot of the criminal justice process has changed, and a lot of people are getting incarcerated before they have the potential to commit crimes that they had, that they were going to commit possibly in the future. They got arrested for something like a drug charge or something like that, or some kind of robbery or something like that, instead of like aggravated assault or murder or rape, things like that.
well, the war on drugs is the number one reason that people end up in prison. But when you look at it from an actual point of view of how to prevent crimes and how to stop crimes and stuff, it's a little loopy there. Bear in mind, I'm on your side on this particular argument. I'm just trying to figure out how you're going to have enough statistics to justify your positions. Because they don't like those statistics.
Right. Of course, I'm going to use the old standby, the comparison to the UK, because they have a much lesser, like we actually met today as a group and we were researching together, and one of the group members said like UK incarceration rate is like 1.7 per 100,000 citizens, whereas ours is like 100 and something, I think. It's pretty high. It's like it's over 100, but under 200 I think ours is. I don't know. It's pretty high compared to everything else. But then when we look at the population of the UK, so it's like 64.1 million, and their violent crime rate incident was like 1.3 million. And then you look at the U.S. and the latest data for the U.S. actually the same year. They're both 2013, 2014 stats. The crime data for the U.S. was like 1.2 million, 1.1, 1.2 million, and 1.2 million violent crimes. But then we have a 318 million population size. So the percentages are way skewed. Definitely a lot higher percentage of violent crime incidents per capita in the UK. So that's going to be one of the things that I use in my presentation. Oh wow, this is interesting. Huh. Really finding the finding the data isn't that hard. I've found it's just putting it into a way you can use it for your argument and present it to the audience.
Hey, BE, are you looking at the lobby chat?
What's that?
Are you looking at the lobby? The external?
I am now.
Yeah, he posed a couple of questions to you.
Oh no, I wasn't saying the UK was better. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's in there much worse.
Yeah, I just wanted to say this, that the UK and them looking at statistics and everything, the funny thing is this, is that if they take guns away or keep them, they still have the same number of violent murders in the London area.
Yeah, no, that's what I was just saying. I was saying that the UK has a much lower incarceration rate than the US, but then their violent crime is much higher.
Yeah, but what he's saying is the reason ours is higher is because we have more drug offenses, more
more drug people in there than what they have.
Yeah, that's
And,
a good claim. I
and,
think I have
and
to find out to back it up.
the funny
Use it
thing
for
is,
support, but
is the anti-gunner's entire premise is simply this: that the availability of firearms causes violence and crime, and it's simply not true.
yeah. Well, it's
I
a
mean,
very
that's like
interesting.
saying the availability of drugs causes drug intake and overdoses
Right.
and violent crime. It's not true.
I'm not even using the firearm side of it because that's really not that important for the debate topic. But I wish that was part of it. It could be a lot. I'd be a lot more interested in researching that than I would regular incarceration.
Well, there's no correlation. That's the
Yeah, that's what I'm
thing.
saying. That's why I don't need
For
it.
a debate topic, sorry, I forgot about the debate topic. But for the debate topic, you have to anticipate their attacks.
Yes, we
and
do.
the
We have
thing
with a rebuttal.
is because of the way our politics are now and the way the media is now, you know how they're going to attack you.
Mm-hmm.
You know what they're going to say. So all you have to do is actually have the actual facts to refute them. That's the nice part. You have the actual. They think they have a slam dunk. You actually have the proof to refute them. So they have the popularity of public opinion. You actually have the facts. And in a debate, the facts
When. Yes. I do need questions for the rebuttal though. There's 3 people for each side. You know,
Yeah.
me and 2 others are the yes side, and the other 3 people are the no side. So all between the 6 of us, we get 15 minutes total for rebuttal. So it's not very much time. And so each side of the argument has to come up with questions, to ask the other side, and then also we gotta, like you said, respond to their questions. So I'm trying to figure out some questions to ask them for their rebuttal. Like we come up with a few today, and we didn't really work on a whole lot. We got 3 questions. We got like, what alternatives do you propose for incarceration? How would you keep violent offenders off the streets? And can you cite a system that works well outside of the U.S.? Those are the 3 questions we got so far.
So it's about incarceration. Okay. Give me a second. Tell me how the criminal justice system reforms criminals and causes them not to repeat their offenses. I mean, is that a good question?
Yeah, that is, because that'd be like, because obviously they're fighting for the no side. So it'd be like, all right, so if incarceration is not the answer, then tell me how criminal justice system. What did you say the last part of it?
Well, the question is how does incarceration of criminals actually reform them?
Right.
So my argument would be is it doesn't actually reform them in any way. Or
well, that would be for the no side.
Hold on, Caleb. I am channeling the girl Melissa in my debate class from 30 years ago. Hold on. So, how is it that the criminal justice system reforms people, yet produces more horrible criminals after they're released than before they went in? Can you answer me that?
Is that the question that I would have to answer?
No, that's what you'd ask them, right?
No,
Why-
I'm for
Why
the
is
yes
the
side.
person who comes out worse than the one that went in?
No, that's the question they would ask me. That's good. That I'm gonna write that down.
Okay, wait. What's your position?
Okay, the question is incarceration the answer to the crime problem? That's it. And our side is yes. So we have to argue why incarceration is the answer to the crime problem.
Okay.
However we define the crime problem is up to us. That's why it's kind of she made the questions kind of open ended, so we kind of didn't give anybody a major advantage or disadvantage depending on what side they got placed in.
So you're talking this is a hippie position totally. So you
Yes.
incarcerate criminals. What do you do with them? What? Okay, so Caleb, you have a criminal who has harmed a person, and you need to bring them in and make sure that they don't do that again. How do you release them on their own recognizance and make sure that they will not harm a person again? Because human nature simply is the fact that you will continue the misbehavior you had before, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a stupid argument to begin with. Don't lock people up. What the fuck do you do with them?
Yeah. I mean, that'd be a question they would ask. Yeah, they'd be asking us that.
So,
Or no, we'd be asking that because we'd be like, well, what else do you want to do with the criminal?
what's the alternative? What is your alternative?
I already had that one. Yeah, I have that. What alternatives do you propose instead of incarceration?
No, Caleb, I've got it. It's an excellent. Okay, so somebody breaks laws. You choose not to lock them up, but you need them to understand that it's not correct. So you lock them in stocks, in wooden stocks with their hands, with their head stuck through, and you have people parade by with rotten cabbages and rotten tomatoes, and they throw them at them and curse at them.
Yes.
And tell them that they are worthless human beings and the devil will possess their soul. So this is your solution to the current problem we have, or would you like to bring them in to the warmth and comfort of the current criminal justice system and retrain them to proper human disposition?
Yeah, get off the back like, oh, the criminal system isn't training them to be proper citizens. They're just going right back out again and committing the crimes again. But although we did find one of the other group members, I don't have the resource, I don't have the source with me on my computer, but he found a source, a legitimate source that said that like 82% of the people who commit recidivism, they recidivated back into the crime they were doing before. It's like property crime and things like that. So most of it's non-violent crime. It's just they're trying to survive or whatever. They're stealing because they're trying to to survive and live. So we could argue that people that are getting that out, it's not because the prison system failed them. It's because the society around them, they weren't society failed them outside of prison.
I'm sorry, but that's not completely true.
They weren't able to get a job or whatever. Obviously, there's a lot of blame on them. Yeah, but
the issue.
I'm just saying that for the debate.
Yeah.
Like the debate.
The problem with property crime and recidivism is a lot of those you have to commit a felony to go back into prison, and felonies are defined by several things. Usually, whether somebody commits a burglary, which means they're breaking into someone's house, that's a felony. And in most states, there's a specified amount that you have to steal. So it's not like they're stealing, gum from a store.
Oh,
they're
right.
stealing a car, or they're stealing a gun, or stealing a substantial amount, or breaking into someone's house.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like it's a low-end crime. They're still committing felonies, and they're still recidivating. Part of the problem is, I don't know if you've ever had a course in peniology before, or have you ever visited prison before?
Nope.
No. Well, the thing is, a lot of these
course in
people.
Peniology before, but prostitute didn't explain it.
That's a whole different crime.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, part of the issue of recidivism is most of these people are either coming from the inner city or portions of Appalachia, and they're poor to begin with, by and large. They live in poor communities. The people they socialize and their agents of socialization are poor, and as a result, they have very little education, nor do they, be honest, care about education, which is a serious problem. And it becomes a cultural issue where they think that stealing and selling drugs and doing things like that is acceptable.
I see where I could use that. I could say we could argue that. So because they're like you said, they're uneducated and they're the only thing they know how to do is to resort to that lifestyle. Is that the incarceration, we can bring them in, educate them, and
the bigger issue is social acceptance of that, I think, because their families, don't hold them to a higher standard, and you can get into the argument that most of these people are coming from one family member homes where they just have a mother, and so the support system of a mother and a father. I mean, it's far deeper than just committing crime. I mean, it goes into the breakdown, of the urban family as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have to call bullshit on that. For one,
you muted your mic, Brian. Right when you start talking, you cut off.
Yeah.
sorry, I must have muted myself. I'm gonna have to call BS on that. If you've committed a crime and you're released on probation or parole.
Well, probation or parole.
Commit any crime, even a misdemeanor or an infraction, you can be sent back to prison to finish your sentence.
No, you can only
that's what they call violating a parolee or a probationary person.
No, you're using the two terms interchangeably. Probation is for misdemeanors and parole are for felonies. Parole will send you back to prison. Probation will just send you back to jail. And you can
also if
but for our sake of argument,
if you've done your full sentence and you get out, you are still on probation.
Probation, yes. Parole, no. If you've done straight time in prison and you've done your sentence, they have no time to hold over you. Now, as far as probation goes, it depends because in most states, depending on what the offense is, you may have, the time that you may serve, say, for example, in prison, maybe, 5 to 7 years. 5 is your minimum, 7 is your maximum. So if you do the minimum and go on parole, you have 2 years over your head, which you have to either be reporting or non-reporting, depending on, the circumstances.
The level, yeah, depending if you're considered a high risk or not. Yeah, I understand.
Or if you had good time or not good time, it depends. And states vary as far as how they treat good time and, all that.
And also, the whole point about people blaming society as being at fault for failing them. No, these people have failed themselves.
Well, I don't disagree with that.
They know the difference between right or wrong, and they choose to do wrong.
I agree.
If they don't commit the crimes, they don't go to jail.
Yeah.
It's really simple.
Well,
you don't commit a crime, you don't go to prison.
Yeah.
There are a number of stories of people who grew up impoverished and have become very successful, predominant members of society. And the reason they did that is because they did not take the easy path. They didn't let people say, hey, it's okay to blame the system because everybody else does. They fail themselves. I'm wrong. Yeah. It has nothing to do with their environment. They know how to get out of it. They can do it if they want to.
I think maybe you're misunderstanding me because I agree with everything you say. What I'm saying is that they live in a permissive environment. And when you live in the inner city, the environment is as such that, stealing or robbing or slinging dope on the corner is more permissive. And as a result of that lifestyle and that permissive environment, they're going to be more likely than not, that criminal who's going to be a youthful offender who turns into an adult offender because it's part of the society that they live in. is what I'm saying.
Okay, you're right. You're right on that. I did misunderstand what you said on that. But again, it's still, you know, I don't know. It's still they're taking the easy way out rather than finding a way to be successful. I mean, and you are right. They do see that. They notice that they see people get arrested for dealing drugs and then they're out doing it again. You know.
Oh, absolutely. It's considered a badge of honor, and hey, it's considered a badge of honor in those neighborhoods that you've got a juvenile arrest record, because that means that you're somebody in the neighborhood who's got credibility. And if you've ever talked to kids on the street and dealt with them, whether professionally or what have you, you realize that their morals and their outlook on life is completely different than, say, somebody in the suburbs or in wherever, out in the county or what have you. They've got a completely different belief system. And that's why I say where it goes back to their culture and the area that they live in, because they have a completely different belief system. And essentially you have to change their belief system to try to make changes.
Oh, I totally agree with you on that. And it's like, again, it's like these after-school programs and things like that. They're working to help keep kids from doing things that they shouldn't be doing. And again, they learn the difference between right or wrong. But a lot of people, I mean, it's in at least American nature, I'm going to say human nature, for the most part, to take the easy path. And
absolutely.
Everybody wants to find the immediate satisfaction rather than the long-term satisfaction. So they go that way. So they knowingly make these decisions.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I agree with everything you say. I just I had to chime in there real quick. I'm sorry. I thought I heard you giving them the excuse rather than pointing it out.
Yeah, I'm just basically saying that it's a bigger issue than people make it out to be, because it goes into the family and the community, and that's the problem with. And I know I've listened to a lot of the the conversations that these guys have had. I listen to a lot of the podcasts, and until you've worked in those neighborhoods or worked in the prison system or law enforcement or for that matter even social work to a certain degree, you realize that all these kids have free school. I mean, just to use school as an example, all of them have the opportunity to go to school for free, especially in the large metropolitan areas. I live in an area, the city I work in is 830,000 people. The metro area is a little over 1 million. But, school is free, right? How many kids are delinquent and don't want to go to school because they'd rather just hang out on a street corner or, sell dope? More than you think there should be. And with all the problems we've been having with the schools and discipline lately, it's just indicative of a greater reaching problem. And it's kind of, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. You can give them free school, but it's their choice to choose whether or not to go or not. And it just, I think that's part of why there's so much of a problem with the generation of kids that we have today, is because they choose not to do the right thing, because the right thing isn't held up in esteem by their culture that they have.
I hate to go, guys, but I gotta be at work kind of early in the morning. I'd love to stay and get some more research for my project and stuff.
Later, B.
Thanks for helping me out, though. I definitely
good luck.
Go on now and try to get it done this weekend.
Yep. See you, man.
We're not presenting until Thursday, so I got a little bit of time. But
Yeah,
I'll see you guys later.
See you, man.
Okay.
Later. I got to roll too, but totally I'm on board with what you were just saying there. I mean, it's kids these days. They'll be held accountable. The parents, especially, that too.
Oh, I think a large part of it is the parents not holding the kids accountable. And then
parent
the factor of
care, and it's ridiculous. Ugh.
well, also the increase in single parenting is huge,
Yeah.
and
I don't care about
not having.
Hold on. I don't care about single parenting. I care about
Well,
dual parenting. A mother and a
though.
father who don't give a shit. That's what I care about.
There's a lot of that too, and it's I don't know. It's a shit situation.
Animal
and-
it, then I can accept that. But if mom and dad just are lazy asses, fuck them.
Well, the problem is in a lot of these cases, all these kids have is mom. Dad is either in prison or deceased or at an unknown location, or they just don't know or if dad even cares at all. The mom may be working, may not be working, but she has, and here's my issue, mom usually has multiple kids, and they tend to be from multiple guys and not just a single guy. But you have that as well. But the problem is, if you don't have any money, and I guess this is a philosophical argument as well, if you don't have any money and you're poor, why have a bunch of kids that you can't support?
Because the more kids you get, the higher the system, the more money you'll get from the system. That's
No, usually actually it's because they're just stupid.
Well,
it's not.
It's a combination of both, I think.
Having children unwed with transient boyfriends is a stupidity thing. It's not a money-making scheme.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, I think it is because we had this one customer who, just blatantly told the night cashier her story. She had the husband in the bedroom, the boyfriend on the couch. She was trying to get pregnant again because they were going to cut her off of welfare, and she had to have another kid so she could keep getting it.
And that does happen.
It's jacked up.
Yeah.
I deal with a lot of people where it's a single mother household or a single mother who lives with her mother. And, I'm middle-aged. I'm as old as the mother of the children. And, the mother of the children's like in her mid-20s, and she may have God knows how many kids. And I'm like, I'm old enough to be these kids' grandparent. Why are you cranking out all these kids that you clearly can't take care of? It's an issue of responsibility. I can understand if you have one kid accidentally, that happens. But, having a large number of kids, that's not, an accident. That's an on purpose.
Yeah, I was reading a story on Yahoo today about remember the one woman who her and her boyfriend drove into I think it was one of the Michigan lakes with the kids strapped in the back of the car. Do you remember that story?
Let's see, I remember the one like down in South Carolina, but I don't remember one with a woman and a guy.
The guy was a druggie,
mm-hmm.
and he didn't want to take care of the kids because they weren't his. He didn't want the kids around, so they drove to the lake and came up with this idea of driving into the lake, them jumping out and saying they couldn't get the kids out. Well, the guy is serving life sentence in prison.
Mm-hmm.
She went for like 5 or 6 years and got out. Well, she got remarried. Now she has 3 more kids.
Jeez.
And when she had the third kid, the doctor that delivered the baby recognized the mom,
mm-hmm.
even though she had a different name, and called Children's Services. And I guess in that state, they if you have a history of actions towards the kids,
Oh,
they
they
can
take them away.
they can take the new kids, just on the I'm trying, what's the word, preemption of it happen again,
Yeah.
even though they're
Yeah, she's declared an unfit mother. Yeah.
right. So I was reading that article today. I guess the new husband, the police have been called to that residence because he was into drugs too and everything else. But there's just too many girls out there popping out babies left and right.
Well, yeah, and I mean, if you can't afford to have a kid, don't have a kid. That's the responsible thing. You know? Hell, I didn't get a dog until I had a house and a yard.
Well, you also got to understand that, granted, this is kind of a hypocritical statement, but it's a fact that a lot of these people a lot of these women that are popping out kids, as previously stated, they are anti-abortion due to religion or family decision or whatever, even though they're probably most likely having premarital sex, unprotected sex. So when they get pregnant, they just have the kid, rather than aborting it or putting it for adoption or what have you. And that raises questions in other people's eyes too, like the anti-abortionists, pro-lifers. That's a whole other argument in that situation. That's also a major reason why we have so many people, women having children out of wedlock, is because
that's
they'll have the premarital sex.
Yeah, and that's a unique argument. Yeah.
Their religion says don't have an abortion, so they don't have the abortion.
Yet all other facets of their life, they don't follow any tenets except that one. Which, I mean, neither here nor there. I mean, that's interesting.
In that one, in that sense, most of the time, they don't get caught, but when they get pregnant, it's kind of hard to hide that, so they realize, and their families realize it, and sometimes families will look down or disown or send away or otherwise mistreat those women having kids out of wedlock, and then having an abortion on top of that, getting pregnant out of wedlock and then having an abortion on top of that, and to keep from being alienated from their families. That's why they follow that one rule.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's, yeah. And if you've ever, I don't know if you've ever been to a Planned Parenthood clinic or anything before, for any reason. I've been there, and the thing the girls you see mostly in there are college age girls who are there because, literally one slip past the goalie. And I just kind of found that odd, at least because I've had to go to a couple clinics before for different things, not personal, just professional, and to talk to people, and I'm like, these are like college co-eds in here,
Yeah, college kids are younger. High school kids. There's a lot of junior high school kids getting pregnant out here in Southern California. I actually think that trend is on the decline. It is more college age type, or not type, but college age women now. But I mean, I don't know how many times I've seen girls walking with babies in strollers, and and having them call them mom, and looking at the kid going, you don't even look like you're in high school yet, and not saying that, just thinking it. it's I don't know. It's something. That's a very touchy subject. So we'll just leave it at that.
That first one's a 16 inch.
Yeah, are you specifically looking for a 20 inch?
Yeah, I've been looking off and on past few months.
Okay. Yeah. What's that second one? Is that an 18 or 20?
The second one's a 20, but it's stainless steel. I'd rather have it either phenacite or melanite.
Okay. I'll keep looking.
That's the trouble I'm having. I see a stainless, fluted one on for Rainier arms, but it's like 500 and what the hell was it? It was like $590 something just for the barrel.
And you don't want 18 either.
Nah.
Okay. Well, there's 4 pages of uppers from this one company, so.
Yeah, Wayne. I didn't want to. I'm sorry if I misunderstood. I just thought you were saying that that company you were talking to me about in the external was more of like a budget type company.
Not that I'm aware of. That's what I'm trying to figure out. It's $200 for the one that they're selling, and that seems a little too good to be true. But I don't know what the blanks they're using are or their machining process.
Find a lot of 20-inch 5.56. It's
Yeah, definitely needs to be 223 wild. I just want to get, eventually once I decide to build the rest of the lowers that I have, I'd want to make one that's basically what you can do with the AR-15 platform in terms of overall like weight, but actually have it, have the most muzzle velocity out of it as possible, the most accuracy as possible, blah blah blah, while still having a threaded barrel end instead of a bull barrel too.
right. Yeah, it looks like all the 20 inches are stainless from this company.
Yeah, a lot of them are. For I guess it's nice and flashy. I guess nice bling or something. I'm just not into it. I don't want it. I don't want it to be blingy.
Yeah, 18 inches. As long as they'll go in the 223 wild with a melanite finish. All their 20 inches are stainless. Yep. This is a company that I got my 300 blackout upper from.
Was that a pistol build or was that a rifle or
Yeah,
carbine?
it's a pistol. It's a 10.5 inch.
Yeah, that's what I'd go with if I ever go that route. When I can actually afford it.
Yeah, I mean 10.5 inch 300 blackout, stainless steel barrel for $299. You can't beat that.
Was that a Slick Guns find or something?
No, I actually was just searching on Gunbroker one night, because I was looking for 300 blackouts, 300 blackout uppers, and came across this company, and I was like, man, that's cheap. Yeah, because here's the something similar to the upper I've got.
What's the finish on the on the outside and the inside?
What do you mean? That one I just posted?
Yeah, I'm scrolling down to see if it's listed, but
Let's see. See, the upper is black hard coat anodized. Stainless steel barrel, 1/7 twist.
it's stainless. Okay, so is it plated on the actual rifling or is it just left alone?
I think it's left alone. I know when I got mine, I had more of a detailed description list. Let me see if I still got it saved. Yeah, it doesn't say on mine either. Mine it just says mine has a Noden work stainless steel barrel.
Yeah, I noticed most of the stuff on Gunbroker, they seem more concerned with giving you their caveats than the actual specs. I don't think so. I think most people are either gone or asleep or doing other things. So I don't see it moving at all on the external chat either.
I was just trying to.
Well, you guys were talking about barrels, and I didn't want to interrupt, so
Oh.
I just was keeping my big mouth shut.
Oh, that was me posting those.
Just looking into anyhow. I don't have the money for it. So I think I will spend the money for a track line here in a couple minutes.
Did you guys buy any ammunition for National Buy Ammunition Day?
Yeah. Went out and bought some Swiss ammo for my K31.
Nice.
Very nice.
I bought my ammo before National Ammo Day.
Well, you know, I picked up a box of 38 Special. I found a pretty decent deal on them. So, they're just full metal jacketed stuff. But that's all I can afford right now.
I only did 2 boxes myself. I usually at least once a week I'll stop by Cabela's or something and buy when I'm starting to get a little low on or something.
Well, now that I'm working again, you know, I'm getting a little extra coin in the pocket, so it's like I think my next purchase is probably going to be 1,000 rounds of Tula 5.56 or 223. They got granted it's. I'm trying to find a better price, and I'm trying not to shop at cheaper than dirt, but $214 for 1,000 rounds of 55 grain hollow point. Granted, it is Tula, but it's still, you know, it's shootable ammo, and it's 21.4 cents a round. So it's kind of so far that's the best deal I found. Haven't bought it yet, but you know, I was looking at Freedom Munitions. They got a pretty decent thing. I think it was like $295 for some Rayman 5.56 Full Metal Jacket. You know, it's just I'm trying to find something comparable to the cheaper than dirt price. I mean, they're kind of like the evil Walmart of the firearms industry.
Yeah, I've heard some negative comments before about them. I've heard the same about Bud's Gun Shop a few times as well.
I'm checking. I just saw. Just got an email that on a sale on ammo. I'm trying to find out who had it. Usually, if I'm not going to be buying any, I just go ahead and delete the emails.
Yeah, me too. The one I got today was from Cheaper Than Dirt. I got one a week ago for Freedom Munitions, and then I don't know if you guys ever got to the site. I don't know how to pronounce it. Moonire, Munire. They send me emails from time to time, and yeah, every once in a while they'll have a pretty good sale.
How much? Oh shoot, this is out. I was gonna say, how much was that? 1,000 rounds.
It was 1,000 rounds of Tula 5.56 hollow point for $214.95.
Man, I've got to clear out my bookmarks. I know that.
Wow, $50 for a belt. This better be worth it. I take it nobody else is looking for anything firearm related at the moment.
I'm just looking through my ammo bookmarks.
Right now I'm looking at ammo. I'm probably going to end up getting a Glock 23 before the end of the year, but right now, I'm thinking ammo purchasing so I can go out and shoot more often. I'm saving up my penny to get a holster, an actual rig and belt holster and mag pouch from Nathan here pretty quick. So next couple of weeks, I'm going to be sending some money up to him along with my blue gun. I got a blue gun for my Ruger P85, so he can make it for my make the holster for me. And I'm just going to let him keep the blue gun. So I figure it doesn't have a good holster, so I might as well buy it one. Of course, if I don't buy the ammo and I don't buy the holster, I should be able to get my Glock 23 quicker, but I got, I'll have it by the end of the year, not a problem. And I'm even starting to, like, the only reason I was looking to get the Glock 23 was so I could throw different barrels in it and have different calibers. But, I don't know. I'm starting to think maybe I'll just get a Glock 19 and leave it as is.
I don't know. I'd probably go with if I was going to go with a Glock again, probably a 20 or a 40, a 10 millimeter, and then just knock it down from there.
Oh, yeah. I mean, eventually I would like to have a Glock 40 and maybe even a 29 for like backpacking and stuff up here in the hills. Because 10 millimeters is big enough to take down anything in our hills. So, I mean, up here in our mountains, we got mostly black bear. There are a couple of brown bear, but they're smart enough to stay away from humans for the most part. But like a just in case thing. But we also got mountain lions too, so they're not as predominant, but we do have them.
I just want it for the option. So that way you can knock it down to 40 or 9 millimeter or whatever you want.
I was thinking that too, but I can see the 40 working okay in it, but the magazines, you can. They're going to be a little longer, so you might have some feed issues because of the gap between the bullet, the end of the magazine, and the feed ramp.
What gun?
Like if you got a Glock 20 or a Glock 40, and then drop in like 40, 357 SIG, 9mm barrels into it, you might have an issue with the gapping between the round into the magazine. And I don't think they make 9mm magazines that would fit a Glock 40. And I don't even know if they have aftermarkets for it.
Extendos.
No, I'm referring to the width.
What about the 34? Isn't that the 9mm?
Yeah, but Wayne was talking about getting the 10mm version and then being able to throw different barrels into it to be able to shoot different rounds out of it.
Right. But I mean, the frame should be the same, shouldn't it? In the 34, the 35, and the 40, same frame?
I don't think so. I think 40 is bigger. It's built off the same frame as a Glock 41. And if G-Webs was here, I know he has a Glock 41, he could tell us if it's about the same as a Glock 34 or 35, but I'm pretty sure it's wider and,
He said drop length.
bigger. Yeah, the belt you dropped out there, or the link for the belt you dropped out there, the track line, that's actually pretty nice.
Yeah, 22 cents a round is the cheapest I can see that steel case Tula.
That's
Unless
still not bad. That's still a pretty good price.
Well, I mean, it's what it was $109 for 500, so that's still $220.
Well, I mean, what is it? That's $5 difference. You know, that's not really a big deal. And where did you find it at?
It was on SG Ammo.
SG Ammo? Alright, cool.
Yeah, I got tired of looking through my bookmarks, so I just went to Gunbot.
Hell, I was just looking on that. They got 1,000 rounds of Wolf Precision Ammo and or premium WPA for 234.
Oh, the gold?
That's not bad.
Yeah, I think it's SG Ammo that sends me all the emails about the ammos.
Well, I just bookmarked them, and I'll probably be signing in to get their newsletter here, so I get their emails and stuff. Yeah.
Let's see. Ah, shoot. Out of stock on the 1,000 round Tula. Everybody else must have been snagging it up from that email.
Yeah, probably. So, you know, I'm constantly finding like steel case 223 or 5.56 ammo, like in between like $220 and $250. So I definitely want to pick it up pretty quick before before they sell out, obviously.
Right.
But I would love to get my hands on like 1,000 rounds of brass casings, but you're looking at an extra. From what I can tell, if you look at the cheapest brass ammo I've found so far at 1,000 rounds is like 300, which is still a good price considering. But
yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about buying a Keltec, you know, and then telling Yankee about it. Told him how awesome it was, but you know, I
Put
don't
it
know.
up on Instagram and tag him.
See if I can copy and paste his little Yankee Marshall logo and put it on there. Man, he must be busy. Does anybody else watch the football game today?
Nope.
Bengals Browns. Bengals are still undefeated. Sorry if you were DVRing the game.
Nah.
It was actually a pretty close game for the first half. And then, actually, for the first 3 quarters, well, most of the first 3 quarters, and at the end they kind of broke away a little bit. But Manziel actually looked like he did a pretty decent job. It was just his receivers kept dropping the balls. He kept putting them where it's supposed to be. I mean, he had some bad throws, like most, you know, but his offensive line wasn't holding up for him, and he was still able to throw effectively. Well, they would have been effective if the receivers could have caught the ball instead of dropping it, but, you know, they're not too far off from being a contender. I mean, it's kind of hard to believe to say, but, you know, if they can keep their quarterback staff the same and then improve their offensive line, you know, they may not be playoff contenders, but they should be at least doing 50-50 or better next year. Well, guys, I'm going to go ahead and split. I'm going to crash out. But I just want to stop and say hey to everybody. I'll talk to y'all later.
Okay, man. Have a good one. I was just reading a story about a mass stabbing at the University of California.
Somebody not like the sushi or something?
I don't know. "18-year-old from Santa Clara."
That sounds like something you hear about in Florida.
Yeah, I'm not saying his name. That's what they want. So have you bought from them, Dead Horse?
Yeah, and I had no problem with them at all. I don't know this for sure, but I think that their uppers, or at least part of their uppers, I'm not sure how pieced together they are. I don't think they make anything in-house, but I'm pretty sure they buy a lot of their stuff from Anderson. Because I buy a lot of Anderson stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. I know, like, the barrel that was in mine was an Odin Works barrel, so.
Yeah, I bought a lower parts kit. Let's see, I bought 2 lower parts kits and 2 stripped uppers. And what else did I buy from? I bought something else from them. I don't know, but everything I bought from them, it was like identical to Anderson, identical. Like they used the same Cerro Forge uppers, but just I mean every little thing about them, especially the lower parts kits, they were Anderson lower parts kits. I mean that's what they were. They don't advertise they're Anderson, but I mean the coating on them, like Anderson has this kind of, I don't know how to describe the coating on some of their stuff. It's kind of like, I guess, like, I don't know, not wavy, but maybe kind of like, I don't know. Anderson just has a weird kind of coating compared to a lot of other manufacturers, and they were identical. I mean, identical, and that's how I was like, oh wow, these are Anderson. So, but I don't like it. I don't know that 100% for sure. That's just my, just for my comparison, is I think that a lot of their parts, or at least their uppers and lower parts kits, are Anderson.
Like I said, I mean, a lot of lowers and stuff, they're all pretty much all the same thing, just got somebody else's name engraved on the side of them.
Oh yeah, there's only like what 3 or 4 people in the whole country that actually do the forged lowers. It's just different machine shops are the ones actually machining them out.
Yep.
And I think the uppers are the same way too. There's like Cerro Forge and brass and aluminum manufacturing. But there's not that many companies that do them. But I'm pretty sure that they actually bought the uppers and the lower parts kits from Anderson, because just the coating that Anderson uses is just, I don't know, you can kind of pick it out, like you can tell.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got plenty of Anderson lowers. I know what that coating is.
Yeah, then you know what I'm talking about. Like I don't know how to describe it, good enough to, compared to others, but it's just different. That's all there is to it. So like you can tell, like, hey, this is an Anderson. And they've been around for a while. I know they've been around for at least probably 3 years. I want to say at least 3 years, because I bought my stuff from them probably like 2 years ago.
Oh, Anderson? I think they've been around
No,
that long.
not Anderson. The AR15part.com.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they've been around for at least like 3 years that I know of, because I bought my stuff from them probably like 2.5 years ago.
Yeah, same here. I've always wanted to get a full rifle from Anderson because they put that coating on it.
Yeah, I've seen like the YouTube videos of that coating of them just running it dry for like thousands around.
Yeah. Yeah, RF85 treatment. Yeah. Yeah, 85% less friction, 23% faster action.
Do they say anything about what that treatment is? Is it like some type of a Teflon embedding, or?
It says here uses nanotechnology. Let me see if I can. Let's see, the nanotechnology that injects calcium into the molecular fabric of the metal. So it injects calcium into the molecular fabric of the metal.
I wonder if that makes the metal like weaker or stronger at the same time, or?
Has to be stronger. Reduces friction by 85%. It wears with the metal. Under heat and pressure, the calcium nanoparticles elongate and form a protective barrier that eliminates the need for lubrication.
Well, how come they aren't selling that to the military then, is what I'm wondering.
They probably are.
Because that would probably be a good thing for the military. You know, they don't have dirt sticking to oil or anything like that, and no need for lube in the field.
Right. Yeah, an ancillary benefit arises because without an oily film to catch carbon particles, the rifle runs cleaner, much longer. A typical lubricated weapon traps the carbon byproducts from explosions. Under the heated conditions found in weapons, the gooey mess turns into tar, which bakes into a solid mass and fouls the chamber. The result is life-threatening weapons failure. RF85 is proven effective in the medical industry, in automotive and racing, and manufacturing. Putting it on bearings.
You know, I heard some things about like Anderson lower parts kits, like the hammer knot, because they have that funky looking hammer that they have a hard time, you know, igniting hard primers and stuff like that. And that's pretty much all I shoot is like Tula or Wolf ammo, and I haven't had any problems with my Andersons, you know, like lower, you know, my triggers or hammers. I haven't had any problems with anything I bought from Anderson, really. Like out of all the Anderson lowers I bought, I've had one where the pins just the pins are just a little bit too loose in it. You know, and that's it. Like out of all the Anderson lowers, that's the only one I've had a problem.
Was it the trigger pins?
Yeah, the trigger and the hammer pins, both of them are just like a little bit, for some reason, they're just a little bit oversized. And it's just barely. It's not like if you turn the rifle to the side, they'll fall out, you know, but like if the hammer and the trigger isn't in there and you try and slide the pin in, like, and you kind of shake it, the pins will walk out. But once you know, if the hammer and the trigger's in there and you stick the pins in, they stay just fine. But
Right.
On other Anderson lowers, I can stick the pins in there in the lower without a hammer and trigger in there and shake it, and they don't walk out at all.
Yep. Did you put one of those? What do they call them?
The K&S anti-walk pins, or whatever, or the anti-walk.
Yeah, where it has like the bars that go across.
No, I haven't. I haven't even built it yet because of that. So I just kind of threw that one up on the shelf in my closet, and I'll get to that one day, and I'll probably buy those pins for it. Right now, I got 2 builds going on, and one of them's just kind of a general build, but the other one's kind of a high-end build, and so it's taking me longer to build because I'm using more expensive shit. So it's
Right.
Plus with Christmas coming up and everything else, and plus I'm having to fork out several $100s a month right now to try and finish my bathroom, and I just bought a bathtub and a new like the whole shower valve assembly, and next month I got to buy the surround for it, and just it's costing me an arm and a leg, but at least my downstairs bathroom will be done once that's done. Some of the guys who make like airsoft stuff, like they make some of the coolest stuff, and it's like I wish they would make some of that stuff for like actual AR-15s. Like I was looking at this stock from like G&G Armament, I think it was, and it's like badass. I was like, man, I want that. Let's see, yeah, GG Armament. It's the GC-16 Predator stock.
I know my angled forward grip. I think that company makes airsoft products also too. Anderson Manufacturing has a Facebook page. Anderson's doing polymer lowers now?
Oh, I had no idea they were doing polymer.
Yeah, here. Polymer lowers and uppers. Blue, purple, and robin egg.
Oh wow. Couldn't they do better colors than that? I mean,
Believe it or not, we have a big demand for these collars.
well, I can see maybe for like women and stuff like that. Like I don't really know any guys who run that like Tiffany blue or that purple. Not that there wouldn't be some, but I can't imagine there's that big of a market for guys for those colors.
Wow, that's bright.
Yeah, that's like that Tiffany blue, or I think they call it, or
Wow, this is more green.
oh, is it? Does it say how much those are going for, or if they're metal reinforced at all anywhere, or
We'll find out.
like they're probably buying them from like New Frontier or something.
$176.56 or 59 cents.
Yeah, that's expensive for polymer. Like,
Oh, wait a minute. I don't think that's polymer.
yeah, it doesn't look like it because usually polymers don't have. Usually they're all one piece, like the trigger guard's built into it.
Yeah, this is. Yeah, these are all metal.
That's kind of cool looking.
Yeah.
See, I don't get people who buy that because then like I don't like you pretty yeah, if it's even if it's the lower and the upper, if you buy like a match set, nothing else on your gun's going to go with that really,
Yep.
And then trying to match that up, I don't know. It's,
I could go with that.
is that chrome or is that raw?
Raw. No, not anodized.
Yeah, it was so shiny, it almost looked chrome, like they polished it or something. Because
Right.
like the 80% one that I bought wasn't that shiny at all. Like,
So that's just pure raw aluminum right there. That looks nice. I like that.
you'd probably have to put a clear coat over it so it doesn't like tarnish or something at least though, to keep it that shiny. Here, I'll screen share this stock with you. Take a look at this stock.
And that won't fit on.
Well, I don't know. It says Milsim, like it's for airsoft guns, So I don't know if it's a commercial or a mil spec buffer tube type that, or if it's proprietary. I don't know what, but I just think that is like a great idea. And I don't know. I like the look of it, and it holds two CR123 batteries, and
Yeah.
I think that would just be badass. Like if it was, if it'd work out. But I was all looking at that. I got all excited about it. I was like, oh, I'm going to put that on this build. And then I'm like, oh, it's for airsoft. Shit.
I never thought about trying to put CR 123 or was it? Yeah, 123s in that one angled forward grip of mine.
Like my ergo grips have like a little compartment that you can put batteries in or whatever, but I don't know. I always feel like that bottom piece will just kind of, because it doesn't snap in, it's like a press fit, so I feel like they'll just fall out or something, and I won't notice, and I'll end up losing it. But these guys, this G&G Armament, when I was looking at that stock, I went to their website and stuff, and I mean their guns look pretty badass. I watched a review on them on YouTube, and I guess when it comes to airsoft guns, like these are like the ones that the guys who are like really into airsoft and actually go do like the airsoft wars. These are the guns they use.
Yeah.
Like I guess it's like they're really high end for airsoft.
Now, see, I know mine has a little snap door to where it snaps closed. But I don't know if I'd be able to get fit two CR 123s in there or not. I never tried it.
Yeah, you got an ergo grip on there or a Black Hawk grip on yours.
Black Hawk, yeah.
Yeah, well that's who ergo makes them for 'em. That bottom trap thing, it has like the bottom on that. It'll have like a spot where you can put two little batteries. I'm always afraid to put some in mine because I'm afraid that it'll fall out on me.
Right.
Because it doesn't really lock or anything. What sights do you have on yours?
They're just cheap knockoffs. I mean, they're push button spring loaded, but I actually got those sights for free when I got bought the buffer tube and buffer spring and
sweet.
the buffer.
Now, do you check on your buffer tubes that you bought, or are they the ones with like the dry film? Or have you bought any without the dry film and put any kind of grease or anything in there? Have you done anything like that?
No, I haven't.
I bought a couple buffer tube kits, and they were just raw aluminum inside. They didn't have that dry film coating, so I took some white lithium grease and rubbed it inside there and used like a wood dowel and got it all the way around, all the way back, and put it back together. And I don't know, it's been working for me.
Yeah, I just coated my entire spring and everything with Ballistol. Said, no, that should do it. Hasn't failed me yet, so. I like this. How to clean an Anderson rifle. Soap and water.
A garden hose. I was gonna say a garden hose.
Yeah, soak bolt assembly parts in soap, liquid detergent, and water for 5 minutes. Wipe the upper receiver and lug area clean to make sure it is free of dirt. Do the same with the lower receiver, including the trigger well, magazine well, and all other interior pockets. Use a bore brush through the barrel. That's it.
I don't know. My beat down M&P, I have like over 2,000 rounds through it right now without cleaning it. Like nothing at all. Like my bolt's so disgusting. When it finally fails, I think I'm gonna take some pictures of it, like how bad it is, and get a whole bunch of people hating on me on Instagram, like, how can you have your gun that dirty? And my Canic's almost up to 1,000 rounds without cleaning or anything.
Just factory lube.
Yeah, no, like nothing. I haven't touched it, like nothing. I haven't put anything in it, nothing. Just right out of the box. Right now I have 900 rounds through it.
I think DB's having nightmares right now.
Man, like I really wish I could hate it. I really wish I could say something, but the grip is just so comfortable, and the gun's just so accurate. It's the only thing wrong with it is it hits 6 inches low. That's like the only thing. Like that's like the only thing I can fault about this gun so far is that it shoots low. Oh, and Century Arms has like crappy customer service, but other than that, like. I've never had anyone tell me to take a file to a brand new gun, you know, to like brand new guns or.
Oh, to file down the sights?
Yeah, to file down 3 dot sights, you know. I've just never had, you know, a place say, oh yeah, you just need to file down those 3 dot sights, yeah.
Now, are they night sights or just?
No, they're just regular. I don't even think they have night sights for them. But I'm gonna end up buying like. I told myself that if this gun goes 1,000 rounds with no problems, that I'll actually go buy some like the CZ75 sights for it, some good night sights. So. I think it's gonna hit it no problem. Like I mean, the gun just it shoots sweet. It's so damn accurate. Like I was so shocked, and just everyone I've handed it to, it's you know I hate to say it. I love my Glocks. I love like the HK I got. I love my SIGs, you know. But this gun outshoots them. It does. I mean, it shoots tight groups, really tight groups, and I don't know if it's just how good the barrel is or if it's just more ergonomic for me. I don't know what it is, but it shoots really tight groups.
No, those are what? About $329, $3.50.
I paid $300 for mine out the door.
Nice.
And it's the flat dark earth one. And it came with like the holster and all that, and the holster is, you know, it's like one of those Serpa type retention holsters and all that. It's not like the best holster in the world, but at least they came with one, you know. It's
right.
And it came with like a cheesy little cleaning kit and 2 mags and they're 18 round mags, and I guess you can get like 20 round mags for them, but I haven't bought any mags or any extras or anything for it. And the trigger is phenomenal. It really has like one of the best striker fired triggers on any of my guns. I mean, it does. The trigger is just phenomenal. Super short reset. And I know everyone hates that decocker thing, but I haven't had any problems with it. Like, you know.
Right. That's what I need. Trigger gauge.
I want one of those Strike Fires, Strike Fire 1 or whatever. That's. I keep looking for a used one to pop up.
Strike Fire.
Yeah, isn't that what it's called? Is the Strike Fire 1? It's like the same guy who makes all those miniatures.
Oh. The Arsenal?
Yeah. Or okay, it's the Strike 1, not Strike Fire 1, but the Strike 1.
Oh.
Yeah. Like it's supposed to have like the lowest bore access of like any pistol out there.
Right.
Iraq Veteran did a review on it.
Well, Yankees got one.
Yeah, I know. Well, he has one of everything almost.
So what do you think? Electronic trigger pull gauge or yeah, it's just a regular mechanical one.
I just have a cheap Wheeler, regular mechanical one, and my buddy has like a $80 Lyman special digital gauge.
Uh-huh.
And we compared them side by side, and they were identical. And I was like, yeah, I paid like $15 for mine. But you know, they were pretty much like identical with it. Like, you know, yeah, it doesn't give you like the .02 ounce. You know, it's not like super accurate, but you can tell whether it's a 3.5 pound or a 4 pound pole, and that's all I needed.
Yeah.
I can't afford no $80 gauge. That's like a barrel or a rail or something for me, you know.
And look on eBay or Amazon. Let's go Amazon.
Yeah, I've seen a couple different makes of like the mechanical ones, and they're all like identical to the Wheeler. So I think like that the average mechanical one or like the most popular ones, they're all exactly the same. It's just a different sticker on it is all it is.
Right.
With, you know, someone else's name, but I think the same company pretty much makes all the same mechanical ones for everybody.
So you got Timney or Wheeler.
Yeah, and I think the Timney one's identical to Wheeler, isn't it?
Looks like Wheeler has like a piece of plastic inside a tube with the window cut the full length. And then Timney, well, the hell, let me just screen share this. See how has a little plastic knob there that rides inside there?
Yeah, that's exactly what I got.
And then this Timney, it's like pretty much the same design.
Oh, that's different. Yeah, but that one looks different. I can't remember what company it was. I saw another one that looked. It was a different name, but it looked identical to the Wheeler in every way, just a different sticker. Oh, you want to know what's funny? I was at the $1 store the other day, and I was just searching for some cheap things, and I came across an oil filter wrench, and that oil filter wrench is identical to the wrench that Wheeler gives you in their AR kit for your rails, for your, your free float rails. And I mean, it's identical down to like the little molding mark, like the little Chinese molding mark on it, like everything. Just, I mean, it is the same wrench. Like, but it only costs $1 at the dollar store as an oil filter wrench. I just thought, because it just has that cheap little like rubber strap, you know, that's adjustable coming out of it.
Right.
And I was just laughing my ass off. I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh, so I know where Wheeler's getting their barrel wrenches at. Or not barrel, but rail wrenches at. Let's see here. Wheeler AR kit. Right here. Let's see here. Okay, I'll screen share this with you. All right, you see that little blue wrench right there? With the strap?
Yeah, I spent the day putting up a couple more cameras on my system.
Oh, on your security system?
Yeah. Man, I tell you what, I love these cameras. And you can see everything. I mean, the night vision on these things is phenomenal.
They have like that built-in infrared.
Yeah.
You see that blue wrench there? That blue wrench with the strap on my screen?
Yeah, that was an oil wrench.
Yeah, that's the. I mean, it's identical. And that's why that strap's so big, is to fit around oil filters.
Yeah. Yeah, I like this thing.
Oh, let's see. Oh wow. Yeah. And that's like pure black out there. Like you don't got like house lights on outside or anything.
No, I don't have any lights here. This is all from the camera. There's a street light out here in front of this house over here. That's why the road is so white. Oh, here, let me switch another camera. Yeah, spider's already getting a spider web. But this is the backyard, and I don't have any lights back there.
Now, do you store those like on a DVR or something, or like does it go online to like a server, or?
This one, I can set it up to record with motion or continuous, and it stores on a 32 gig disk or memory card, little scan disk.
And how much recording time do you get for 32 gigabytes?
I've never tried. Trying to fill it up. I know I've got them all set to only record with motion.
Oh.
And
so if they sense motion, how long do they kick on for? Like just like a minute or like 5 minutes or?
it'll kick on for 30 seconds, and if it keeps detecting, it'll just keep recording.
How much did those cameras cost you?
Let's see, they're like $250 from Harbor Freight, and I found this monitor and the 2 camera system the Harbor Freight sells for $150 on eBay. And the additional cameras was like $65 each. Yeah, there's here in the back. There's an alley back here, but a little bit farther this way, there's a security light in the alley. But this right here, this is all light coming from the infrared of the camera.
And do they just like have a normal picture in the daytime?
Yep.
Is it color or is it black and white?
Black and white at night, and then color in the daytime.
Oh, that's cool.
It's got a microphone. Well, let me switch to.
Oh, so the camera has a microphone on it, so you can hear stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, that's badass.
You can hear stuff, and then where's it at? Right here. It's got a little button that you press, and a little person come up there, and I can actually talk.
Oh, so it has a speaker too?
Yeah, I can talk through the camera. I'd be like, "Stop! You're busted."
Oh, dude, that would have been like so good. Like, oh, dude, I could like have so much fun with that.
I know.
Like kids walking by the house, you just yell at them. What are you doing? Get off my grass.
Yeah, because I was playing with the dogs today. They were out there, and I was sitting there talking to them, and they kept, the male, he kept cocking his head because he could hear me, but he couldn't see me. Yeah, I'm gonna have to take a look at Huck's page, see if there's anything on there I like. I'll buy him a camera system for his house and do a little trading.
What does Huck sell?
Knives.
Oh, that's right. He's the knife guy. That's right.
Yeah.
What is his thing? Ghost Town?
Yeah, Ghost Town Custom Knives.
Now this is a pretty blue. Look at this. Right. Look at that. Oh, whoops. There you go. I think that actually looks pretty sweet.
That's more like a royal blue.
Yeah. But I want to find one of these at a decent price. I heard that these are just supposed to be like pretty phenomenal. Just
Well, Yankee thinks that you're coming out with a compact version of it.
it's supposed to have like one of the fastest like cycling rates or something too.
Yeah.
There's a video of a guy like shooting one full auto, and just it's amazing. Like just
Tell those digital trigger gauges only go up to 12 pounds. Well, I don't have anything that is more than 12 pounds, though, so.
well, that's because you don't own a Sig Mosquito.
True. Well, I've got a.
The single action on a Sig Mosquito is like 12 pounds. The double action's like 15.
I was going to say I've got that 640 double action only, but there's no reason why I'd worry about the trigger pull on it. I know it's heavy, so it's heavy for a reason.
Before I started doing my own trigger jobs on ARs, I have a couple ARs that have about like maybe 9-pound triggers at the worst, I think. 8, 9, 9.5, right about there. But I think those are about the worst triggers I have on any of my guns now. I think even this HK USP that everyone told me was going to have a pretty like rough trigger, I think double action on that is only like 7 pounds, and single action's like right at 4.5.
Yeah.
Like everyone, like they kind of scared me, like, oh, that's gonna have a horrible trigger. It has a combat trigger,
And I'm not planning on buying any New York Glocks.
Oh, do they have to have a certain pull weight?
The New York trigger, yeah, it's like 12 plus.
Oh wow. Do the police officers have to have that?
Yeah, that's.
Oh wow.
Yeah, police guns.
So basically, they don't want them to hit the criminals. That's.
Well, they just had that. What they were just talking about earlier tonight, where they were shooting the bad guy and shot 9 people around him and hit him once.
Holy crap! And how many cops were shooting at him?
I think 1.
Wow. I know a lot of the officers here, they have to keep like the same components or like certain components in their Glocks, but they take them to this armorer here, and he replaces those components to where they're still like department legal, but to where their trigger pulls are all lowered and their pulls are much smoother, but it still meets like, is it like 4.5 pounds or something requirement here? And so it still meets all like the legality, so they can still carry it, but they still get better triggers than what they come with stock.
Right.
And like he has literally like a 30-minute turnaround time, like because he has everything in stock. You just take your gun there, he takes it apart right in front of you, and does his thing. And I know a lot of the officers here do that. Because they want like the best trigger pull, they want a smooth, crisp break, short reset. They want all the advantages they can get,
Right. Oh, here.
Was someone in the chat earlier talking about that FBI agent who, like, I guess slapped some kid or something?
Oh, I don't know. I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, I didn't get to watch most of the chat because we had kind of like family movie night. last night I let the kids watch Full Metal Jacket for the first time, and then tonight we watched The Equalizer with Denzel Washington.
Yeah. Yeah, here's the other system that I have. This one's got a DVR. Comes with 4 cameras. The only reason why I like this other one better is because it's wireless. It's got wireless cameras on it.
Oh, so you got to replace batteries on them?
No. What I mean by wireless, it has like one cable going to it. That's the power.
Oh, okay.
But it's all radio frequency. This one has the actual video cables. I've got some of the cameras hung for this one. I just got to run the lines. But this one, I think it's a 250 gig hard drive. Sure.
250 gigs. That's a lot.
Oh no, 500 gig.
500 gigs is what like my laptop is. Like
Yeah.
that's huge.
Connects to a TV or monitor. But in both of them, you can have set up to where it, watch it over your phone. So.
Well, see, that's what I have like in my house, but I use an old Android phone, and then I use my laptop while I'm gone, and somehow like the program that's on it, I guess the camera's always on or something, and then it detects movement.
Right.
And then it automatically starts recording if there's any movement. And then I can, like, anywhere I'm at, I can get on my phone and, like, just look at my camera at home to see what my dogs are doing or whatnot.
Right.
Through my laptop. So, like, I just went the cheesy way without buying anything.
Well, what if they steal your laptop?
Well, I know, right? That's...
Calm down.
I think if criminals drive down my street, once they see all the police cars, they'll just kind of turn around and go the other way. They'll be like, no, not this street. Or pretty much not this whole neighborhood, because there's literally cop cars on every street in this neighborhood, so...
Why are you guys so wound up? All they want to do is play.
Yeah, I found out that, like, the little chihuahua I got, that I gotta, like, feed her honey every day, right? I gotta give her a little bit of honey, because I guess they have, like, some sort of hypoglycemia or something. It's, like, really common, so it's supposed to be good for them to give them a little bit of sugar or honey or something. So I've been giving her, like, a little bit of honey. I put a little bit of honey on a dog bone and give it to her, and, man, after I do that, it's like she's on crack. Like, she will not leave me alone. She goes and terrorizes both my other dogs. She's just all over the furniture, running around, like, for like an hour, and then she crashes hard. It's funny.
Yeah, these two, my gosh, they play hard.
Well, before I started giving her the honey, like she would sleep all day, sleep all night. She never, like, all she did was sleep and just, And my girlfriend started researching it, and she's the one who found out that, like I guess they have that hypoglycemia or some kind of problem like that, and I'm supposed to give them honey. And after that, like she has a lot more energy now. Just not only the hour after she eats it, but like throughout the whole day now. It's kind of like I think helped because she's just way more of a terror now. It's like I kind of like liked her better when she all she did was sleep all day.
I wouldn't mind it so much if my little girl here wouldn't try to jump up on my lap all the time. She's almost 70 pounds, so.
Yeah, that ain't no little girl.
Yeah, she can't crawl up on my lap anymore. Now our brother's on. He's just shy of 60, but he can still, jump straight up in the air, and I mean he can, jump almost 6 feet straight up in the air, so he can jump up in my lap.
Oh, I guess Black Ops 3 came out tonight, so everyone's standing in line for that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That's like what's all over my Instagram right now, is it just a bunch of pictures of like people standing in line or taking pictures of their new Black Ops 3. And it's all these gun channels. They're all like, oh, look at my Black Ops 3. They're actually like posting pictures of like their Black Ops guns, like on the video game.
And I tell you what, that little 22 knife gun that G was taking pictures of, man, that thing's nice.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, wait, what is that? Like, what? Like, is that like an actual production knife? Like, is that like something they made in quantity or a one-off or what?
Let me see. I know he posted how many was made. There wasn't too many made.
Oh, did he? I didn't see where he said that.
At least I'm pretty sure. Let's see.
Like it was called like a Brown or something, right? That's what I.
Powell and Brown. Made in Tucson. Yeah, I don't think there was too many. It was a limit, like a no NFA paperwork. It has a trigger and grip, made USA.
Why would it have NFA paperwork? Are some like of those ballistic knife things? Are they NFA items or?
Well, it's because of the 22 on it. It's got to have a trigger and a grip
Oh, okay.
so it's not like any other weapon or. I forget what it would classify it as. It's almost like that pen knife or pen 22 that he's got that actually folds. And when it folds, a trigger pops out. So that made it to where it wasn't an NFA item. Let's see. Let's see. There it is. Get down. These were made between 1993 and 1995. Let's see. What else does it say? I'm not seeing anything yet on production numbers. Well, they've made at least 117 of them because the one pictured here is serial number 117 on this one that I'm looking at.
I wonder how much those go for. I bet that, like a lot, probably like what $1,000 you think, that much or less or?
Yeah, the description for the one that sold at an auction online or an online auction, or this is the description for one that sold at an online auction for $931.
Wow. I wonder what the holster would look like for that.
Oh, you didn't see it?
Oh, Did he post a pic of the holster?
Yeah,
oh,
here.
he did. Okay. Oh, it
just
looks
a
just like
sheath.
a knife holster.
Yeah.
Or like a knife sheath. Like, to me, it seems like the barrel's too long. Like, the barrel should be shorter so you could actually still kind of, I guess, stab someone with the knife.
Well, this one has a 2-inch barrel. See this one?
Okay, yeah, more like that. That's what it should be like, yeah. Yep, that's exactly what it should be like. Because the one G-Web's posted, like, all you could really do, I guess, is cut with that one, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, but I like all the engravings on his.
Yeah, his looks way nicer. His is like more of a display piece or something.
Right. Oh,
What is that?
okay.
That's definitely like a cap and ball, it looks like.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Probably got like 6 barrels on it.
Does it rotate?
I think so.
Wow, that is sweet.
Yeah, they're numbered too.
Did that go on a cane or a umbrella or something? Because just the handle on it almost looks like it would go into like an umbrella or a cane or something.
Well, that's just a little sheath type thing.
Wow.
It's almost like a kukri type sheath. Dual cannon gun. Both barrels are mobile. What?
So you can like swivel the
Oh,
barrel or?
yep. Yeah. Right there, they're together. Right there, they're spread apart.
Wow.
Yeah, go ahead and run in different directions. Bang! What?
A
Fishing
fish
hook
hook
gun. Oh, crap. The hell?
That's a gun? Is that like a
Yep.
pinfire?
Yep.
Wow.
Watch gun.
The 2 mm pinfire gun guy.
Uh-huh.
That's on Instagram. I bid on one of those ring guns that he had. He had them on
Oh,
eBay
did
for
you?
sale. Yeah,
Yeah.
I bid all the way up to I think over $300, and then I can't remember. I think they sold for like close to $6. One that he had on there that I was bidding on, and I bid up to like $350.
A whip gun.
Indiana Jones.
Yep. Espionage gun.
.12 caliber.
Yep. A key gun. There we go. Sleeve pistol. A lock gun.
What? Wow, that's crazy.
Oh, right there's the barrel.
So does like sticking the key in it and turn it fire it?
Yep.
Wow. I've
A
never
light,
seen anything like that.
4mm lighter gun. Zippo. Crucifix gun.
Does that have like 3 different barrels?
You could probably shoot it either way. Yeah, short range and then long range.
There's one of those ring guns.
Yep.
That's what I was bidding on, except the one I was bidding on looked a lot nicer than that one.
Yeah. American Derringer model ping pistol. Ping gun. Transforms from a pen to a legal pistol in seconds. Now, I don't know if this is the type that G has or not. If I'm not mistaken, I think this one, bends and then exposes a hammer. The one G has is threaded though.
Haven't you learned to
Amy?
get off that page? You're gonna
Yeah.
go broke.
I was watching some show that was talking about like covert guns, and I guess like the CIA or maybe it was the KGB or one of them had a gun that was like a woman's type of undergarment private area gun. But I guess that went up inside. Like,
Yeah. I'm turning your volume up, PBR. I can barely hear you.
Really?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
There, you should be good now.
I don't know what's going on. How's that? Is that better?
Yeah, I've got your volume turned up, so.
Weird. You're gonna go broke looking at that page.
I'm not buying anything. We just got on the subject of weird guns.
Oh, is
Handicap gun?
that a different? Oh, it's a different one. I thought you were on that auction again.
Oh, no.
a handicap gun?
That's all of them.
I always wondered what you do if you lost a couple fingers in an accident. You'd be screwed. I mean, think about it. Guns really depend on how many fingers you have.
Yeah. There, you might like that one, PBR. It's a double barrel.
Weird.
And when they take off running in separate directions, you can split the barrel.
Huh. Don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah, I still don't see anything about where it would say how many of these were made. Let's try this one. Oh, that's the same one I was on. Let's see.
There's just like I have like watched all my TV shows. Now I'm just like, what do I do now? I want fucking Hell on Wheels to start back up.
Yeah, it's definitely been a dead night.
Yeah, it is. It seems like that's happening more and more on gun channels.
I know what you need for your security system.
What?
Look up the Smart Arrow.
Smart Arrow?
Yeah, the Smart Arrow. The Israeli military made it. Here, I'll screen share it with you. Here.
Oh, I was getting ready to type it in. Let's
Like,
see. Good.
this is a more recent invention, but it's made battlefield intelligence much more dependable. The Smart Arrow was developed by the Israeli military to help in urban combat. Shot from a rifle, the shell embeds itself into a wall and activates an array of embedded cameras that wirelessly transmit video back to a receiving station up to 300 feet. And it can even swivel to adjust the viewing angle after it's been fired.
Yeah, but how many cameras is on it?
It says an array. I don't know. So I'm guessing several. The glove pistol. Oh, you punched him and then it shot. Wow. Lipstick gun.
There you go. Gotta think about the rats.
Didn't we actually do that to like Japan or something? Or that was with bats, right?
A what?
We released bats with bombs on them in Japan.
Oh
At
hell, I
one
don't
time
know.
to start fires. I think we did that. Maybe it was to someone else, but I think it was Japan. and diabolical spy weapons.
World War II.
I don't think that was the U.S.
Yeah.
No, I watched a
Bat
documentary
bombs
about
of
it.
World War II.
Yeah, I watched a documentary. Supposedly it somewhat worked because it started a whole bunch of fires.
Guess I was wrong. Well, couldn't be any crazier than their balloon bombs. Isn't any crazier than the Russian dog bombs. Or dog mines, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Only problem with it, dogs can't tell which is a German tank and which is a Russian tank.
I'm reading it right now. Oh, it was canceled. It was a plan, but it was canceled.
What was canceled?
The project.
For the bat bombs?
Yeah.
I thought
Eventually, the Marine Corps took over the program and conducted tests beginning in December 1943. After 30 demonstrations and $2 million spent, the project was canceled.
Can't imagine why.
Most people believe it's because the U.S. realized that all resources should be concentrated on the development of far more powerful weapons, the atomic bomb. Adams, for his part, went on a variety of crazy schemes. Right after he advocated bombing the prairies with seed packets and patented that scheme, and finally, after moving to Washington State, he tried to garner interest in a fried chicken vending machine. Shit. Yeah, here's a picture. Here's a picture of the incendiary bomb. Thing's bigger than a bat.
See, I swear the documentary thing I watched on it said that like they actually released those in Japan and it started fires, or maybe it got out on a military base and started fires. I swear, like they said that it like actually worked.
Let's see these three pictures. Lyle, Adam, loading bats into containers. Number 2, which is this one. The bat container being airdropped in a test. Number 3, the fire that accidentally released bats started at an Air Force facility. Project X-Ray. Shh.
Okay, they were released in a mock-up of a Japanese city.
Well, considering you could probably burn down a Japanese city with a lit cigarette, I'm sure it wouldn't take much.
Yeah, it was a dentist who made him, who was a friend of
Eleanor.
Yeah.
Eleanor Roosevelt.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't think he was friends with any bats.
The bat bomb. They've got videos of it.
I went to an exhibit where they had a mock-up, and then they had the real deal of one of the balloon bombs that were dropped on the West Coast.
All right.
Holy shit! The mock-up Japanese village that they burned with the bat bombs is where I live, like Dugway Proving Grounds here in Utah. Oh wow!
Balloon bombs actually killed people in Oregon. I don't know if they did in California. I know they set fires, but some kids found one in the woods. Forgot where it was, and hope for being kids, and it went off and blew them to Kingdom Come, which is fucked. It was so fucked that after the war, the Japanese guy that I think he was either in charge of the program or he invented the program of balloon bombs. He felt so bad about children being hurt by it that he dedicated his life to coming and helping the town that the kids were from here in Oregon. Can't remember which town it was, but it's one of the a southwestern Oregon town near the coast. So at least there's that. At least he felt bad. If you ever, let me try to find it. There's a video of how they work. It's like a U.S. Army training video. So you know what they are if you're, I don't know, or maybe an ordnance person or something. And they're not just a bomb tied to a balloon. They are insanely complicated. And they're it's pretty fascinating. Let me find the video. Yeah, here it is. Make sure it's the right video. It's a little bland, but if you're into weird gadgets and mechanisms and it's pretty interesting. It's it's a machine. It's not just like I said, it's not just a balloon, a string, and a bomb. It's like this mechanism of blasting caps and stuff that at certain altitudes blow and drop ballast and keep the thing. It's amazing actually how complicated it is.
Have you guys seen that movie Unbroken yet?
Yeah.
I watched that the other night for the first time, and wow, I can't believe that a lot of the other guys actually apologized to him, but that what did they call him, the bird? He refused to apologize to him.
He went into hiding, in fact, and he was supposed to go to a war crimes trial, and he basically went on the lam for the majority of his life, and finally, the U.S. is trying to. After a while, the U.S. is. Let's face it, a lot of the Japanese got quite a big pass, whereas a lot of the German war crimes. I mean, people are still being tried for German war crimes. You know what I mean? To this day, they're in the 80s and 90s, but after a while, the Americans just gave up, and I don't know if the Chinese ever really tried to push anything themselves, but yeah, he just basically stayed on the lam long enough that we just gave up, and then he just lived out the rest of his life.
So those balloon bombs made it to the U.S. in 4 days.
Oh yeah. Like I said,
They were actually released from Japan.
there's only, I think there's only a few, only two places, or there's only a handful of places that ever mainland that ever came under fire, and there's a couple places in Oregon, and I think a couple places in Northern California that came under fire from Japanese submarines and these balloon bombs. And there was a couple forest fires that got started, I think, in Oregon and California also.
You know that famous picture of like I think they called it like the battle over L.A., where they say that they like shot a flying saucer.
Yeah.
You know, do you think that might have been one of those balloon bombs?
It could have, yeah. I think that was post World War II though, wasn't it?
No.
Oh,
No, I think that was during World War II because they had all the artillery and machine guns out inside the city.
Yeah, it was right after the bombing of Pearl Harbor.
well, it also, I mean, there was like a whole Oregon militia thing going on. There was like this group that was like guarding the Oregon coast and things are getting wild. Like at the beginning of the war, things got really wild on the West Coast. Like the West Coast was like full, like, you know, civilians are arming themselves and, like, you know, squirreling away, like, you know, it's like prepping basically. And like our militias were like patrolling the coast, and meanwhile, like New York City, it was like full lights and and business as usual. And German submarines are sitting outside New York City looking at it like, what the fuck are these people doing? You know, just like we could fucking start sinking ships. You know, they could see all the ships because they're perfectly silhouetted by the city lights. So it's like, so which side of the coast you're on, it seems like there's a far different mentality.
Like there's that famous quote by one of the Japanese, was it one of their generals or was it their emperor, that said like behind every blade of grass there'd be like an American with a rifle?
Yeah.
Can you know, on that, I guess they were actually considering invading America at one point until he said that?
They did. They invaded the Aleutian Islands for quite a while. They were there before we went up there and kicked them out. They killed a few American civilians too, and a bunch of natives like took off. I guess Alaska wasn't a state then, was it?
No.
Can you imagine if like guns were like outlawed in America, like at that point?
Yeah, but it's the same thing as like it's the same thing as with the Russians and the Germans. You can really easily overstep your logistics if you go too far, if you travel too far. So they could. I mean, it would be entirely possible, but it would have to be like the Japanese would have to finish off the Chinese, and the Germans would have to help them, and also at the same time they'd have to finish off the Russians. But they sure shit shot at us.
I heard the reason that the whole reason why the Japanese did Pearl Harbor was because like we did these trade embargoes on them and we were blocking ships and stuff to them.
We were they depended on us for a lot of oil, or a lot of things, and also we had like we were the Philippines were one of our colonies, for lack, or whatever you want to call it. It wasn't obviously Philippines were never a state, but it's like it's like the U.S. Virgin Islands or something, or Guam, and there's a lot of oil in the Philippines, and there's a lot of oil around that area. So if they wanted to, not only did we stop trading with them, but they also wanted to expand throughout Asia. And in order to expand through Asia, they either had to go through our islands, which wasn't going to happen, or they just had to take them over and then use them also to get natural resources.
Hold on a second. These guys went out again.
What's that?
I said, hold on a second, these guys went out again.
Yeah, I guess there was I don't know if it's true or not, but I guess the Japanese were putting out a lot of propaganda about Americans to their own people, saying that I guess they had some starving people there, and so they're to get support to bomb us or whatnot. They were saying that because of the trade embargoes and us blocking ships to them, because I guess we were blocking ships from other countries coming to them, bringing supplies. And I guess they had starving kids there or something, but they were blaming us for it.
Yeah, but that's bullshit because they had at that point in time they had taken over all of Korea and a huge portion of China. So I mean, they weren't hurt. I mean, what we really stopped them from getting was oil, steel, and other minerals that they really needed to continue their war effort in China, and that's what hurt them because they didn't have the. I don't know if they had the refinement capabilities in mainland Japan to get so they needed them. They needed our refined materials in order to produce more weapons and whatnot. But yeah, like I don't think they were. I mean, I know towards the end of the war, they were definitely like Japanese civilians were definitely starving. I wouldn't say starving, but they were definitely going hungry. You know.
Yeah, I can't believe what that guy went through in that Unbroken. Just
Man, he's just one of. I mean yeah, his story, his individual story is amazing, but honestly, he is like so many Americans went through the same thing that he did. Like I read a couple, but one's like Ghost Soldiers about the U.S. Army Ranger raid on a Philippine prison camp because Americans learned that the Japanese are planning on executing all the because we already invaded the Philippines and they knew we were coming, so they were just going to execute all the prisoners, and the Rangers basically set up this raid to like. I mean, it was pretty intense because not only they got there and they were able to kill all the Japanese and rescue the Americans, but they had to be able to move these Americans back to because they were way behind enemy lines, so they had to move them back to friendly lines, and that's easier said than done because all these guys are like emaciated and sickly and diseased. They can't walk, the 30, 40, 50 or whatever miles it was back to the friendly lines. I mean, this was way behind enemy lines, so they with help of like Philippine guerrillas and oxes and ox carts, they were able to bring back all the POW. I think they got back every single POW that was in the camp. They rescued every one of them, and I think they took really. I think only one American was killed. I don't know about the Filipino guerrillas though. They may have taken casualties.
there was a part in the an Unbroken I was wondering about. There's a part where he like goes to Japan and he's basically offered that if he like starts talking a bunch of like anti-American stuff, they'll keep him in this nice place with nice food.
Yeah.
And there was a couple other like army guys in there, and he's like, "Oh, look at them! You could be like them." And they were dressed all nice, so I'm guessing that they were like, speaking the anti-American propaganda.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, did people like that actually get charged with treason or anything, or?
I don't know, but I know there were guys that would do that, and then they would basically like mess things up and fuck up on purpose. And there's a bunch of I can't remember who had the story of him basically like purposely like just he was able to like convince them that what he was saying is correct, and he was just totally talking gibberish and messing. I mean, they weren't idiots. Eventually, they figured it out, but remember that part in Unbroken where he's in that he first got captured, and they throw him in that cell, and on the wall there's he sees some like graffiti, of U.S. Marines.
Yeah.
Those are Marine Raiders. I want to say they're from the Macon Island raid. I think it was Macon Island. They were from a Marine. I think they were Marine Raiders from the Macon Island raid. Let me make sure. I'm gonna look that up now. Yeah, definitely, it was Macon Island, and because their raid got the Marines' raid got so fouled up that a couple of them ended up getting left behind, and they were captured. And the only reason they know that there's like basically him surviving the war was the Americans were able to figure out the fate of those Marine Raiders and they were executed. They were able to figure out because of Louis Zapparilli that the Japanese had executed these raiders and they weren't KIA like they initially thought they were. So that's like it's an interesting little. I'm glad they incorporated that in the film, but they didn't really tell you like what that was all about, which is kind of a bummer.
Yeah, I know there's a part in there too, like that same part where when he first gets captured, where he like as he's taking him back to the shed and they're bringing up the other guy, he's like, "Oh, I gave him the diagram for something else, and it wasn't really for like the bombing scope or whatever."
Oh yeah, yeah. There's a lot of that going. I mean, that's a really good way to, because you're gonna get tortured no matter what, and it's easier to give them false information and then and not get tortured than to get tortured and end up giving up. Or you have to make it look like you're trying to hold out or something, I suppose.
Do you see that link I put inside?
I wasn't looking.
Oh well, it's an MP. It's from the archives of Liberty Watch Radio. G-Web's put that in there that one night we was talking about.
It's not working.
Should open up into.
Oh yeah, an MP3. My computer's not reading it. Is it? Which one is it?
Pardo's Push.
Oh yeah. I already listened to that. That's awesome.
I know, man. I love that. I've been going back through and going through.
There's a documentary too. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, I've been going through listening to some of his old archives.
Yeah, I forgot what documentary it is, but there's a documentary where they talk about the Pardo Push. It's like a Vietnam jet documentary.
Yeah.
God, speaking of another place you don't want to get captured and become a POW. At least you had like a chance of surviving World War II, but fuck man, a lot of those guys were never like they went into a POW, became in Vietnam, and just disappeared. I mean, a lot of Americans did too, but man, we were able to defeat Japan, and can't find the thing about the Tillamook or the Oregon. There's like an Oregon militia that was guarding the coast, and it became so haphazard that they ended up. Army was like, okay, we got to organize this shit before these people end up shooting each other. There was a lot of paranoia, a lot of like craziness, like people were. It was like that movie, was it 1941 with Jim Belushi? I mean, things are really kind of people were pretty whacked out around here. But let's see, what's that book called? This book right here is pretty fucking good if you're into, if that Lewis Sapper, if Unbroken interests you. This book is about Wake Island, and basically the like insane, like, I mean, there was no chance. They had no chance in hell, but they fought like fucking beasts, the Marines there, and were able to hold off the Japanese for a little while. But then eventually they got caught and they basically spent the entire war as POWs. So, you know, like, I don't know what years after really got shot down, but you know, he had to spend a couple years, I'm sure, as a POW. These guys, I mean, Wake Island happened at the exact same time Pearl Harbor did, so they were like basically prisoners of war the whole stretch, for like almost 5 years. And here's the other book about it's another pretty good book about American POWs in World War II. This is about like guys in the Philippines. I think these guys were the survivors of the Bataan Death March and that stuff. You explode pink.
Yep.
You ever read about the Alamo Scouts in the Philippines? I think they're in the Philippines. Or like, yeah, New Guinea, all around.
Alamo Scouts?
Alamo, like, you know, like in San Antonio.
Nah, never heard of that one. Alamo Scouts.
Yeah, they also did a bunch of POW raids and crazy ass shit. They had a hand. I think they had a hand in that with the book I just linked. Man, you know, now like our special forces are so highly trained and so like, you know, they're just like, you know, they're like the cream of the crop. And I'm not saying like these guys weren't, but like you got a lot less training and just were like going, you know, you did a lot of winging it out there.
Right.
You know, the training was a lot more rudimentary, and you know, these guys were like regular dudes. I mean, they had the definitely they had the mental fortitude, but they did, you know, now like, you know, our guys are so freaking highly trained, it's ridiculous. And back then they were just like, okay, here's 3 months of training and there you go, have fun. Don't get caught.
You pass basic? Okay.
Oh no, I mean they got trained. It wasn't like
Right.
that bad, but yeah, it's not like it is. I mean, they didn't have time. You didn't have years to spend training, and also special forces like a brand new thing. I mean, we were taking a page out of the British book, but the British were, you know, they also pretty new at it too. You got to figure the special forces basically became a real actual thing during like a real thing during World War II.
Is that when it started?
Yeah, I mean, guerrilla warfare had been a thing for a long time. Like guerrilla warfare, I mean, our country was founded with guerrilla warfare, you know.
Yeah.
But like, you take, guerrilla warfare and you refine it and you also have like, a chain of supply and command and stuff, so it's not quite as rudimentary.
Yeah, because I remember G-Webs had done a video on it.
Oh, Green Berets, yeah. Yeah, the U.S. Special Forces pretty much started in World War II with the Marine Raiders and the Army Rangers and the Navy UDT. UDT would be the precursor Navy SEALs. Obviously, the Marine
Right.
Raiders are Force Recon, and now they're the Marine Raiders again. They actually went back to their old nomenclature, which is pretty cool. And the Rangers have always been the Rangers, you know.
Right.
And they, Rangers fought in both theaters too, the South Pacific and the Europe. But yeah, it's not like, they didn't have the time to put guys through years of training, and also they didn't have really the tech. I mean, they were writing the book as they were going. It's a really fucking cool story, but these guys called I think they're called Coast Watchers in the Philippines, all over actually. They were Philippines. They were in they're in Guadalcanal. They're all throughout. They were I'll get a Wikipedia up here. They were like Australian, I think, and New Zealand. My shit's fucking up. I don't know what's up with my Windows. Anyway, they were like farmers. I think that's how it started. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I just now saw this story that you just put on the front page. 2 CIA agents arrested by Minutemen while crossing Mexican border with over 1,300 pounds of cocaine.
I don't know how legit that is. I don't know. I try to look it up to verify it, and I saw a couple other, but I don't know how legit that is. I just thought it was interesting. Maybe somebody else can figure it out if it's legit.
Black scorpion cocaine.
So this dude right here, he was one of the Coast Watchers, and this, like I said, they were Australian. I want to say, I don't know, they were Australians and I think Kiwis that, and I want to say one of them, I know one of them was a farmer, or he was like a businessman in that area, and when the Japanese came and everybody fucking split, he was like, fuck it, I'm staying. So he ended up basically operating like this guerrilla force that basically, he did a lot of observation stuff, seeing how many Japanese boats are coming in and going out, keeping track of, because they obviously didn't have spy planes and satellites back then, so you had to, if you wanted to know strength in an area, you had to do it like, the hard way. And that's basically why they get the name Coast Watchers, because they, would watch, see what's coming in and out. But they also did scouting and raiding and different things. But this Jacob Vuza dude, oh, man, just yeah, it's World War II service. The second paragraph to the third paragraph is insane. He got captured. Let me just put it that way. I read a book about the Coast Watchers, and they ran a bayonet through his fucking cheeks. Like they stabbed him through the fucking mouth and through the throat. It's insane. And he lived. That's one tough dude, man.
So he's from the Solomon Islands.
What's that? What was that, Pink? I didn't hear you.
Well, apparently on a different website, they're saying that the FBI and DEA are involved now in helping the Border Patrol, and that the vehicle's registration that the CIA was driving came back as a CIA vehicle. And they had a receipt for the drugs on them. What drug dealer in his right mind demands a receipt for 1,300 pounds of cocaine? There is really something strange about these guys. We believe the CIA possibly knows more than what it is ready to admit. And that's from Sean Francis Miller, spokesman of the U.S. Customs and Border Protection. But yeah, Sean Francis Miller, the spokesman, said both of them had valid accreditation and a receipt for their cargo. So.
Yep.
But the CIA, they've been smuggling drugs. Like this isn't the first time. The CIA, they got busted back in the 80s doing it.
Oh yeah.
And and so. I mean, that's basically their job. Is that's how they fight the war on drugs, is by bringing the drugs in here so there's something to fight.
I need a new video card. Thank God Black Friday's coming up pretty soon, and Cyber whatever can fucking go crazy at Newegg and rebuild my entire computer. Flush more gun money down the toilet. Can you guys hear me, or am my mic fucking up again?
No, I can hear you.
Jesus Christ. GeForce GTX 980 $700 fucking dollars. Wonder how big of a solid state I should get.